Good evening and welcome to the Sleep to Lore series. Tonight, we will talk about The Shadow Rising, the fourth book in the Wheel of Time series, where the Dragon Reborn enters the mysterious Aiel Waste and the Two Rivers faces a dire threat from the Shadow. If you would like to support the channel, please subscribe or leave a comment. Before we begin, I have a question for you. If you were forced to leave your home to save the world, would you go willing, or would you try to stay and defend your family? Comment your answer below, as I love reading your thoughts on these moral dilemmas. Let us transition to the topic. The Shadow Rising. Chapter 1. Seeds of Shadow. The prophecy looms over the world like a storm front, promising that the shadow shall rise to darken every land, leaving neither light nor safety. It speaks of the one born of the dawn, who must catch the shadow, causing the world to scream in the pain of its own salvation. It is a grim paradox, that to be saved, the world must break. The wheel of time turns, relentless and indifferent. Ages come and pass, leaving behind memories that fade to legend, and then to myth, until they are forgotten entirely when the age that birthed them returns. In the third age, an age of prophecy and dread, a wind rises not from nothingness, for there are no true beginnings or endings in the turning of the wheel, but from the great plain of the Caroline grass. This wind, a harbinger of change, sweeps across the landscape, past the broken summit of Dragon Mount, the mountain that serves as the tomb of the previous dragon and the birthplace of the new. It rushes toward the shining walls of Tar Valon. This city, an island of civilization and power, is dominated by the White Tower, a structure that gleams like polished bone. To the common eye, the tower is a beacon of stability, the heart of the Aes Sedai's power. But to those who look closer, the tower is a place of secrets, and today it is a place of walking death. The great square before the tower is filled with people, yet they huddle away from the Aes Sedai grounds. There is a profound psychological weight here. The common folk respect the Aes Sedai, but they fear them more. It is the difference between admiring a fire in a hearth and stepping into the flames. Among these nervous petitioners walks Min Farshaw. She is disguised, not by magic, but by the simple, uncomfortable act of wearing a dress. Usually seen in breeches and a boy's coat, Min feels exposed, hiding her identity under the name Elmindreda. She's a woman of the world, practical and sharp, but the White Tower reduces her to a bundle of nerves. She clutches her possessions, desperate to deliver her message and flee. But Min carries a burden heavier than her travel pack: her talent. She sees auras and images around people, glimpses of the pattern itself that foretell truth, often tragic truth. As she enters the tower, the atmosphere shifts from awe to horror. The hall is filled with petitioners, but Min's eyes reveal a slaughterhouse. When three Aes Sedai appear, Ananda of the Yellow Ajah, a green sister, and a third unshawled woman, the crowd sees only ageless grace and power. Min sees their doom. Around Ananda, a halo of sickness rots and fissures. Beside the green sister, a human skull sits upon her shoulder. The third woman views the world through a curtain of blood. The visions flicker and fade, but the certainty remains. Min knows with a sickening lurch of her stomach that these three women will die, and terrifyingly, they will all die on the same day. This is not merely a vision of mortality, it is a vision of violence within the sanctuary. The White Tower, the safest place in the world, is about to become a killing ground. Min tries to navigate the bureaucracy of the tower, blocked by the arrogance of the accepted, specifically a woman named Fauline. The hierarchy of the tower is rigid, designed to humble those outside it, but Min's desperation cuts through the protocol. She demands to see the Amerlin seat, invoking her right as a petitioner, but mostly relying on the secret history she shares with the leader of the Aes Sedai. As Min waits, the horror mounts. She sees Sheriam, the mistress of novices, a woman of immense authority, with a vision of a battered and bruised face. She sees a brown sister whose aura gutters out like a dying candle. She sees warders, men who move like lethal predators, walking with spectral wounds, swords and spears dancing above their heads in a macabre warning of their demise. The psychological toll on Min is immense. She is walking among ghosts who do not yet know they are dead. The sheer volume of these visions suggests a catastrophe, a battle fought within these very halls. She is eventually escorted by a novice named Sara toward the Amerlin. On the way, they encounter Garwin Trakand. Garwin, the Prince of Andor, is a figure of tragic nobility. He is handsome, skilled, and intensely loyal, but he is also kept in the dark, a pawn in the greater game. He stops Min, desperate for news of his sister Elaine and Egwene Alvear. This interaction highlights the fracturing of trust. Garwin is consumed by his oath to protect Elaine, a duty drilled into him since the cradle. He feels failing in this duty because the Amerlin refuses to tell him where they are. He is suspicious, angry, and dangerously close to the breaking point. Min, bound by her own promises to Moiraine and the Amerlin, cannot comfort him with the truth. She sees the aura around him, a bloody face, and a banner with a charging white boar on a field of green. It is a symbol of future violence, of a path that will lead him away from the White Lion of Andor. Min warns him to be careful, a warning that carries the weight of prophecy, though Garwin interprets it only as concern for his political maneuvering. Min is finally ushered into the presence of Siuan Sanche, the Amerlin's seat. The keeper, Liane, strips away Min's hood, revealing her identity, but it is Siuan who commands the room. The Amerlin's study is a place of history, filled with relics of the Age of Legends and the Breaking. But Siuan herself is a woman of the earth, or rather, the water. Born a fisherman's daughter in Tiar, she possesses a rough, practical strength that belies her smooth Aes Sedai features. When Min curtsies, she is struck by a vision so jarring it nearly knocks her over. She sees the Amerlin naked. It is a confusing image, but Siuan brushes it aside with her characteristic bluntness. She has no time for riddles unless they help bail the boat. Min pours out the terror of her journey through the halls. She recounts the visions of death, the rotting halos, the severed threads of life. She tells Siuan that a battle is coming to Tar Valon. Siuan listens with a grim stoicism. She does not dismiss the warnings. She deduces the only logical cause for such an internal catastrophe, the Black Ajah. Here, the scope of the danger is laid bare. The Black Ajah, Aes Sedai sworn to the Dark One, is a cancer the Tower denies publicly, but fights secretly. Siuan realizes that the enemy is not just at the gates. They are in the hallways, perhaps even in her own council. But Min has brought another message, one that shakes the Amerlin even more than the threat of assassination. She reveals that Rand al'Thor has gone to Tyr. He seeks Kalandor, the sword that cannot be touched. This revelation terrifies Siuan. The prophecies of the dragon are not a checklist for glory. They are a roadmap of doom. For Rand to reach for Kalandor is for him to declare himself to the world before he is ready, before the nations are prepared to accept him. If he fails, he dies. If he succeeds, the world plunges into chaos. Siuan and Moiraine had hope to guide him, to control the timing of the apocalypse. But the Dragon Reborn is not a puppet. He is a force of nature, driven by the pattern itself. The conversation takes a personal turn when Siuan probes Min's feelings for Rand. Min admits, with reluctance and resentment, that she loves him. She saw it in a vision, 3 women who would love him, and she is one. She feels trapped by the pattern, forced into a destiny she didn't choose. Siuan, ever the pragmatist, sees a lever she can use. She manipulates Min, using her love for Rand and the threat of the Black Ajah to force her to stay in the tower. Min is to remain in her disguise, playing the role of Elmindreda, a flighty, lovesick girl hiding from suitors. She will be Siwan's eyes and ears, watching for the shadow within the tower. Min is furious at being used, but she is trapped. Siwan Sanche does not ask, she maneuvers. Elsewhere in the tower, the counterforce to Siwan's machinations is already moving. Elida, a red sister of immense ambition and cold certainty, watches the Amirlin's study. She knows Min is there. She knows Siwan is hiding Elaine, the daughter heir of Andor. Elida is driven by her own foretelling. Long ago she saw that the royal line of Andor would be key to the last battle. She has dedicated her life to ensuring that line remains secure, and she views Siwan's reckless games with the Dragon Reborn as a direct threat to the world's survival. Elida does not see herself as a villain. She is the strict authoritarian who believes that chaos must be stamped out. She suspects Siwan is involved with the 3 Ta'veren boys from the 2 rivers, Rand, Perrin, and Mat. Elida approaches Alviarin of the White Ajah. The Whites are creatures of logic, usually opposed to the Reds, but Elida begins to weave a web of suspicion. She hints at Siwan's impropriety, at the secrets being kept from the hall of the tower. It is the beginning of a coup. While Siwan worries about the Black Ajah, she underestimates the danger of the Red. Far from the intrigues of Tarvalon, on the banks of the River Taran, a different kind of darkness gathers. The White Cloaks, the children of the light, have arrived at the border of the 2 rivers. Dain Bornhald leads them, a man consumed by the desire to avenge his father, whom he believes was killed by Perrin, Ibara, and the wolves. But Bornhald is not alone. He is accompanied by a creature of nightmares, Audiobooks. This is the man once known as Padan Fine, a dark friend so corrupted by the ancient evil of Shadar Logoth that he has become something new, something worse. Audiobooks is a counselor who whispers madness. He hates the 2 rivers folk with a personal, festering intensity. The scene at the river is one of tension and impending atrocity. The White Cloaks believe they are bringing the light, but they are led by a man whose soul is a void. Audiobooks interrogates Tinkers, torturing them for information, and Bornhald, though disgusted, allows it. The corruption of the children is evident. They are ostensibly soldiers of righteousness, but they are easily manipulated by hate. They prepare to cross into the isolated region of the 2 rivers, bringing fire and sword to a peaceful land. Across the ocean, or rather on the occupied islands of the Shonchan return, another power plots. The High Lady Suroth stands on a terrace in Cantarin, looking out over a harbour filled with ships. She is a woman of the blood, her head shaved, her fingernails long and lacquered, surrounded by servants who are treated as less than furniture. Suroth is in a precarious position. The Shonchan invasion at Falm was a disaster, beaten back by the Dragon Reborn and the heroes of the Horn. She has managed to hide this defeat from the Empress back home, terrified of the punishment for failure. She holds a domain named Pura, a captured Aes Sedai who has been broken into a pet. Suroth interrogates Pura, demanding to know how the White Tower controls the Dragon Reborn. The concept of a man channeling is anathema to the Shonchan, a horror that must be leashed or destroyed. Pura, weeping and broken, insists that the tower does not control him, that they would only gentle him. Suroth struggles to understand. To her, the one power is a weapon to be owned. The idea that the Aes Sedai let a man like that run free is terrifying. Suroth realizes that to save herself from the Empress's wrath, she must do what the previous High Lord failed to do. She must capture the Dragon Reborn. She plans to retake the lands, to institute the Karen, the Return. She's a terrifying antagonist because she brings order, a brutal, slaving order, to a chaotic world. As the chapter closes, the threads of the pattern are pulled tight. In Tarvalon, Min and Siwan prepare for a shadow war against the Black Ajah. Elida sharpens her knives for a coup. In the 2 rivers, the White Cloaks and Fane, prepare to descend like locusts, and in Cantarin, the Shonchan gaze eastward, ready to reclaim the continent. The seeds of shadow have been sown, and the harvest will be blood. Chapter 2. Whirlpools in the Pattern. The wind moves across the land like a living thing, invisible and ancient. It sweeps north over the vast labyrinthine delta known as the Fingers of the Dragon, a landscape of choking knife grass and spider-rooted trees that seem alien to this earth. It carries the scent of salt and the humid weight of the coming storm, pushing past the small fishing boats where men mutter of evil things in the dark, until it strikes the great city of Tyr. Here, the wind encounters the Stone of Tyr. This is not merely a fortress. It is a geological assertion of power, a mountain of masonry erected in the dying days of the breaking of the world. For 3,000 years, nations have broken themselves against its flanks, yet it stood immutable. Until now. The impossible has happened. The stone has fallen not to an army of the world, but to the Aiel of the Waste and a young man from the two rivers. The atmosphere in the city below is heavy with a strange duality. By day, the common people cheer the Dragon Reborn, caught up in the fervor of prophecy fulfilled. But by night, when the wind howls like mourners, they huddle behind locked doors. The banner of the dragon, that sinuous scarlet and gold serpent, whips in the moonlight above the stone, a harbinger of salvation and destruction. It is a reminder that the world is not merely changing, it is breaking once again. Inside the stone, the air is stifling, thick with heat and tension. In a chamber far too ornate for a simple blacksmith, Perrin Ibarra sits, wrestling with his own discomfort. He is a man of earth and iron, ill-suited to the gilded cages of Tyren nobility. Across from him, Fael paces, her anxiety manifesting as a tangible thing, a scent of nervousness that Perrin's enhanced senses pick up beneath the smell of rose petals. There is a profound psychological weight on Perrin here. He wears a beard now, a mask of curly hair that he claims itches, yet he refuses to shave it. It is a symbol of the change forced upon him, a physical manifestation of his departure from the simple life of Emond's Field. Fael, sharp-eyed and fierce, sees through him. She senses the shift in the political winds, that the Dragon Reborn, Rand, has grown distant, consumed by the machinations of high lords. Fael suggests leaving. She is a woman of action, repelled by the waiting, by the looming threat of the Forsaken and the madness that trails the dragon. But Perrin is bound by duty, or perhaps by the gravitational pull of a Tavarin. He believes he is part of Rand's destiny, a necessary anchor. He argues that he cannot leave, that his presence is required to keep the world from sliding into shadow. It is the classic struggle of the reluctant hero, the desire for the peace of the forge versus the necessity of the battlefield. The dichotomy of Perrin's soul is physically present in the room. Against the wall lean his two tools, the hammer and the axe. The hammer is creation, the tool of the builder, the smith. The axe is destruction, a weapon of war. Perrin feels the axe is heavier, burdened by the violence it has committed. He yearns for the hammer, yet the pattern seems to force the axe into his hand. Then, the world glitches. The pattern itself seems to snag. A simple grating sound heralds a nightmare as the axe, untouched by human hands, topples and then leaps. This is not a poltergeist. It is a bubble of evil, a miasma rising from the Dark One's prison, infecting inanimate objects with malevolent intent. The ensuing struggle is a chaotic dance of survival. The axe attacks with a sentience, a thirst for blood. When Fael tries to intervene, showing her fearless devotion, Perrin is forced to grapple with the weapon. The symbolism here is terrifyingly literal. Perrin is fighting his own capacity for violence. The weapon he hates, the weapon he fears will consume him, is now physically trying to kill him and the woman he loves. He forces Fael out, isolating himself with the metal beast, finally pinning it to the door. When the violence ends, he is left shaking, the axe dormant but the message clear. Nowhere is safe, and the tools of war have a life of their own. Elsewhere in the stone, Matt Cawthon seeks refuge in the familiar rhythms of chance. He sits in a sweltering room surrounded by young Tyren lords who are draped in silks and arrogance. Matt is the trickster archetype, the rogue who uses noise and motion to drown out the heavy silence of destiny. He plays at cards, chop, because dice are too low-born for these nobles, though his luck transcends the medium. The scene highlights the vast chasm between Matt's reality and the Lord's delusions. They speak of war with Ilion, of glorious conquest, believing the Dragon Reborn will sweep all enemies aside like pieces on a board. They treat the Aiel as savages, unaware that the savages holding the stone are the most lethal fighting force in the world. Matt plays the fool, spinning a yarn about Maiden's Kiss, a game involving spears and risk, to mock them, but the humor is a shield. He is trying to distance himself from Rand, from the One Power, from the memories that aren't his. He wants to be free, but the gold on the table and the pull of the pattern keep him seated. Then, the bubble of evil finds him. It begins with a coincidence of cards, the ruler of flames, the Amelin seat. Then, the hallucination bleeds into reality. The painted figures on the cards swell and step into the three-dimensional world. The Amelin strikes with a dagger. The High Lord draws a sword. The Queen of Andor raises a rod. For Matt, this is a horrific inversion of his greatest talent. His luck usually bends probability in his favor, but here, probability has shattered. The inanimate symbols of authority and power are literally trying to murder him. The air turns to syrup, time distorting as he moves through a gelatinous nightmare to defend himself. When the moment passes, the lords are cowering, unable or unwilling to admit what they saw. Matt is left alone with the truth, his denial stripped away. He cannot gamble his way out of the last battle. Deep in the heart of the stone, the Dragon Reborn sleeps, but he finds no rest. Rand al'Thor drifts in a dream that is a manifestation of his subconscious entrapment. He is chased by Moiraine and the Amelin, herded toward a destiny he did not choose, symbolized by a horse's halter. He flees toward images of comfort, Min, Elaine, Egwene, women who represent different facets of love and normalcy. But even the dream turns treacherous. His hand in the dream is rotting, the flesh festering, a reflection of his deepest fear, the madness and corruption that await all men who channel. He wakes to a reality that is equally testing. The room is filled with the oppressive luxury of the High Lords, a golden cage for the dragon. But he is not alone. Berylin, the first of Mayeni, stands before him. She is a woman of immense political acumen and stunning beauty, using the only weapons left to her in a fortress occupied by a conqueror. She offers herself to him, a blend of political alliance and genuine seduction. This scene is a crucible for Rand's character. He stands in the void, the mental state of pure emptiness Cody, that allows him to channel and to master the sword. He is flooded with saidin, the male half of the true source, which is both molten ecstasy and sewage-tainted horror. He must hold back the ocean of power, resist the beautiful woman before him, and maintain the stony facade of the dragon, all while standing in his small clothes. He rejects her, not out of cruelty, but out of a tragic necessity. He believes himself a doomed man. To love him is to embrace a funeral pyre. He uses flows of air to gently push her back, a display of power that terrifies as much as it protects. He walls himself off, quite literally, enforcing the isolation that is becoming his defining trait. But as the rooster crows, a herald of dawn and death, the pattern unravels in the dragon's chambers. The mirrors on the walls, symbols of vanity and self-reflection, become portals. Reflections of Rand step out. They are him, yet not him. They bear his face, his scars, but their eyes are dead and glassy. This is the most direct psychological assault of the night. Rand is forced to fight himself. He's battling his own image, his own potential futures. There are 3 of them, and they move with his skill, possessed by a hunger to consume him. The symbolism is stark. Rand is fragmenting. The pressure of his identity, the memories of Luz Therin Telamon beginning to bleed through, the taint on Saidin, it is all splitting him apart. The battle is brutal. He is outnumbered by his own ghosts. He bleeds from wounds that mirror his own old injuries. Desperation drives him. In a moment of instinctual, frantic channeling, he grabs a smaller reflection and absorbs it. This is a moment of metaphysical horror. He consumes the simulacrum to gain strength. It suggests that Rand's soul is a gravity well, so dense and powerful that it can pull these aberrations back into itself. He fights with a savage will, refusing to die, refusing to let these hollow shells replace him. When the dust settles, the mirrors are shattered, thousands of shards of bad luck and broken identity littering the carpet. Rand stands amidst the wreckage, bleeding, exhausted, but alive. The heat of Saidin still rages within him, a fire he cannot put out. Berelain, witnessing this impossibility, is shattered. Her political maneuvering and seduction crumble before the raw, terrifying reality of what Rand is. She flees, leaving him to his silence. The chapter closes with a haunting image. Rand al'Thor, the shepherd from the 2 rivers, sits on a chest, holding Kalandor. The sword that is not a sword, a sangreal of immense power, glows in his bloody hands. He is surrounded by the ruins of luxury, bleeding from a dozen wounds, utterly alone in the dark. He has survived the whirlpools in the pattern this night, but the cost is etched into his soul. The shepherd is fading, only the dragon remains, waiting for the dawn and the madness that comes with it. Chapter 3. Reflection. The Stone of Tyr is a fortress designed not for comfort but for endurance, a monolithic testament to war that has stood since the breaking of the world. Even deep in the night, the stone does not truly sleep. Its wide, stone-hewn corridors are arteries pulsing with the anxiety of a city occupied by myth-made flesh. Shadows stretch long between the sparse lamplight, obscuring the tapestries and the dark corners where guards might stand unseen. For most, these shadows are a veil, but for Perrin Aybara, the darkness offers no hiding places. His vision, sharpened by the wolf within, pierces the gloom, turning the murky halls into a landscape of burnished gold. There is a profound isolation in Perrin's walk. The servants, clad in the black and gold livery of the stone, bow to him, but their movements are stiff with a primal unease. They quicken their pace to escape his presence. It is a subtle, social ostracization. They do not speak of his golden eyes, but the fear in their scent is undeniable. To them, he is marked by something unnatural, something connected to the Aes Sedai and the Dragon Reborn. Aiel, walking arm in arm with him, provides a grounding tether to humanity. She interprets the scurrying of the guards and servants not as fear of Perrin specifically, but as the nocturnal guilt of those sneaking about, guards engaging in illicit trysts, servants scrubbing floors to avoid the daylight gaze of their masters. She rationalizes the world through the lens of a noblewoman and a hunter. Yet Perrin senses the deeper current, the collective holding of breath that permeates the stone. As they ascend the spiraling, defensive architecture of the fortress, past murder holes and arrow slits designed to slaughter invaders, the tension tightens. They encounter High Lord Rhuidean. The encounter is a study in the decadence of the Tyren nobility. Rhuidean, scented and silk-clad, oozes a sour fear that Perrin can smell, a sharp contrast to the man's languid, arrogant facade. The High Lord's gaze upon Aiel is predatory, sparking a protective, almost feral anger in Perrin. But the interaction highlights the precarious political landscape Rand al'Thor now occupies. The High Lords bow to prophecy because they must, but their loyalty is thin, held in check only by the terrifying reality of the Dragon Reborn. The atmosphere shifts from uneasy politics to visceral panic when Berylyn, the first of Mayene, flees past them. She is not merely frightened, she is terrified, her composure shattered, smelling of raw, festering panic. This is not the fear of a woman caught in a scandal, but the primal reaction to something unnatural. When Perrin finally forces his way into Rand's chambers, bypassing the Tyren guards who are mere window dressing and the true guards, the lethal Aiel maidens of the spear, the source of Berylyn's terror becomes clear. The room is a wreckage of shattered glass and violence. Rand al'Thor sits amidst the ruin, bleeding from a multitude of cuts, clutching the crystal sword, Kalandor. The scene is symbolic of Rand's internal state, fractured, bleeding, yet holding on to power with a desperate grip. He has not been attacked by an assassin in the traditional sense, but by his own reflection. The pattern itself is beginning to fray. Moiraine, upon her arrival, confirms this with a chilling calmness. These are bubbles of evil, miasmas from the Dark One's prison drifting up through the weakening seals of reality. It is a psychological horror as much as a physical one. The very world is turning against them, inanimate objects and reflections becoming weapons. The healing sequence that follows demonstrates the complex power dynamic between the Aes Sedai and the dragon. Moiraine's serenity is a weapon and a shield. She takes control of the chaotic room instantly. However, Rand resists. He refuses to relinquish Kalandor easily, and he challenges her knowledge. We see here the hardening of the boy from the Two Rivers into a ruler who refuses to be a puppet. He is terrified. The scent of his fear is palpable to Perrin, but he transmutes that fear into a stubborn resolve to hunt rather than be hunted. The chapter closes with a crucial cultural distinction regarding the Aiel. Rhuidean, the clan chief, clarifies their loyalty. They do not follow the Dragon Reborn of Wetlander prophecy, they follow He who comes with the dawn. It is a subtle but vital difference. Their allegiance is not guaranteed by title alone. Rand must prove himself, according to their prophecies. As Rhuidean leaves, Perrin is left with the chilling realization of how fragile their safety is. If the Aiel decide Rand is not their prophesied chief, the Stone of Tyr will empty of its truest defenders, leaving the Ta'veren to the mercies of the Tyren lords and the Shadow. Chapter 4. Strings. In the quiet seclusion of a windowless room, Tom Merrilin engages in the dangerous art of the great game. The old gleeman is far more than an entertainer. He's a master manipulator, forging letters to sow discord among the High Lords. He plays the Tyren nobility against one another to keep them too busy to plot against Rand. It is a solitary, dangerous protection he offers, born of a 15-year-old guilt and a promise to a dead love. Tom understands that soft power, rumor, forgery, and implication can be as effective as a sword in preserving the Dragon Reborn. The solitude is broken by Mat Cawthon, who bursts in, bringing with him the chaotic energy that defines his existence. Mat is the reluctant hero personified, a young man desperately trying to outrun a destiny that is woven into his very soul. He is shaken, his usual devil-may-care attitude cracked by the same supernatural phenomenon that attacked Rand. For Mat, the playing cards, the tools of his vice and luck, came alive to kill him. The conversation between the old bard and the young gambler is a study in denial. Mat vehemently declares his intention to leave Tyr to escape the Aes Sedai, to go where the Dragon Reborn is just a distant rumor. He craves a simple life of dice, wine, and women, free from the heavy, momentous feeling of being Ta'veren. Yet, as Tom shrewdly observes, Mat never leaves. This is the tragedy and the comedy of Matrim Cawthon. He is bound by invisible strings far stronger than any Aes Sedai weave. The pattern requires him, and no matter how loudly he complains or how fast he tries to run, circumstances conspire to keep him exactly where he needs to be. Tom sees this. He recognizes the trap, because he too is caught in the wake of the dragon. Tom contemplates leaving as well, sensing the danger of Moraine's machinations, but he finds his own excuses to stay. He claims it is to pay a debt, to help the boys, but he is just as ensnared by the gravity of the events unfolding in the stone. There is a psychological depth to their interaction. Matt is terrified of the holes in his memory, the missing pieces of his self, yet he is terrified to fill them. He seeks distraction in gambling and hedonism, trying to drown out the fireworks he senses on the horizon. Tom, conversely, uses his strings, both of his harp and his political maneuvering, to try and impose some order on the chaos. They are two men trying to assert agency in a world that has stripped them of it. The chapter ends with them settling down to a game of stones, a temporary distraction. Matt's luck at the game is supernatural, a constant reminder that the laws of probability do not apply to him. He is a piece on a cosmic board, and the hand moving him is relentless. Chapter 5. Questioners. The scene shifts to the stifling heat of a Tyran chamber, where three young women attempt to unravel a conspiracy that threatens the world. Egwene, acting the part of an Aes Sedai, Nynaeve, barely concealing her village wisdom temper, and Aviendha, the Aiel observer, are interrogating two prisoners of the Black Ajah. The setting contrasts sharply with the dungeon below. This room is bright, polished and civilized, yet the subject matter is dark and rotting. The prisoners, Joiya and Amiko, present a disturbing dichotomy of the shadow. Joiya is unbroken, arrogant, and terrifyingly composed. Even shielded from the true source and bound by flows of air, she radiates the confidence of a fanatic who believes her victory is inevitable. She speaks of repentance with a smile that doesn't reach her dead, shark-like eyes. Her presence affects Egwene viscerally. The mere proximity to a woman who has willingly sworn to the Dark One induces a physical nausea. Amiko, on the other hand, represents the utter devastation of stilling. Having been cut off from the One Power during the fall of the stone, she is a shell of a woman. Aviendha notes the change in her, the loss of the ageless quality that Aes Sedai possess. This leads to a grim discussion of what it means to be stilled. It is not merely a loss of ability, it is a spiritual amputation. The will to live evaporates. Nynaeve's clinical explanation of the process masks the underlying horror they all feel. For a channeler, the power is life, and Amiko is slowly dying of grief for its loss. The core conflict of the chapter lies in the conflicting intelligence provided by the two prisoners, creating a fog of uncertainty. Amiko, broken and seemingly eager to please, speaks of a vague but deadly danger in Tanchico, a threat to Rand that exists in the old city. Joiya, however, spins a much more elaborate and politically disastrous tale. She claims the Black Ajah plans to break a false dragon, Mazrim Taim, out of captivity, proclaim him the Dragon Reborn, and have him commit atrocities in Rand's name. The psychological warfare here is intense. Joiya's story targets the girl's deepest fears, that the world will turn against Rand, that the nations will unite to crush him before the last battle even begins. It is a plausible, terrifying strategy that exploits the chaos of the time. Egwene and Nynaeve are left paralyzed by indecision. Which threat is real? Is Joiya telling the truth to sow despair, or lying to distract them? Is Amiko's information a trap? The tension between Nynaeve and Egwene simmers throughout the interrogation. Nynaeve struggles to relinquish her authority as the former wisdom, often treating Egwene as a child, while Egwene is rapidly growing into the power and demeanor of an Aes Sedai. They engage in a silent battle of wills, a staring contest that serves as a microcosm of their evolving relationship. The chapter concludes with the abrupt entrance of Moiraine. The Aes Sedai, usually a bastion of unshakable calm, enters in a state of visible fury. Her composure has cracked, signaling that whatever news she brings or whatever event has transpired is catastrophic enough to rattle the woman who has spent a lifetime mastering her emotions. The game has changed, and the time for interrogation is over. Chapter 6. Doorways. The atmosphere within the Stone of Tyr is heavy, a stifling mixture of summer heat and ancient brooding stone. We find Moiraine Damodred, usually the unshakable pillar of Aes Sedai serenity, allowing her mask to slip just enough to reveal the frustration boiling beneath. Her target is, unsurprisingly, the Dragon Reborn. To her, Rand al'Thor is not merely a man but a pivotal point in the pattern of ages, yet he possesses a stubbornness that rivals the bedrock of the two rivers. It is a clash of wills. The Aes Sedai, who has dedicated her life to guiding the savior of the world, and the young man terrified of becoming a puppet. In this private dining chamber, the tension is palpable among the women. Elaine Trakand and Egwene Alvera sit with Nynaeve Almayara, the latter radiating her typical antagonism toward the Blue Sister. They are discussing the fate of the Black Ajah prisoners, Joya and Amiko. Moiraine, displaying the ruthless pragmatism that defines her, reveals she has already arranged their transport to the White Tower. This is a calculated move. By removing the prisoners, she removes a distraction for the younger women, forcing them to focus on the tasks ahead rather than lingering as amateur jailers. The psychological weight on Moiraine here is immense. She is surrounded by people who resent her guidance, yet she bears the knowledge that without her, they are walking into a meat grinder. When she momentarily loses her temper with the prisoners, cowing Joya with a mere look and a terrifying embrace of Saidar, we see the sheer difference in power and experience. Elaine notes that while she and Nynaeve have more raw potential, Moiraine has the mastery. It is the difference between a flood and a scalpel. After the prisoners and guards are dismissed, the conversation turns to the heart of their dilemma. Rand. Moiraine drops a bombshell regarding her plans for him. She intends for him to attack Ilion. To the younger women, this sounds like madness, starting a war when the world is already bleeding. But Moiraine's logic is cold and sound. Samael, one of the Forsaken, rules in Ilion. By striking first, Rand transitions from prey to predator. He must become the hammer, not the nail. Here, Robert Jordan illustrates the burden of leadership. Moiraine explains that war is inevitable. The Forsaken will not wait. If Rand does nothing, he will be assassinated or his soul stripped away. By attacking, he unites Tyr behind him and potentially brings Ilion to his banner, consolidating power before the last battle. It is a grim utilitarianism that horrifies Elaine, the heir to a throne, who has been taught that war is a failure of rule. Yet, she begins to understand the necessity. Moiraine also reveals how she knows Rand is drifting into danger. He has been studying the prophecies of the dragon, specifically verses about the city lost and forsaken. He is trying to interpret his own destiny, a task Moiraine believes will lead him into a trap set by the Shadow. When the girls press Moiraine on how to confirm if the Black Ajah prisoners were lying, the Aes Sedai reveals one of the stone's deepest secrets. Buried in the Great Holding, a collection of power-related objects, is a ter'angreal that resembles a twisted redstone doorframe. This object is a fascinating piece of lore. Moiraine explains that one can step through it to receive 3 true answers to 3 questions. However, the cost is high and the rules are strict, never more than once, and questions touching the Shadow can lead to madness or death. This is why Moiraine hasn't used it herself to ask how to defeat the Dark One. The risk is catastrophic. This introduction of the redstone doorway expands the world significantly, hinting at other dimensions and entities that operate by alien rules indifferent to human safety. After Moiraine departs, leaving the girls with a warning to focus their hunt on Tanchico, the dynamic shifts. The three younger women are left alone with their spiced wine and their secrets. The conversation pivots from global stakes to personal hearts. Elaine confesses her love for Rand, a feeling that defies the logic of his impending madness. In a moment of profound maturity, Egwene admits that she no longer loves Rand in a romantic sense. She loves him as a brother, or perhaps a part of herself. But the Two Rivers life they once dreamed of is ashes. This is a crucial character beat. Egwene is shedding her past identity, just as Rand is. She gives Elaine her blessing, though they both worry about the predatory Berylin, the first of Mayene, who has been stalking Rand with intent. The chapter closes with Elaine resolving to stay true to her duty as a future Aes Sedai, even if it means leaving the man she loves. Chapter 7. Playing with Fire. The next morning brings a shift in setting from the dark conspiracies of the night to the bright, dangerous reality of the dragon's chambers. Egwene and Elaine arrive early, intending to help Rand. They are met by the Stone Dogs, an elite society of Aiel warriors. The contrast is stark. The opulence of the Tyrant Palace against the lethal, desert-hardened simplicity of the Aiel. These men treat Rand not as a king, but with the respect due a strong warrior, a dynamic Rand is clearly more comfortable with than the bowing of high lords. When the women enter, they find a scene of chaotic intellect. Rand's room is a mess of books, prophecies, histories, travels in the waste. He is frantically searching for knowledge, trying to understand the role forced upon him. He looks exhausted, a young man running out of time, hunted by destiny. He is initially suspicious, fearing Moiraine sent them to manipulate him, which highlights just how isolated he feels. His paranoia is growing, a symptom of the pressure and perhaps the taint on saidin itself. Egwene and Elaine, however, are there with a specific goal: to teach him control. This scene is one of the most important in understanding the metaphysics of the Wheel of Time's magic system. Egwene, confident in her strength, believes that because the power is the power, she can offer guidance. She asks Rand to embrace the source. When Egwene embraces saidar, she describes it as a surrender. She opens herself like a flower, letting the river of the power drive her. It is submission leading to control, a paradox of serenity. She urges Rand to do the same, to let the power fill him. Rand's reaction is one of horror. He explains that saidin is nothing like that. It is not a river to be surrendered to. It is a raging torrent of fire and molten rock, slick with the oily filth of the Dark One's taint. If he were to surrender, even for a heartbeat, he would be incinerated. He has to fight it, to crush it into submission, wrestling the power while it tries to kill him. This effectively illustrates the gender divide in the magic system. It's not just a different frequency of energy, it's a fundamentally different psychological experience. One is harmony, the other is war. Despite the misunderstanding, the women press him to try. They want to see if they can sense his channeling. Rand, perhaps a bit defensive and wanting to prove he isn't helpless, decides to demonstrate. The result is a terrifying display of raw, uncontrolled power. He lifts the women into the air, shielding them with spirit so they cannot touch the source. Then, chaos erupts. Tables begin to dance and creak, flames roar in the empty hearth without fuel, and the metal statues on the mantel melt and weave themselves into cloth. It is a disaster. The mattress explodes in a storm of feathers. The tables burst into flame. Rand, standing in the center of this whirlwind, is barely holding on. He isn't weaving specific flows like a trained Aes Sedai. He is forcing his will upon reality with a sledgehammer. When the fire vanishes, he reveals he didn't just put it out. He sucked the heat into the stones of the fireplace, a maneuver that is technically incredibly dangerous. If he had drawn that heat into himself, he would have burned alive from the inside out. The women are shaken, They realize that while they may be potential heavyweights in the White Tower, Rand is in a league of his own regarding raw strength and the ability to split his mind into a dozen different tasks at once. However, his lack of finesse is lethal. Once the feathers settle and the room is somewhat restored, they sit down to talk. Rand explains the flame and the void, the concentration technique his father Tam taught him for archery, which allows him to find the calm needed to touch Saidin. Egwene recognizes a similarity to her own concentration exercises, but the bridge between their experiences is too wide to cross today. They cannot teach him. The bird cannot teach the fish to fly. Finally, Egwene addresses the second reason for her visit. She needs to break the final tether to their childhood. She tells Rand that she does not love him, not in the way that leads to marriage. This conversation is handled with a delicate grace. Rand is stunned, hurt, but ultimately relieved. He admits that he doesn't want to marry her either, not because he doesn't care, but because he knows what he is. He is a man destined to go mad and die. He never wanted to drag her into that darkness. He has been holding on to the idea of their betrothal as a lifeline to his humanity, but it was a lie they were both telling themselves. By releasing each other, they paradoxically strengthen their bond. They are no longer lovers drifting apart. They are allies, siblings in spirit, survivors of the two rivers standing against the shadow. Egwene leaves him then, knowing she has cleared the path for Elaine. But more importantly, she has forced Rand to stand on his own feet, stripping away one more layer of the shepherd to reveal the dragon underneath. Chapter 8. Hardheads. In the aftermath of Egwene's departure, the air in the room is thick with unsaid words and lingering confusion. Elaine Trakand remains, a study in carefully constructed serenity. She sits with her back straight, a posture learned at the knee of a queen, channeling the icy calm of an Aes Sedai, even as her internal world is a chaotic storm. Robert Jordan describes her anxiety not as mere nervousness, but as butterflies the size of hedgehogs frolicking in her stomach, a wonderful image that captures the sheer physical weight of her romantic ambition. She has released the one power, leaving herself vulnerable, wanting to trust Rand, yet terrified of the moment at hand. She is not afraid of the Dragon Reborn. She is afraid of the boy from the two rivers, and whether he might reject her. Rand, for his part, is bewildered. He is still reeling from Egwene's confession that she does not love him, or at least, not in the way he thought matters. His eyes, now a misty blue, betray a panic when he finally notices Elaine is still there. It is a moment of profound innocence for the man destined to break the world. He wipes his hands nervously on his coat, stumbling over honorifics, calling her "my lady," until she threatens to curtsy to him in return. Here we see the dichotomy of Rand al'Thor. He wields the power to level cities, yet he is utterly disarmed by the intricacies of courtship. They navigate a conversation that is as much a duel as a flirtation. Elaine forces him to say her name, stripping away the titles that serve as walls between them. When she asks if Egwene's rejection hurt, Rand admits the truth with a self-effacing honesty that Elaine finds endearing. He calls himself a fool, and Elaine, calculating yet smitten, seizes the ground. She realizes that if she moves too fast, he will retreat. But if she moves too slow, she remains just another foolish girl in his eyes. Rand tries to offer a gift. He attempts to use Saidin, the male half of the true source, to weave a flower from feathers for her. It is a heartbreaking moment of failure. He wants to create beauty, but the taint on the power and his own lack of control turn the feathers into a mess. He cannot be gentle. Masking his disappointment, he offers her a length of gold and silver cloth instead, a material gift to replace the magical one he could not master. Elaine, seeing with her heart rather than her eyes, keeps the bundle of feathers anyway. To her, the failed weave is more precious because of the intent behind it. The tension breaks when Elaine, driven by the knowledge that she must leave for Tanchico soon, pushes past propriety. She admits she is fond of him, a word that feels woefully inadequate to the thundering of her heart. When Rand, dense as the stone of the fortress they inhabit, fails to understand the gravity of her confession, she discards the subtle game of houses and simply asks him to kiss her. The kiss, when it comes, is a collision of worlds, the shepherd and the heir to the throne. It leaves Elaine breathless, her composure shattered. But even in this haze of romance, the spectre of politics and rivals looms. She warns him against Berelan, the predatory first of Mayene, staking her claim with a mixture of vulnerability and possessiveness. She tells him she is one who sees with her heart, not one who sees him as a bauble of power. As the moment settles, Gaul, the Aiel stone dog, interrupts. Elaine beats a hasty retreat, passing the Terran High Lords in the hallway. She leaves with her head high, feeling that she has successfully begun the hunt. She has staked her claim on the dragon, ignoring what her mother, Queen Morgis, might say. It is a pivotal moment of maturation for Elaine. She is stepping out of her mother's shadow and choosing her own destiny, however dangerous it may be. Inside the room, the atmosphere shifts instantly from romance to the crushing weight of rule. The High Lords, Sunaman, Maylan, and the rest, enter with their oil-slick courtesies. They are terrified of Rand, seeing the melted gold and burned furniture of his previous outbursts, yet they cannot help but try to manipulate him. Rand, however, has hardened. The shepherd is gone, replaced by a ruler who sees through their aristocratic greed. He demands tax cuts for the peasantry and orders grain to be sent to war-torn Cairhien and even to Ilion and Altara. The High Lords are scandalized by the idea of feeding their enemies or lowering their own revenues. They are stagnant, bound by tradition. We have always done it this way. While Rand, guided by a simple earthen morality, cuts through their sophistry. He orders them to seek a treaty with Mayene, not conquest. He is learning that being the Dragon Reborn requires him to be a force of nature, not just in battle, but in bureaucracy. He's forcing the world to change, dragging these recalcitrant nobles kicking and screaming into a new age. Elsewhere in the stone, Mat Cawthon is restless. The isolation is getting to him. The young lords avoid him, fearing his luck or his association with Rand, and he is left with only his winning streaks at dice and a growing sense of unease. He finds Egwene masking his worry with his usual facade of nonchalance. But beneath the surface, Mat is terrified. The holes in his memory, the legacy of the dagger and the healing, are gnawing at him. He feels the pattern pulling at his strings and hates it. He asks Egwene for advice, a rare moment of vulnerability for Mat. She tells him of a ter'angreal in the stone, a twisted red doorway that can answer 3 questions. She warns him of the dangers, of the steep price of frivolous questions. But the seed is planted. Mat swears up and down that he will never go near the thing, a promise that in the logic of the Wheel of Time guarantees he will do exactly that. It is the tragedy and comedy of Matrim Cawthon. He runs as fast as he can away from adventure, only to sprint directly into the jaws of destiny. Chapter 9. Decisions. 3 days suffocate the Stone of Tyr. A damp, oppressive heat saps the will of the Tyrans, turning the fortress into a lethargic hive. But for the Outlanders, time is not slowing down. It is racing. The tension is palpable, a physical weight matching the humidity. Mat finds his world shrinking. The servants and lords avoid him as if he carries a plague. He haunts the lower levels of the stone, staring at the door to the great holding where the ter'angreal lies, muttering denials to himself, yet drawn to it like a moth to a flame. He is trying to gamble his way through the anxiety in the port district, but the answers to the missing chunks of his life are calling to him from inside the stone. Egwene and Nynaeve, meanwhile, are caught in a frustrating limbo. Their interrogation of the Black Ajah prisoners, Joia and Amiko, yields only terrifying possibilities and stagnation. They are ready to leave for Tanchico to hunt the Black Ajah, but they are waiting on the turning of the wheel. Avienda, the Aiel maiden, has begun to bond with Egwene, bridging the cultural gap with shared humor and baffling Aiel logic, such as Avienda's belief that Elaine should simply challenge Berelaine to a knife fight to settle their dispute over Rand. It is a moment of levity amidst the gloom, highlighting the stark differences in how these women approach conflict. For Rand, the 3 days are a crucible. He is running out of time. He knows he must act, must move the pieces on the board before the Forsaken move against him. He is done with the High Lord's delays. In a scene of terrifying intensity, Rand confronts Melain and Sunamon regarding the treaty with Mayenne. When they offer excuses and delays, Rand's temper, fueled by the stress and the taint on Saidin, explodes. He seizes the power, incinerating the unsigned treaty in Melain's hands. He threatens to hang the High Lords 2 by 2 if they do not obey. It is a chilling display. This is not the hero of the stories who leads by inspiration alone. This is a desperate man wielding absolute power, terrified of his own capacity for violence. He realizes with horror that he means the threats. He is staring into the abyss of his own potential madness, using anger as a shield against the fear of what he is becoming. Left alone, he contemplates Kalendor, the crystal sword. It is a lure, a promise of ultimate power that could crush his enemies, but he knows it is also a trap. He studies the heron marks branded into his palms, the fulfillment of prophecy that marks him for death and destruction. He is trapped in a cage of destiny, and then she appears. Selene. The woman from the alternate worlds, the beauty who traveled with him, stands in his chamber, but the illusion is stripped away. She reveals herself not as a lost noblewoman, but as Lanfear, daughter of the night, one of the chosen, the Forsaken. This confrontation is a psychological masterstroke. Lanfear does not attack him with fire or lightning. She attacks him with the past and with temptation. She calls him Luz Therin, refusing to acknowledge him as Rand al'Thor. To her, he is merely the reincarnation of her former lover, the man she has claimed across the ages. She is possessive, arrogant, and terrifyingly confident. She drops the mask of her appearance, revealing her true form, a woman of such ripe, mature beauty that she makes Elaine and Egwene seem like children. She tells him that he was hers long before he ever saw anyone else. She plays on his ignorance, mocking his fumbling in the dark. She reveals that the other Forsaken, Samael, Ravin, Mogedion, fear him and will try to kill him, but she offers a different path. She claims the Dark One, the Great Lord, does not want Rand dead. He wants to exalt him. She paints a picture of them ruling the world together for eternity, wielding the true power, challenging even the Creator. She mentions 2 great Sangreal, far more powerful than Kalendor. That could be theirs. It is the ultimate Faustian bargain. Surrender a single knee to the shadow and gain the universe. Rand, to his credit, stands his ground. He clings to his identity as Rand al'Thor, rejecting the persona of Luz Therin, even as memories that are not his own bleed into his mind. He defiantly tells her he will fight the Dark One until his last breath. But Lanfear is unbothered. She sees his resistance as mere stubbornness, a lover's quarrel. She's playing a game of centuries, and she believes she holds all the cards. Suddenly, Rand's instincts scream. He pushes Lanfear aside, seizing Kalendor or trying to. But he doesn't need the sword. He embraces Saidin, and his sword of steel becomes a sword of fire. He spins to find a grey man, a soulless assassin of the shadow, lunging for him. The attack is abrupt and brutal. Rand cuts the assassin down, but the implication is terrifying. Lanfear did not send the assassin. She claims it is beneath her. This means the other Forsaken are already moving, striking at him even inside his safest stronghold. Lanfear watches him, amused. She tells him this was merely a testing. She has loosed him to defend himself, but the danger is far from over. Rand, breathless and adrenaline-fueled, realizes something is wrong. The Aiel guards outside his door should have stopped the assassin. He flings the door open, not onto the safety of the corridor, but onto a scene of madness. The sanctity of the stone has been breached, and the war for the soul of the Dragon Reborn has moved from the shadows into the light. Chapter 10. The Stone Stands. The High Lord's fortress, the Stone of Tyr, has long been a symbol of immutability, a monument to stability in a changing world. Yet, as we join Rand al'Thor, the Dragon Reborn, that stability has shattered into a cacophony of steel and screams. We find Rand standing amidst the carnage, the bodies of Aiel warriors entangled with men who appear ordinary, but for the violence of their end. These were assassins, and their presence signals that the shadow has found a way into the heart of the fortress. The atmosphere is thick with the copper scent of blood, and the unnatural dry decay of the shadow spawn. When Rand opens the door to the anteroom, the reality of the invasion washes over him. It is not merely men he fights, but the nightmares of childhood made flesh. Trollocs, towering bestial distortions of humanity and animal, stalk the gilded halls. They are engines of destruction, wielding spiked axes and scythe-like swords that defy practical smithing, weapons designed only for cruelty. Amidst them moves a Myrddraal, a Fade. Robert Jordan often uses the Fade to represent a primal, paralyzed fear. It moves like a viper, its maggot white skin and eyeless face radiating a terror that can freeze a brave man's heart. This is the psychological weapon of the Dark One. The gaze of the eyeless is fear itself. Rand, however, is encased in the void, the mental state of the Blade Master and the Channeler. He shouts the battle cry, "The stone stands!" It is a desperate rallying call, echoing the history of the fortress, an attempt to impose order on the chaos. But the defenders of the stone are breaking. They are facing myths, and their minds cannot reconcile the horror. We see a moment of pure martial prowess as Rand engages the Fade. This is a clash of two worlds. The Heron-mark blade, wrought by the One Power in the Age of Legends, against the dark steel of Thakandar, forged in the shadow of Shayol Ghul. The narrative highlights the corrosive nature of the shadow. The Fade's blade is not just sharp, it is toxic, a single scratch capable of festering into death. But Rand is the dragon. With a blow that shears through shadow steel, he decapitates the creature. Here, we see the symbiotic weakness of the shadow spawn. As the Fade dies, the Trollocs linked to it collapse in agony. It is a hive mind weakness, a singular flaw in the Dark One's design. As Rand pushes deeper into the fortress, we witness the chaotic swirl of battle. He catches glimpses of his allies, Moiraine Damodred and Lan Mandragoran. Moiraine is an avatar of destruction, wielding fire, while Lan moves through the forms of the sword with the fluid grace of water. They are a devastating unit, yet even they are nearly overwhelmed. The stone has become a slaughterhouse. Strangely, Rand witnesses Trollocs fighting Trollocs. It suggests a fracture in the Shadow's command structure, a hint that the Forsaken, the Chosen, are not united in their assault. This infighting saves Rand's life, allowing him a moment of respite before he encounters a danger far greater than a beast, Lanfear. She appears not as a monster, but as a beautiful young woman untouched by the gore around her. This is the insidious nature of the Forsaken. They cloak their evil in aesthetics. Lanfear, the daughter of the night, chides Rand for his crude methods. She offers him a partnership, a chance to rule not through struggle, but through absolute power. There is a terrifying psychological dynamic here. Lanfear treats Rand as a recalcitrant lover, a project to be molded. She speaks of the other Forsaken, Samael and Moghedien, as rivals, confirming that the shadow is consumed by internal politics. When Rand tries to restrain her with the One Power, she dismisses his flows with contemptuous ease. It serves as a stark reminder. Rand may be the dragon, but he is a child compared to those who mastered the power in the Age of Legends. She taunts him regarding Kalandor, the sword that is not a sword, urging him to claim it before another Forsaken does. Realizing the stakes, Rand abandons the skirmish and sprints for the heart of the stone. He must claim his birthright. When Rand finally grasps the crystal hilt of Kalandor, the narrative shifts from physical combat to metaphysical overload. The Sangreal amplifies the One Power 1,000-fold. The descriptions here are visceral. The power is not a gentle stream, but a crushing torrent of molten rock and freezing ice. The taint of the Dark One, that oil slick of madness coating the male half of the source, floods into him. He becomes a conduit for enough energy to crack the world. Empowered, Rand becomes a god of destruction. He does not fence with the remaining Shadowspawn. He obliterates them. He burns them from existence with weaves of fire that leave only scorched outlines on the marble. But fire is not enough. The madness, or perhaps the sheer overwhelming volume of the power, drives him to unleash something forbidden. He weaves a storm of lightning, not from the sky, but from the air within the halls. It is a chaotic, spinning vortex of death that seeks out Shadowspawn throughout the fortress. It is effective, but it is terrifying. Moraine and Lan watch him not with relief, but with horror. They see a man teetering on the brink of sanity, wielding a weapon that could undo reality. The tragedy of the Dragon Reborn is cemented in the aftermath. Rand finds a dead child, a victim of the assault. In his grief and godlike state, he attempts to use the One Power to force life back into her corpse. He manipulates her lungs, her heart, trying to play the creator. It is a heartbreaking scene that underscores the limits of the power. He can destroy armies, he can level mountains, but he cannot heal death. Moiraine's soft admonition, "You are not the creator," breaks the spell. Rand collapses, the adrenaline fading, leaving him with the crushing weight of the taint and the knowledge that he was too late. The chapter closes with the revelation of how the Shadowspawn entered, hidden in grain barges and wagons, a Trojan horse strategy that exploited Tyran complacency. But Rand's mind is already moving forward. He has survived the night, he has faced the Daughter of the Night, and he has wielded Kalandor. He resolves to take the initiative, knowing that to wait is to die. Chapter 11. What Lies Hidden. The perspective shifts to Egwene Alvera, offering a quieter, more cerebral tension. While Rand fights with a sword of crystal, Egwene fights with the mind. She sits in her chamber in the Stone of Tear, preparing to enter Teleran-Hyod, the world of dreams. We see here the immense bravery and perhaps the recklessness of youth. Egwene chooses to leave behind the twisted stone ring, the Terangriel that ensures safe passage into the dream, deciding instead to rely on her own latent abilities. She is attempting to force her evolution as a dreamer, a talent not seen in the White Tower for centuries. Her friends, Elaine and Nynaeve, watch over her, their anxiety palpable. This vigil highlights the bond between the three women, a sisterhood that often surpasses the formal structures of the Aes Sedai. Egwene uses a mental anchor to navigate the chaotic geography of the dream world, a visualization of the Panarch's palace in Tanchico. When she shifts into the dream, the transition is instantaneous. The description of Teleran-Hyod is rich with surreal clarity. In this world, the detail is sharper than reality, a hyper-real reflection of the waking world. She finds herself in the great hall of the palace, confronting a massive skeleton. Jordan fills this museum with artifacts that serve as Easter eggs for the reader, hints of the cyclic nature of time. There are bones of beasts that sound like giraffes or elephants, creatures of a different age. she sees a three-pointed star inside a circle, made of a material softer than metal. A subtle nod to a Mercedes-Benz emblem, a relic of our own time, the First Age, now an ancient curiosity in the Third Age. But the danger of the dream world is immediate. Egwene encounters a broken figurine, holding a crystal sphere. When she touches it, she is assaulted by a psychic backlash of pain. This object is a ter'angreal, likely damaged, and it serves as a warning. In the world of dreams, ignorance is fatal. Egwene's exploration of Tanchico reveals a city in decline. The dream reflection shows a metropolis that is physically decaying, rotting from the inside. This is not just urban blight. It is a manifestation of the spiritual and political corruption gripping Tarabon. The environment itself feels hostile, eating itself. As she attempts to investigate, Egwene's lack of control betrays her. In a blink, the scene shifts violently from the humid coast of Tanchico to the searing, arid heat of the Aiel Waste. This involuntary teleportation underscores the peril of being an untrained dreamer. Her subconscious mind is dragging her to places of significance, even if she doesn't understand why. In the waste, she encounters an Aiel woman. At first, Egwene assumes this is merely a dream phantom, a figment of her imagination. She tries to assert control, changing her own clothing to match the Aiel garb, the Kaidinzor. But the woman is real. This is Amy's, a wise one, and a master of the dream. The interaction that follows is a harsh lesson in humility. Amy's, affronted by this wetlander girl mimicking Aiel warrior dress, strips Egwene of her illusion, leaving her naked in the blistering sun. It is a shocking violation of Egwene's self-image, meant to teach her that in Tel'aran'rhiod, will and discipline are everything. Egwene manages to escape back to Tanchico, but the encounter leaves her shaken. Back in the dream city of Tanchico, Egwene attempts to fly, a common lucid dreaming technique, to cover more ground. She soars over the city, feeling the wind, a moment of freedom and power. But she is quickly grounded again by Amy's. The wise one has tracked her across the dream. This time, the confrontation is verbal and direct. Amy's reveals herself fully. She is of the 9 Valleys Sept of the Tardad Aiel. She recognizes Egwene's raw potential, but is horrified by her ignorance. To Amy's, Egwene is a toddler playing with a razor. Egwene tries to explain her mission. She is hunting the Black Ajah. This revelation stuns Amy's. The existence of Aes Sedai sworn to the shadow is a horror even the Aiel struggle to comprehend. However, Amy's delivers a grim diagnosis of Tanchico. The evil there is vast, something worse than mere men or women. It is a cancer upon the land. The chapter culminates in a summons that will change the trajectory of Egwene's life. Amy's refuses to help her in Tanchico, citing the danger and Egwene's incompetence. Instead, she issues a command. Egwene must travel to the Aiel Waste, to Coldrock's Hold. She must come to be trained. As Egwene is pulled back to the waking world by her friends, the message echoes in her mind. The White Tower has nothing left to teach her about dreaming. Her destiny lies to the east, in the harsh, unforgiving lands of the Aiel. She went to sleep looking for enemies in Tanchico, but she woke up with a calling to the threefold land. Chapter 12. Tanchico, or the Tower. The candle had burned low in the stone of Tyr, marking the passage of anxious hours. When Egwene Alvear finally stirred, breaking the surface of the world of dreams to return to the waking world, the relief in the room was palpable. It is a terrifying thing to watch a dreamer sleep, knowing their soul wanders a landscape where a nightmare can stop a heart as surely as a blade. Elaine and Nynaeve hovered, their exhaustion warring with concern, while Avienda, the Aiel woman whose presence had become a constant puzzle to them, watched with a guarded intensity. Egwene had not returned empty-handed, though her news was not of physical treasure. She had met a wise one in Tel'aran'rhiod, Amys. The name alone caused Avienda's composure to crack, revealing a deep, reverent fear. To the Wetlanders, Amys was a potential teacher. To Avienda, she was a figure of legendary hardness, a former maiden of the spear who had traded the weapon for the wisdom of dreams. Egwene's path was no longer toward Tanchico or Tar Valon, but into the Aiel Waste, to a place called Cold Rock's Hold, and then to Rhuidean. Here, the narrative exposes the vast cultural chasm between the Westlands and the Aiel Waste. As the women discuss Amys, the conversation shifts to the complex web of Aiel relationships. Avienda speaks of sister wives and first sisters, concepts that baffle the intricate propriety of Elaine and Nynaeve. We see a fascinating psychological mirror held up to the girls. When Avienda casually suggests that Elaine and Egwene, who love each other like sisters, should simply both marry Rand al'Thor rather than let a man divide them, the reaction is visceral shock. Yet beneath Elaine's flushed cheeks lies a seed of contemplation. The pattern is shifting the boundaries of what these women consider possible, challenging their societal programming with the pragmatic, if harsh, logic of the Waste. Egwene's resolve to enter the Waste is met with resistance from Nynaeve, whose instinct is always to protect, to control, and to heal. But Egwene is changing. The Amirlin seat set her on a hunt for the Black Ajah, but the pattern is pulling her toward a destiny that requires a strength the White Tower cannot teach. She speaks of an evil in Tanchico, something darker than mere men, but realizes she is ill-equipped to face it without the training Amys offers. It is a maturation point for Egwene. She admits her ignorance to gain power. The strategic planning is interrupted by Moiraine Damodred. The Aes Sedai brings the cold reality of their situation into the room. Joia and Amiko, the Black Ajah prisoners, are dead. Their throats cut, their tongues nailed to the doors. It is a brutal reminder of the Shadow's reach. The psychological impact on the girls is heavy. Even enemies deserve a cleaner end than that. Moiraine, ever the pragmatist, sees only the loss of information and the necessity of movement. Moiraine then reveals a letter delivered by the convoluted paths of the Aiel, addressed to her from the Wise Ones. It demands Avienda return to the Waste, specifically to Rhuidean. Avienda's reaction is a volatile mix of teenage rebellion and terrified awe. She claims the independence of a maiden of the spear, yet the weight of the Wise One's command presses on her Gieto, her sense of honor and obligation. Moiraine, manipulating the threads as always, notes that Rhuarc, the clan chief, agrees with the Wise Ones. Avienda is trapped by her own culture. She storms out, a warrior fleeing a destiny she does not understand. The Fellowship is fracturing. Nynaeve and Elaine will sail for Tanchico to hunt the Black Ajah. Egwene will travel into the harsh unknowns of the Waste. And Rand remains the eye of the storm, his intentions a mystery even to Moiraine. The chapter closes with the sense of a great scattering, the winds of time blowing the characters to the four corners of the map. Chapter 13. Rumors. The scene shifts to the Mall, the rough dock district of Tyr, where life spills out in a chaotic tapestry of gambling, drinking, and noise. Mat Cawthon sits amidst the din, a study in denial. He is drinking to forget the grey man who tried to kill him, forget the Trollocs, and most of all forget the pull of Ta'veren that drags him toward Rand al'Thor. Mat is the archetype of the reluctant hero, the trickster who wants nothing more than to survive and enjoy life, yet is constantly thwarted by the needs of the wheel. While sketching a doorway in spilt wine, a subconscious compulsion he angrily erases, Mat overhears a conversation that shatters his precarious peace. A merchant speaks of rumors from the Two Rivers, white cloaks. They are hunting the Dragon Reborn, and a man with yellow eyes. The psychological blow is precise. Mat can ignore danger to himself, can rationalize running away from the stone, but the threat to home, to Eamon's field, pierces his armor of indifference. Panic sets in, not for himself, but for the innocents he left behind. He confronts the merchant, his lethal competence flashing through his drunken facade before fleeing into the rainy night. He runs to Perrin Ibarra. He finds the blacksmith already packing. Perrin knows. The connection between them is unspoken but profound. They are two sides of a coin, one frantic energy, the other stoic resolve. Perrin intends to return home, not to fight a war he thinks he cannot win, but to offer himself up. He believes his death, his surrender to the White Cloaks for the crime of killing their kin, will buy safety for his family. It is a martyrdom born of guilt and a simple, tragic logic. Mat is torn. We see the internal war of the gambler. The odds are terrible. He wants to leave, to go anywhere but home to face White Cloaks. He lashes out at Perrin, at Rand, at the Aes Sedai. He tries to cling to his selfish persona, but the pattern has hooks in him deep. He leaves Perrin with a promise to look after his sisters, a hollow deflection. Wandering the halls, Mat encounters Berelain, the first of Mayene. He tries to distract himself with her beauty, but she looks through him as if he were furniture. The rejection stings, but it also highlights Mat's current state, unwashed, frantic, smelling of wine and fear. He tosses gold to a servant, calling himself the biggest fool in the world. He knows deep down that he cannot simply walk away. The coin is in the air, and he is waiting to see how it lands, terrified it will come up heads for duty. Chapter 14. Customs of Mayene. Perrin continues his grim preparations. The weight of his decision presses on him. He is preparing for his own execution, methodically packing his life away. But the Stone of Tyr is not done with him. Berelain glides into his room, bringing the scent of flowers and the predatory grace of a seasoned politician. Berelain is a fascinating contrast to the guileless Perrin. She uses her beauty as a weapon of statecraft. She knows Perrin is close to the Dragon Reborn, and she seeks to forge a connection physically if necessary. She disregards his discomfort, her ambition blinding her to the fact that she is dealing with a man who values fidelity above all else. She treats him like a puzzle to be solved or a piece on a board to be acquired. Then Fael enters. The dynamic explodes into a triangle of jealousy, misunderstanding, and cultural friction. Fael, a Chaldean noblewoman disguised as a hunter, operates on a wavelength of fiery passion and sharp edges. She sees Berelain not just as a romantic rival, but as an insult. Berelain, realizing she has stepped into a volatile situation, retreats, but not without a parting shot. She claims she always gets what she wants. Left alone, Perrin and Fael clash. This is one of the most painful interactions between them. Perrin, motivated by a suffocating protectiveness, tries to drive Fael away. He cannot bear the thought of her seeing him hang, or worse, being hurt by the White Cloaks because of him. He uses the truth like a bludgeon, telling her he's going home to die. But Fael hears only rejection. She tries to pivot, to turn his suicide mission into a grand adventure they can share, a story for a gleeman. She is desperate to stay by his side. Perrin, in his stubborn love, breaks her heart to save her life. He refuses her company. He tells her he might go to Mayene to be with Berelain later, a lie that tastes like ash in his mouth. Fael leaves devastated. In the hallway, the grief turns to rage. Fael corners Berelain. We see the clash of nations, Mayene's subtle maneuvering against Saldea's direct violence. Fael threatens to shave Berelain bald, a farm girl punishment delivered with aristocratic fury. Berelain, cornered, prepares to use Tyren assassin tactics. It is Rhuidean who intervenes, stepping in like a weary father separating squabbling children. He disarms them effortlessly, shaming them with the cool discipline of the Aiel. He sends Berelain to her room like a naughty child and confiscates Fael's knives. The scene serves to humble the high-stakes melodrama of the Wetlander nobles against the stark reality of the Aiel. Yet, as Fael walks away, she realizes Berelain swore an Ogier's oath to pursue Perrin. To Fael, this is a declaration of future war, but for now, she laughs. The game is still afoot, and she is not beaten yet. Chapter 15. Into the Doorway. Mat Cawthon descends into the bowels of the stone, into the great hold. He is driven by desperation and the fragmented memories of a life that shouldn't be his. He seeks the twisted redstone doorframe, a ter'angreal that Egwene mentioned. He doesn't understand it, but he needs answers. The atmosphere here changes. The dusty silence of the basement feels heavy, pressing. He steps through the twisted frame. The transition is violent, a rush of white light, a roar of sound, and then silence. He is in a place that defies geometry. The Hall of the Ylfin. Yellow spiraled columns rise into gloom. The air smells sharp and dry. The description here is vital lore. This is a pocket dimension, alien and ancient. He's met by a guide, a creature wrapped in yellow cloth, graceful and snake-like, with vertical slit pupils. The Finn are not human. They operate on a pact, an agreement old as time. No iron, no music, no light. Mat is led through corridors that curve incessantly, past windows looking out onto a strange, dim forest and silvery spires. The tension builds not through action, but through wrongness. The architecture, the silence, the lack of straight lines, it all screams that Mat has left the world of sanity. He is brought to a chamber with 3 pedestals. The Ylfin await. They speak in unison, their voices breathy and harsh, using the old tongue. They seem to taste the air around him, feeding on his sensations, his Ta'veren nature. They are agitated. Mat is not just a visitor, he is a strain on their reality. The savor of him is intense. Mat tries to ask his questions, but the encounter descends into chaos. He asks if he should go home. They tell him he must go to Rhuidean. Mat explodes in denial. Rhuidean is death, the waste is madness. But the answers come screaming at him as the room begins to shake, a great bell tolling the instability of the connection. To marry the daughter of the 9 moons, to die and live again, and live once more a part of what was. To give up half the light of the world to save the world. They are not riddles, but sentences. Before he can process the horror of these fates, marriage to a noble, death, blindness, he is physically thrown out. The Ylfin are terrified of him, or rather of the destiny clinging to him. He lands back in the dusty hold of the stone, reeling. He tries to re-enter, but the door is inert. Then Rand al'Thor steps out of the frame. The revelation that Rand was there too explains the Ylfin's panic. 2 strong Ta'veren in that fragile dimension at the same time nearly tore the fabric of the worlds apart. Rand holds his sword of fire, the power filling him. Moiraine appears moments later, furious at their recklessness. The dialogue that follows is a crucial exposition of lore. Moiraine confirms the nature of the ter'angreal. The answers given are true, but dangerous. The Ylfin feed on experiences and emotions. We learn that the old tongue is the language of interaction here. Rand is quiet, brooding on his own answers. Mat is defensive, trying to play the fool, but the prophecy of Rhuidean hangs over him like a shroud. He has been told he will die if he does not go to the waste. The pattern has checkmated him. He can run from the White Cloaks, he can run from the stone, but he cannot run from Rhuidean. The chapter ends with the grim realization of inevitability. The boys from the 2 rivers are being forged into weapons, and the hammering is becoming unbearable. Mat stands in the dust, the echo of Rhuidean ringing in his ears, knowing that his luck has finally led him to a game he cannot cheat. Chapter 16. Leave-takings. Perrin Aybara awoke not to peace, but to the grey transition between darkness and dawn. The physical toll of the previous night's battle lingered in his stiff, bruised shoulder, but the mental toll was far heavier. His sleep had been a battlefield of its own, plagued by nightmares where the White Cloaks, those zealots of the light who saw shadow in everything, were hanging him. Yet in the cruel logic of dreams, the horror was not his own death, but the presence of Fael. She was there, watching, sometimes screaming as he died, sometimes smiling with a terrible satisfaction. It is a harsh window into Perrin's psyche. He is a man driven by a protective instinct so fierce it borders on self-destruction, terrified that his presence brings only pain to the woman he loves. The stone of Tyr itself was waking up to the aftermath of violence. As Perrin moved through the corridors, the evidence of the Trolloc attack was being scrubbed away by an army of servants. The Magier, the head of the domestic staff, commanded her people like a general, determined to erase the violation of the stone. Yet, beneath the smell of wax and lemon polish, the sharp, metallic tang of human blood, and the fetid, acrid stench of Trolloc and Myrddraal ichor remained. It is a reminder that while the physical stains can be washed away, the memory of the shadow's touch lingers. Perrin sought out Loial, the Ogier whose gentle soul was often at odds with the violence swirling around the tavern. Loial's room was built for Ogier dimensions, vast and high, yet currently filled with something unexpected. Flowers, banks of them in every color, filling the air with perfume. They were gifts from the women of the stone, tokens of gratitude for Loial's bravery in holding a door against the shadow spawn to protect children. Here we see the contrast that defines Loial, a creature who longs only to write history and sing to trees, yet possesses the strength to hold back the dark. He sat amidst his books, nursing a pipe and a bumped head, anxious about his mother finding him and dragging him back to the steading to marry. But the tranquility was a ruse. Fael was there, hiding amidst the blossoms. The tension that followed was a complex dance of love and stubbornness. Perrin, driven by his fear of the White Cloaks hunting him in the two rivers, intended to leave Fael behind for her safety. He needed Loial to guide him through the ways, those rotting, dangerous magical passages that could cut weeks off their journey. But Fael, as astute as she was fierce, had outmaneuvered him. She had extracted a promise from Loial to take her into the ways, binding the Ogier with the immense weight of his word. When Perrin tried to insist on leaving her, Fael revealed her trap. Loial had sworn to take her. To an Ogier, an oath is binding than iron. Fael had weaponized Loial's honor to ensure she would not be left behind. It was a moment of manipulation, yes, but born of a loyalty that matched Perrin's own. Perrin, stubborn as the anvil he once worked, refused to ask her to come, and she refused to come unless asked. It was a standoff of two people who loved each other too much to yield, neither willing to admit that their fear was for the other. As Perrin stormed out, resolved to travel alone if need be, he encountered Gaul. The Ailman offered a different kind of loyalty. Despite Rand's request for silence, Gaul intended to follow Perrin to the two rivers. There is a profound simplicity in the Aiel code. Gaul did not ask for permission, nor did he fear the danger. He simply stated that death comes for all men. For Perrin, having a stone dog of the Aiel at his back changed the equation. He would not be going into the darkness alone. Elsewhere in the stone, the three accepted, Egwene, Nynaeve, and Elaine, were preparing for their own departures. They were dividing gold provided by Moiraine, packing their meager belongings for journeys that would take them to opposite ends of the world. Egwene was bound for the Aiel Waste, a land of harsh heat and harsher customs, while Nynaeve and Elaine were headed for Tanchico, a city actively falling into chaos. The tension in the room shattered when Landman Dragoran burst in. The warder, usually a man of stone-faced reserve, was visibly shaken. He had discovered Nynaeve's plan to leave for Tanchico, a place too dangerous for accepted without protection. For the first time, we see the cracks in Lan's armor. He was not just a warder concerned for an ally. He was a man terrified for the woman he loved. He offered to go with her to protect her, even hesitating as he struggled with the implications of his duty to Moiraine. But Nynaeve, possessing a letter from the Aiel seat that gave her absolute authority, refused him. She would not let him break his oath to Moiraine. In a moment of raw emotion, the stoic warder swept Nynaeve into a kiss that left her breathless and the other women stunned. It was a farewell, a warning, and a declaration. He told her that she had made flowers grow where he had cultivated only dust and stone. It is a heartbreaking admission from the uncrowned king of Malkia, a man pledged to death, finally admitting he has found a reason to live, only to be forced to watch her walk into danger. Chapter 17. Deceptions. The narrative shifts to the masters of the game of houses. Tom Merrilin, the bard who was once the lover of a queen, moved through the corridors of the stone with a limp and a weary heart. He was juggling for the servants, but his true performance was the spreading of rumors. With a word here and a raised eyebrow there, he planted seeds of doubt about the High Lords and seeds of loyalty toward the Dragon Reborn. He was exhausted, an old man playing a young man's lethal game, dreaming of a quiet retirement on a farm with chickens. But the wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and retirement was not in his pattern. Upon returning to his room, Tom found Moiraine Damodred waiting. The Aes Sedai sat calmly, having invaded his sanctuary, and she proceeded to dismantle his defenses with the precision of a surgeon. She knew his secrets. She knew of his past with Queen Morgus, and more devastatingly, she knew about his nephew Owen. Owen had been a man who could channel a crime punishable by gentling, the severing of a man from the one power. Moiraine revealed that she knew the names of the Red Ajah sisters, who had not only gentled Owen, but left him to the mercy of a mob, leading to his death. This is the tragedy that drove Tom away from the White Tower and into his life of wandering. Moiraine offered him a trade, cold and calculated. If Tom agreed to go to Tanchico to protect Elaine and Nynaeve, she would give him the names of the women responsible for Owen's suffering. It was manipulation of the highest order. Moiraine knew that Tom's love for Elaine, whom he viewed almost as a daughter, combined with his desire for vengeance, would be irresistible. Tom, trapped between his grief and his protective nature, agreed. He was a player of the great game, but against an Aes Sedai like Moiraine, he was merely another piece on the board. Outside the intrigue of the stone, Min Farshaw was fighting a battle of identity. Disguised as Elmindrada, a vapid, flighty woman with more hair than sense, she navigated the tower grounds. It was a mask she hated, forced upon her to hide her true connection to the Aiel seat and the Dragon Reborn. While maintaining this exhausting charade, she encountered Garwin and Galad. The two princes of Andor were desperate for news of their sister Elaine and Egwene. Here, the text offers a chilling glimpse into the future. Galad, the incredibly beautiful and morally rigid half-brother, was reading The Way of the Light, a book of white cloak philosophy. He spoke in defense of their ideals, unaware or unconcerned by their fanaticism. It is a subtle foreshadowing. Galad's obsession with doing what is right makes him vulnerable to an ideology that sees the world in stark black and white, with no room for grey. Min's unique talent, the ability to see auras and images around people, flared to life when she saw Logain. The former false dragon, now gentled and broken, wandered the grounds in despair. Yet Min saw a halo of gold and blue glory around him. It was a paradox. How could a man stripped of the power, destined to rot in depression, have a future of glory? It was a viewing that defied logic, suggesting that the pattern was far from done with Logain Ablar. Min rushed this information to the Aiel seat, Siwan Sanche. In the privacy of the Emerlin's study, the mask of Elmindrada dropped, revealing the sharp, practical Min. But Siwan was burdened by news far heavier than Min's viewings. The world was unraveling. Siwan revealed that Mazrim Taim, another false dragon, had escaped captivity, likely freed by his followers. The Black Ajah was active, sisters were dead, and chaos was spreading from the borderlands to the innocent villages. But amidst the darkness, there was a singular blinding light. Rand al'Thor had taken the Stone of Tyr. He held Kalandor. The prophecy was fulfilled. The dragon was reborn, not just in rumor, but in undeniable fact. Siwan Sanche, a woman who had spent her life secretly guiding this moment, now prepared to drag the White Tower into the future, willing or not. She planned to convene the Hall of the Tower and declare their support for Rand, a gamble that could shatter the Aes Sedai as easily as it could save the world. She viewed Rand not as a monster to be caged, but as a wolfhound. Dangerous, yes, but necessary to fight the wolves of the shadow. The chapter closes with a scene of visceral horror that underscores the stakes of these deceptions. Sarah Covenry, a novice who had been sent away from the tower to work on a farm, was hoeing vegetables in the quiet morning. She was a minor player, a girl who knew almost nothing. But the shadow is thorough. An Aes Sedai appeared, a woman whose face was shadowed, her demeanor cold. She demanded to know about Elmindrada, the woman Sarah had escorted to the Emerlin. Sarah, terrified and confused, admitted she knew only that the woman had spoken to Lord Garwin. It was a trivial detail, but to the Black Ajah, every thread is worth pulling. The scene ends not with the comfort of the light, but with the brutality of the shadow. The Aes Sedai used the One Power not to heal or protect, but to torture. Sahara's screams went unanswered, lost in the isolation of the farm. When the Aes Sedai left, silence returned, leaving only the chickens scratching in the dirt near a dead girl. It is a stark, brutal reminder that while Rand fights for the world and Siwan plots for the tower, the enemy is already inside the gates, and they are merciless. Chapter 18. Into the Ways. The morning sun bleeds heat through the narrow arrow slits of the Stone of Tyr, illuminating a room that already feels abandoned. Perrin Ibarra stands amidst the lingering scent of his own presence, yet the space feels hollow, rejecting him as he prepares to reject the safety of the fortress. He secures his axe, a weapon he loathes for its bloody necessity, and his hammer, the tool of creation he craves, to his waist and saddlebags. This dichotomy, the destroyer and the builder, weighs as heavily on his soul as the iron does on his belt. He is a man attempting to uproot himself before he can be claimed, driven by a desperate need to return to the Two Rivers, to a home that may no longer exist as he remembers it. Outside the room, Gaul, the Aiel stone dog, waits with the stillness of a predator. The conversation that passes between them is brief and laced with the stoicism of their respective cultures. Gaul reveals that no army of Aiel will be coming to rescue Perrin's homeland. The spears have grown weary of the wetlands, a place where the air feels like breathing water. Perrin is left with the crushing realization that he is essentially alone. The disappointment is sharp, a physical pang, but Perrin possesses the pragmatism of a blacksmith. When the iron splits on the anvil, one does not weep. One simply heats the metal and strikes again. He prepares to face the White Cloaks with nothing but his own grit and a single Aiel friend. However, the pattern weaves as it wills, often disregarding the plans of men. In the cavernous stables of the stone, amidst the scent of hay and the nervous energy of Tyren Destrias, Perrin finds his solitude shattered. Fael is there. She is not only prepared to follow him, but has enlisted Loyal the Ogier and 2 Aiel maidens of the Spear, Bane and Chiad. The dynamic here shifts from tragic isolation to a complex web of cultural obligations. Gaul explains that the maidens are accompanying File not for war, but because they are fascinated by the drama between the falcon and the wolf. To the Aiel, the stubborn romance and conflict between Perrin and Fale is a source of immense entertainment, a sharp contrast to the deadly seriousness with which Perrin views his mission. Loial's presence is driven by loyalty and the necessity of navigating the ways, while Fale's presence is an act of defiance. She refuses to be left behind, her devotion manifesting as a challenge to Perrin's protective instincts. As they mount their horses, the tension is palpable. Perrin is furious, terrified for their safety, and trapped by his own inability to ask for help. Then the world screams. The Stone of Tyr shudders violently, a massive tremor that sends horses rearing and grooms scrambling. This is no ordinary earthquake. It is a bubble of evil, a ripple in reality caused by the presence of the Dragon Reborn. Perrin feels a visceral magnetic pull dragging him back toward the heart of the fortress. It is the Tavern pull of Rand al-Thor, a whirlpool of destiny trying to keep its threads together. Perrin fights it with every ounce of his will, shaking his head, denying the weave of the pattern that demands he stay. They gallop out of the fortress, riding hard until the crushing gravity of the dragon's influence fades into the rolling grasslands of Tyr. As they put distance between themselves and the city, the landscape shifts to the open hills, dotted with herds of horses. Here, Loial's mood darkens. They have arrived at the site of a lost Ogier grove, where once stood great trees towering hundreds of spans into the air, visible symbols of the Ogier's love for life and growth. Now there is only grass. Loial's grief serves as a poignant reminder of the degradation of this world. History is being eroded, forgotten, and paved over. He locates the waygate, hidden to human eyes but singing to the Ogier senses. It stands like a piece of a palace wall, overgrown and ancient, carved with intricate leaves. When Loial places his hand on the trefoil leaf of Avendesora, the gate opens, revealing not the hillside behind it, but a dull, shimmering barrier. The transition is jarring. They step from the sun-drenched, horse-dotted hills into the rotting, oppressive darkness of the ways. The temperature plummets, and the air smells of stagnation. Perrin, still seething at File's maneuvering, rides into the black, determined to lead even into this decay, marking the beginning of a journey that will strip away his reluctance and forge him into something harder, much like the iron he understands so well. Chapter 19. The Wave Dancer. The narrative shifts from the claustrophobic darkness of the ways to the salt spray and sunlight of the Tyran docks. Elaine Trakand and Nynaeve Almayara descend from a carriage, their interaction immediately highlighting the friction between their backgrounds. Elaine, the daughter heir of Andor, tips the driver generously, viewing wealth as a tool to ensure loyalty and service. Nynaeve, the former wisdom of Aemon's Field, scolds her for the extravagance. It is a clash of worldviews, the noble obligation to provide versus the village prudence of conserving resources. They navigate the bustling docks, a sensory overload of tar, spices, and rotting fish, until they reach the Wave Dancer. The ship is a raker of the Athar an Mir, the sea folk, a vessel of speed and grace that dwarfs the rivercraft around it. The culture of the sea folk is immediately distinct, exotic, insular, and proud. The crew, both men and women, work bare-chested and adorned with heavy gold chains and piercings, moving with a rolling rhythm that mimics the ocean itself. Elaine and Nynaeve are greeted by Coin Din Jubai, the sailmistress, and her sister Jorin, the windfinder. The hierarchy here is matriarchal and rigid, yet fluid in ways the landsmen do not understand. They are invited into the captain's cabin, a space of lacquered wood and gimbaled lamps. A striking detail stands out in the room, a Shon-Chan helmet displayed like a trophy. It is a grim artifact, a reminder of the invasion at Falme, signaling that the sea folk are not merely traders, but warriors who have already brushed against the returning threats of the age. The negotiation for passage to Tanchico begins poorly. Nynaeve, abandoning the subtle tact of the Aes Sedai, attempts to use blunt force and bribery. She offers a letter of rights containing a staggering sum of gold, enough to buy a small town. To her shock, the sail mistress is unmoved. The sea folk cannot be bought. Their trade routes and traditions are more valuable than gold. But the dynamic changes instantly when the reason for the journey is revealed. The conversation pivots to the events at the Stone of Tyr. The sailmistress mentions the fall of the fortress and the rumors of the One Power. When Elaine confirms that Rand al'Thor is the Dragon Reborn, the sea folk women do not recoil in fear as most wetlanders would. Instead, they speak of the Jendai prophecy. They are not waiting for the dragon, they are waiting for the Coromor. This is a profound expansion of the lore. It reveals that the prophecies surrounding the Champion of the Light are global, interpreted through the lens of each culture. To the sea folk, the Coromor is the chosen one who will bind them to him, and whom they must serve. The revelation recontextualizes the Aes Sedai's status. They are no longer commanding authority figures in the eyes of Coin and Jorin, but rather fellow servants of the Coromor. Because the Aes Sedai serve the Coromor, and because they hunt the Black Ajah, enemies of the light, the sailmistress agrees to change her course. The decision overrides the protests of her husband, the cargo master, illustrating the absolute authority of the sailmistress over the ship's direction, while the trade remains the domain of the husband. It is a complex social balance, disrupted only by the higher calling of prophecy. As the bargain is struck, the same shockwave that nearly unhorsed Perrin in the previous chapter slams into the wave dancer. The ship bucks violently against the dock, the bubble of evil rippling out from the stone and touching every thread in the pattern. It is a reminder that no matter how far they sail or into which dark dimension they flee, the awakening of the Dragon Reborn has fundamentally altered the stability of the world. The pieces are moving, the board is shaking, and the sea folk prepare to cast off, bound for Tanchico and a destiny interwoven with the Coromor. Chapter 20. Winds Rising. The chaos of the docks in Tyr serves as a tumultuous backdrop for departure, a physical manifestation of the upheaval the Dragon Reborn has unleashed upon the world. We find Elaine Trakand and Nynaeve Almiara scrambling aboard the Seafolk Raker, Wave Dancer. The vessel rocks, not merely from the restless tides of the river Erinin, but from the aftershocks of Rand al'Thor's power. Even the great stone of Tyr, that mountainous fortress of immutability, seems to hold its breath in the distance, birds swirling in confusion around its summit. There is a distinct psychological friction here. Elaine, ever the diplomat, worries for Rand, sensing his hand in the tremors. Nynaeve, conversely, masks her concern with characteristic prickly irritation. To her, this earthquake is just another example of a man letting his emotions run wild, a messy lack of discipline. It is a defense mechanism she wears like armor. If she can be angry at his recklessness, she does not have to be terrified for his soul. On the deck, amidst the organized frenzy of the Athan Mir crew, the women encounter two familiar yet unexpected figures. Tom Merrilin, the white-haired gleeman, and Julin Sandar, the Tyren thief-catcher. They stand with a stiff reticence, men out of their element but bound by duty. They have been sent by others, Julin by Lan and Rand, Tom by Moiraine, to act as protectors. It creates a fascinating dynamic of gender and power. The women are capable channelers, yet the men in their lives, driven by the protective instincts of their age and station, insist on wrapping them in wool. There is a negotiation of agency here. Nynaeve bristles at the idea of being sent after, like a lost child, her pride warring with the pragmatic need for allies. Elaine, observing more keenly, notes the subtle interplay. She sees Tom's familiarity, a ghost of a memory she cannot quite place, and Julin's professional competence. Ultimately, the women accept their escort, but strictly on their own terms. Nynaeve's condition that the men obey orders re-establishes the hierarchy. They may be guarded, but they will not be led. As Wave Dancer casts off, the narrative shifts from the claustrophobia of the docks to the sweeping freedom of the river. The journey down the Erenin offers a rare moment of respite. We see the landscape of Tyr sliding by, bleak, lonely farmhouses, and the utter absence of villages, a testament to the High Lord's oppressive tax laws designed to crush competition for the capital. It is a landscape of enforced solitude. The transition to the Delta, the Fingers of the Dragon, brings a change in atmosphere. The world becomes a maze of reeds and waterways, a liminal space between the order of the land and the chaos of the sea. The Tyren pilot, a symbol of bureaucratic necessity, is practically useless here, anxious and out of his depth, while the sea folk navigate with an instinctual, almost spiritual confidence. When they finally reach the open ocean, the pilot is discarded, and the sea folk reveal their true nature. The women of the crew stripped to the waist, a cultural shock that sends the conservative Julin Sandar fleeing below decks. But for Elaine, it is a lesson in relativity. Customs are fluid. What is scandalous in Andor is utility on the sea of storms. A poignant moment arises between Elaine and Tom at the rail. Watching dolphins frolic in the bow wave, they speak of freedom and history. Tom, the bard and historian, offers a melancholic insight into the nature of truth. He speaks of the erosion of facts over time, how heroes become legends and legends become myths until the original truth is lost entirely. He posits that in 2,000 years, Rand might be forgotten, and Elaine herself remembered as the hero. It is a sobering meditation on legacy. We see Elaine struggling to place Tom's face, his laughter sparking a memory of the royal palace in Caemlyn. But the realization remains just out of reach. The chapter closes with a revelation of secret power. Elaine senses channeling, not from the Aes Sedai, but from Jorin, the ship's windfinder. Standing bare-chested in the wind, Jorin weaves thick flows of air and water, manipulating the very elements to speed the ship. This is a crucial piece of world-building. The White Tower does not hold a monopoly on the One Power, and the Sea Folk guard their abilities jealously to maintain their independence. In a quiet confession, Jorin explains the Sea Folk philosophy. The ship is not a she, as landsmen say, but a he, a living thing with a man's heart that must be loved and cared for, or he will turn on you. It is a metaphor for the delicate balance of their existence. Through Jorin's weaving, the Wave Dancer is set to reach Tanchico in a miraculous 10 days, moving with a supernatural speed that binds Elaine and the Windfinder in a pact of shared secrecy and mutual respect. Chapter 21. Into the Heart. The scene shifts dramatically from the open air of the sea to the suffocating opulence of the Stone of Tyr. We enter the great chamber of the Heart of the Stone, a place of red stone columns and golden lamps, now filled with the nervous murmurs of the Tyren nobility. The atmosphere is thick with tension and the scent of fear. Moiraine Damodred moves through this crowd with the grace of a shark in a koi pond. Her internal monologue reveals the burden of the puppet master. She is irritated by Lan's absence, feeling the tug of the bond and the loosening of her control over him as Nynaeve's influence grows. She observes the High Lords and Ladies, dissecting their petty intrigues with a weary expertise. She sees Lady Altima, a schemer of the highest order, and recognizes a threat that needs neutralizing. Moiraine is constantly calculating, balancing the fate of the world against the fragile egos of nobles and the stubbornness of the Dragon Reborn. Beside her, Egwene Alvera represents the new generation of power, still learning to navigate these waters. She is critical of Rand, yet protective, frustrated by his silence and his seemingly erratic behavior. There is a tragic irony in their perception of Rand. They see his distance as stubbornness, failing to fully grasp the crushing weight of the destiny he is trying to shoulder alone. The arrival of the Dragon Reborn silences the room. Rand enters not as a Tyren noble, but as a conqueror, flanked by 100 veiled Aiel. The visual contrast is stark. The silks and velvets of the Tyrens against the lethal, desert-hardened pragmatism of the Aiel. Rand carries Callandor, the crystal sword, cradled in his arm, a reminder of his divine mandate and his capacity for destruction. What follows is a masterclass in political maneuvering, revealing just how much Rand has learned from the game of houses. He addresses the High Lords with a terrifying joviality. He announces a treaty with Mayene, casually mentioning that the High Lord Sunamon has guaranteed it with his life. It is a joke that is not a joke, a tyrant's humor that turns Sunamon's blood to ice. Then comes the misdirection. The Tyrens, eager for glory and plunder, scream for war against their ancient enemy, Ilion. Rand lets them cheer, lets them believe their bloodlust will be sated, before pulling the rug out from under them. He declares that the armies will march not to Ilion, but to Carrion, and they will not go to conquer, but to feed the starving and restore order. It is a stunning subversion of expectation. Rand is deploying the Tyren rivals, Malin, Torreon, and others, sending them far away to a war-torn land where their ambition will be tied up in logistics and pacification. He assigns the scheming Lady Altama to oversee food distribution, a task that requires a woman's heart, effectively neutering her political venom by burying her in humanitarian work. He plays the nobles against each other with surgical precision, all while holding the moral high ground. Egwene and Moiraine watch, stunned. They expected a bludgeon, and Rand used a scalpel. But the true climax of the chapter is symbolic. The crowd, confused and cowed, watches as Rand steps to the center of the heart. He holds Callandor aloft, the blade blazing with the one power, and drives it down into the floor stones. The stone of Tyr trembles, a physical echo of the dragon's will. He leaves the sword there. This act is profound. Callandor is a sa'angreal of immense power, yet Rand abandons it. He tells the gathered nobles that it will stay there until he returns, a silent sentinel and a promise. It is a political anchor, reminder of who rules here even in his absence, but it is also a trap. As he explains later to Moiraine and Egwene, the sword is warded. Any man who tries to take it, to usurp his place, will trigger a trap fueled by the power itself. He has turned the sword that is not a sword into a test of legitimacy. In the aftermath, as Rand marches out with his Aiel guard, Moiraine and Egwene scramble to catch up. The conversation that follows reveals the heavy toll this leadership takes on him. Rand reminisces about the simplicity of his life in the Two Rivers, of swimming and shearing sheep, contrasting that innocence with the man who now sentences nobles to potential hanging with a smile. He is hardening, calcifying under the pressure. He admits that Callandor tempts him to believe he can do anything, and that leaving it behind is a way to save himself from his own hubris. Finally, the destination is revealed. Rand is not going to war in Carrion. He is not staying to rule Tyr. He drops a single name that shatters Moiraine's assumptions, Rhuidean. He is going into the Aiel Waste. He is following a path laid out by prophecy, but one that terrifyingly diverges from Moiraine's careful plans. The chapter ends with the realization that the dragon is no longer a piece on the board to be moved by Aes Sedai hands. He is playing his own game, walking a knife's edge between salvation and madness, heading into the unknown desert to find a people who veil their faces and kill as easily as they breathe. Chapter 22. Out of the Stone. The sun hangs high and white, obscured by clouds that offer a mercy of shade to the city of Tyr, as a strange procession begins to snake its way out of the stone. There is no fanfare here, no trumpets or criers to announce the departure of the Dragon Reborn. Rand al'Thor prefers the quiet, for silence offers a fleeting illusion of freedom. The citizens of Tyr, however, are not blind. They spot the movement, the impossible sight of the Aiel, the desert warriors who had seized their impregnable fortress in a single night, now marching 4 abreast in disciplined columns. The people scramble to rooftops and hang from windows, a mixture of awe and terror rippling through the crowd. They count the spears, realizing the numbers are too few to have taken the stone, which only deepens the mystery of the thousands who must remain within. At the head of this column rides Rand. He has stripped away the trappings of a lord, riding in shirt sleeves on a magnificent dappled stallion. To the watching Tyrens, he is an anomaly, a man rich enough to ride a beast of noble blood, yet dressed like a commoner, perhaps a groom leading a master's mount. They do not cheer for him. The hushed whispers are reserved for the Aiel and for the Aes Sedai and Warder who trail behind him. Rand relishes this anonymity. For a few precious moments, he isn't the breaker of the world or a ruler of nations. He is just a man feeling the breeze, trying to forget the sensation of the heron brands seared into his palms. It is a psychological retreat, a necessary dissociation before the weight of prophecy crushes him again. Egwene Alvear rides beside him, bringing with her the moral questioning that tethers Rand to his Two Rivers roots. She asks if it was right to let the Aiel loot the stone. We see here the clash of cultures that defines so much of this era. The Aiel have taken their 1/5 of the spoils of a conquered hold, a custom as natural to them as breathing. To Egwene, it looks like theft. To Rand, who is slowly hardening into a general, it is simply the price of loyalty and the way of the world. He notes that the Tyren High Lords would have taken everything, down to the carts to haul it away. He is beginning to see the world not in black and white, but in shades of necessity. The stallion Rand rides is named Jedian, or True Finder, in the old tongue. It is a name borrowed from the stories of Jane Farstrider, a boyish fancy that betrays the tragedy of Rand's existence. He chose the name because the horse in the book could always find its way home. Rand knows, with a heavy heart, that there is likely no home for him to return to, but the name is a quiet prayer for a peace he does not expect to find. The party moves through the countryside, passing the destitute farms of the Tyren peasantry. The poverty is grinding and oppressive, a stark contrast to the gold within the stone. Rand feels the urge to fix it, the pull of the obligation to protect and provide, but he suppresses it. He has learned the hard lesson of leadership. You cannot save everyone, and certainly not all at once. His eyes must remain fixed on a more terrifying horizon. The tension spikes when Rand finally reveals his plan to Moiraine and the others. He intends to use a portal stone. The reaction is visceral, particularly from Mat Cawthon. Mat, who usually masks his fears with a grin and a tumble of dice, is genuinely terrified. He remembers their last journey through the stones, the flickering alternate lives, the sensation of dying 1,000 times. His terror is palpable, yet, in true Mat fashion, he refuses to be left behind. It is a complex mix of loyalty, the pull of being Ta'veren, and perhaps a fatalistic curiosity. He complains, he groans, but he stays. They arrive at an ancient site, a place that was once an osier grove, but is now a collection of barren hills. Here we see the degradation of the world since the breaking. What was once a sanctuary of trees is now grass and dirt. But the Aiel, with their hunter's eyes, locate the object of Rand's search, a weathered column of grey stone, covered in symbols worn down by ages of wind and rain. This is the portal stone. Rand stands before it, and we see the sheer precipice of risk he is willing to walk. He does not have the massive Sangreal Calendor. He left it in the stone to serve as a beacon and a reminder. Instead, he holds a small, fat little man carved of green stone, a simple angreal he found in the great holding. It is powerful, but is it powerful enough to transport hundreds of Aiel horses and mules across the fabric of reality? Moiraine warns him, her cool facade cracking just enough to show her fear that he might rip the pattern itself apart. But Rand is done with caution. He needs speed. He needs to outrun the shadow. He gathers the source, that raging river of Sidin tainted with the Dark One's oily filth. He pours it into the stone, battling the nausea and the overwhelming weight of the power. He is forcing the universe to bend to his will, a singular point of will against the weave of time. The world flickers, and then it winks out. Chapter 23. Beyond the stone. The transition is not gentle. Reality lurches and Egwene stumbles as the ground shifts beneath her. The air that hits them is not the humid warmth of Tyr, but the dry, oven-like blast of a desert furnace. They have arrived in the waste. The sensory shift is immediate and violent. The sun is a hammer, the air shimmers with heat, and the landscape is a broken expanse of jagged mountains that look as though they were carved by a mad giant. Yet below them in the valley lies an impossibility, a massive bank of fog, rolling and billowing under the scorching sun, hiding the ruins of a city. Rhuidean. Rand is on his knees, gasping, drained to his very marrow. The angreal was barely enough. In his hand, the small green statue has driven its sword point into his palm, drawing blood, a physical manifestation of the price of power. Moiraine is furious, her composure lost in the face of his recklessness, but Rand is defiant. He is cold, distant, pushing away her healing and her scolding. He is asserting his independence, no longer the puppet of the White Tower. But they are not alone. Two massive Aiel camps flank the mountain slope, tension vibrating between them like a drawn bowstring, and waiting for them, calm as the stones themselves, are the Wise Ones. Amys, Bear, Siana, and Melaine stand with the authority of queens. They expected this. They have walked the dreams and seen the possibilities. This confirms the terrifying reality of prophecy in this world. Free will exists, but it is hemmed in by the visions of the dreamers. The political fracture of the Aiel is immediately apparent. Rue Ark is greeted by Herne of the Jindo Sept, but challenged by Couladin of the Shido. Couladin is a man consumed by ambition, a firebrand who sees glory where others see duty. He demands the right to enter Rhuidean, to become clan chief, but the Wise Ones shut him down with a word. They see the flaw in him, the rot of personal glory-seeking. Then comes the moment that shifts the ground, as surely as the portal stone did. Rand steps forward and invokes the ancient rites. He claims the right to enter Rhuidean by blood. When he speaks, stating his mother was Aiel, the Wise Ones correct him with a truth that shakes the foundation of his identity. Not your mother, your father. For Rand, who was raised by Tam Althor, this is a confused tangle of heritage. But for the Aiel, it changes everything. He is of their blood. He is the child of the maiden who wedded the clan chief Janduin. Despite the outrage of Couladin, the Wise Ones grant Rand permission. And then, Mat steps up. It is a moment of absurdity and bravery. Mat Cawthon, the trickster, the rogue, asks to go where only the chosen dare tread. Couladin, enraged by this wetlander mockery, attacks. But the Wise Ones are not merely old women. They wield the one power. They blast Couladin back, revealing themselves to Egwene and Moiraine as channelers of formidable strength. They act not as Aes Sedai, but as absolute authorities of the Waste. Though it is forbidden, the Wise Ones see the pattern shifting. They allow Mat to go, warning him that he enters the land of the dead. He must go without water, without food, and without weapons. The stripping of Mat's weapons is a ritual in itself. He produces knife after knife, from sleeves, boots, and neck, a walking armory. It provides a moment of grim levity, but the underlying tone is funereal. Rand and Mat walk down the mountain toward the fog, two young men marching into the throat of history, looking small and fragile against the vast, uncaring landscape. With the men gone, the narrative shifts to the women, and the scene becomes an intimate exploration of Aiel culture and the burden of destiny. Avienda, the fierce maiden of the spear, is called forward. She is terrified, not of death, but of what she must become. She does not want to be a wise one. She wants the clarity of the spear. But the wise ones are implacable. They strip her of her weapons, her clothes, her very identity. They speak of the rings in Rhuidean, a terangrial that shows possible futures. Avienda is told she must face these visions to gain wisdom. It is a brutal birthing process. The warrior must die so the wise one can be born. Egwene watches this, seeing the parallels to her own testing in the White Tower, but realizing that the Aiel Way is raw, stripped of the tower's pomp and ceremony. It is pure, hard necessity. Inside the shade of the Wise One's tent, the cultural immersion deepens. We are introduced to the concept of Jieto, honor and obligation. We learn of the Gaishain, those sworn to peace and servitude to pay off a debt of honor. It is a system that seems alien to outsiders, a complex web of social contracts that holds the violent society of the Aiel together. Moiraine, usually the one explaining the world, sits and listens, absorbing the rules of a game she does not yet know how to play. But Moiraine is also a woman of immense perception. She realizes, through the veiled words of the Wise Ones, that her own path leads down the mountain. The rings of Rhuidean call to her. The Wise Ones did not explicitly tell her to go. They cannot interfere so directly, but they allowed her to understand. Moiraine knows that to guide the dragon, to survive the coming storm, she needs the knowledge those rings possess. In a striking visual, the elegant Aes Sedai strips out of her silk dress, leaving behind the symbol of her station, just as Avienda did. She runs down the slope, barefoot and vulnerable, racing toward a destiny that will show her things she perhaps would arguably be happier not knowing. It is a testament to her utter dedication to the cause. She will sacrifice her dignity, her comfort, and her peace of mind to save the world. Finally, we are left with Egwene. She is the one who stays. Her journey is not into the physical danger of Rhuidean, but into the metaphysical danger of Tel'aran'rhiod. The Wise Ones accept her as a student, but on their terms. She is no longer an Aes Sedai here. She is an apprentice who will scrub pots if she fails to listen. As the sun beats down on the baked clay of the waste, a new hierarchy is established. The Outlanders have not just arrived, they have submitted themselves to the ancient, harsh laws of the threefold land. Rand, Mat, Moiraine, and Avienda have all descended into the mist to face their ghosts. Egwene sits in the sweltering shade, ready to open her mind to the dream. The Stone of Tyr is far behind them. The safety of the known world is gone. Here, in the shadow of the Dragon Wall, they will either be forged into weapons strong enough for the last battle, or they will break. Chapter 24. Rhuidean. The heat of the waste is a physical weight, pressing down on Mat Cauthon until his very blood feels like dust. He squats beside Rand al'Thor, staring at a towering wall of grey fog that defies nature. It stands rigid, a boiling cliff of mist in the midst of a blistered valley, motionless despite the wind. This is not weather. This is the one power, stark and undeniable. Mat, whose only wish is to be free of Aes Sedai and their mystical entanglements, finds himself trapped by necessity. To turn back is death by thirst or exposure. To go forward is to step into the unknown. Rand seems equally reluctant, his face sunburned and gaunt, yet there is a terrifying resignation in the Dragon Reborn. He speaks of duty, of the necessity of becoming the Aiel clan chief, but beneath the exhaustion lies a manic eagerness that chills Mat more than the fog. They are two young men standing on the precipice of destiny, one dragging his feet, the other leaping into the abyss because he believes he has no other choice. They breach the fog. The transition is jarring. From the oven heat of the waste to a cool, damp silence, they emerge into a colossal, airless dome. Above, the mist glows with a pale azure light, illuminating a city that should not exist. Rhuidean. It is a city of giants and ghosts. Immense palaces of marble, crystal, and glass rise hundreds of feet into the air, yet there are no common houses, no shops, no signs of daily life. It is a metropolis designed for pageantry, but devoid of humanity, frozen in a state of perpetual incompletion. Statues of majestic men and women gaze out over empty streets, and colored glass windows depict serene scenes that mock the barren reality below. It is a tomb of ambition, a place built for a future that never arrived. Thirst gnaws at them. Matt, desperate, leans against a dry fountain, the stone carving of women holding a great fish. It is then that Rand laughs, a sound bordering on madness. He realizes the trick of the city. He channels, not creating water, but summoning what was already there, hidden beneath the earth. Water gushes from the stone fish, cold and sweet. As Matt drinks, drowning his dehydration, he watches Rand. The Dragon Reborn stands in the deluge, washing away the dust. But the act confirms Matt's fears. Rand is wielding the power with growing ease, reshaping the world around him. Refreshed, they venture deeper into the heart of the necropolis. They reach a central plaza, dominated by a sight that defies the arid wasteland, Avendesora, the Tree of Life. Its trefoil leaves spread wide, a legend made manifest. Beneath its boughs they find a moment of supernatural peace, a contentment that soothes their aching limbs. But the respite is brief. Nearby stands a forest of glass columns, glittering and alien. This is the test. To enter is to face the history of the Aiel, to survive or go mad. Rand rises, citing the heavy burden of duty. Matt, ever the gambler, tries to leave his fate to chance. He flips his gold tar Valon mark. Heads he stays, flame he goes. But the pattern does not allow Matt Carthon to sit on the sidelines. The coin lands on its edge, balances, and then falls to tell him to stay. But the outcome is moot. Rand walks into the glass columns alone, leaving Matt shouting after him, masking his concern with bluster. Left to his own devices, Matt wanders the plaza, surrounded by a chaotic jumble of ter'angreal, artifacts of the power scattered like toys in an attic. His eyes lock onto a twisted redstone doorframe. It echoes the one in Tyr, the portal that gave him his memories. To Matt, this represents a chance for answers, a way to cheat the game and find a way out of the waste. Reckless and driven by the need to know, he steps through. He is transported not to the realm of the snake people, but to a different geometric nightmare. He stands in a star-shaped chamber of glowing columns. The air smells of musk and wild animals. He is met not by slithering figures, but by the eelfin, creatures with the appearance of foxes, tall, narrow-jawed, and unnerving. Their demeanor is predatory, their smiles sharp with teeth. Matt, armed only with his wits, demands to be taken to those who can answer his questions. He is led through a maddening, repetitive corridor, where space folds back on itself, eventually arriving in a chamber with no exit. Here, the eelfin stand on pedestals, looking down on him with alien indifference. Matt demands answers. Who is the daughter of the 9 moons? Why must he marry her? How will he die and live again? What does it mean to give up half the light of the world? The eelfin do not bargain. They accept terms Matt didn't realize he was offering. They confirm the pact with a single terrifying word, done. Matt realizes too late that he hasn't just asked for information. He has struck a price without knowing the cost. As he shouts in confusion, darkness descends, and the sensation of a rope tightening around his neck chokes off his scream. Chapter 25. The Road to the Spear. While Matt faces the void, Rand al'Thor steps into the kaleidoscope of the glass columns. This is not merely a visual hallucination, it is a total immersion into genetic memory. Rand ceases to be himself. He becomes a passenger in the bodies of his ancestors, traveling backward through time, forced to witness the devolution of a people. He first inhabits the body of Mandain, a Sept chief from centuries past. The setting is Rhuidean, but it is a Rhuidean under construction. We see the Gen Aiel, the true Aiel, who still follow the way of the leaf, summoning the warrior chiefs. The tension is palpable. The warriors, veiled and armed, look upon the pacifist Gen with a mix of contempt and superstitious awe. The revelation here is profound. The warrior culture of the Aiel is a deviation. The Gen Aiel, led by Aes Sedai, who are slowly dying out, issue an ultimatum. To save the Aiel from fading into dust, the chiefs must return to Rhuidean to learn their true origins. We hear the prophecy of the Dragon Reborn, the stone that never falls, who will break the Aiel to forge them anew. Rand feels Mandain's reluctant acceptance, the weight of a future he cannot fully comprehend. The vision shifts, pulling Rand deeper into the past. He becomes Roderick, a young warrior guarding the Gen wagons. The landscape is different now. They are near the spine of the world, which the Aiel call the Dragon Wall. Here, the tragedy of lost identity begins to take shape. Roderick encounters a townsman, and we see the early animosity between the Aiel and those who live in stone houses. More importantly, we learn the secret name of the Aiel, whispered only among themselves, People of the Dragon. It is a title they wear with pride, yet they have forgotten its true meaning, that they were once sworn to serve the dragon, not just fight for him. The irony strikes hard. The fierce independence of the Aiel is built on a foundation of forgotten service. The kaleidoscope turns again. The environment is harsh, a winter of suffering. Rand looks through the eyes of Jordan. The Aiel are refugees, starving and desperate. The distinction between the Gen and the warriors is blurring. The pivotal moment arrives with a woman named Morin. When her daughter is kidnapped, she refuses to accept the pacifist way of the leaf. She picks up a spear, a simple gardening tool repurposed for violence. This is a shattering moment in the lore. We witness the birth of the Maidens of the Spear. Morin cuts her skirt, abandons the strict pacifism of her people, and chooses violence out of love. It is a fall from grace that saves her lineage, but damns their philosophy. Geordam, who has never held a weapon of war, teaches her to kill. The tragedy is stark. Survival demands the abandonment of their soul. Finally, Rand is hurled back to the root of the trauma. He is Luin. The setting is the Age of Legends, or its immediate chaotic aftermath. The world is breaking. Luin and his kin are Darshain Aiel, sworn to the Covenant, forbidden to do violence even in the face of death. But bandits, men shattered by the breaking world, attack their camp. They torment and kidnap Luin's sister. Driven by a primal desperation that overrides thousands of years of indoctrination, Luin picks up a spear. He does not dance the spears. He commits murder. He saves his sister, but the cost is absolute. When he returns to his grandfather Adan, there is no celebration. There is only horror. Adan banishes him. "You are Darshain no longer," the old man cries. "I had a son once with a face like that. I do not wish to see it on a killer." Rand, trapping in Luin's memory, feels the crushing grief of being disowned for the crime of survival. The truth of the Aiel is laid bare. They were not born warriors. They were the ultimate pacifists, the servants of the Aes Sedai, who failed their vows when the world ended. The shame of that failure, the toll that can never be met, is the hidden engine driving their entire culture. Rand walks forward in the columns, but his soul is traveling backward, witnessing the slow, agonizing death of a dream and the bloody birth of a nation. Chapter 26. The Dedicated. We return to the glass columns of Rhuidean. plunging deeper into the ancestral memory of the Aiel. But remember, the flow of time here is reversed. We are witnessing the devolution of a people, peeling back the layers of trauma to find the innocent core beneath. We find Adan, an old man in a ragged coat, hiding in a sandy hollow. The glory of the Age of Legends is long gone, reduced to burning wagons and the silence of the dead. He clutches his grandchildren Magran and Luin, shielding them from the sight of their mother being stolen away by armed men. These raiders are not Trollocs. They are men who have forgotten civilization, the ancestors of the warlords who will plague the land. Adan watches, paralyzed by the pacifist covenant of the Aiel, the way of the leaf. He cannot raise a hand to stop them. He can only weep. The sheer psychological toll of this pacifism in a violent world is breaking him. When the raiders leave, a schism forms, a wound in the Aiel's soul that will never heal. Adan confronts Sulwyn, a man who refuses to go on hauling the Aes Sedai's useless crates of Angreal and Terangreal across a dying world. Sulwyn wants to find a safe place, and the song, a mythical memory of the time when Aiel singing could grow crops. Adan calls him lost, but Sulwyn and his followers leave, abandoning the duty to the Aes Sedai to search for a peace that no longer exists. These are the ancestors of the Tuatha'an, the Tinkers, splitting away from the main trunk of the Aiel. It is a divorce born of despair. Adan remains faithful to a mission he no longer understands, clutching the dead body of his wife, Siedre, wondering how long they must suffer for a promise made to the Aes Sedai. The vision shifts. We are further back in time. Jonai, Adan's father, stands on a cliff overlooking a sea where the great city of Comel once stood. The geography itself is fluid, the world still heaving from the breaking. Jonai is exhausted, his people dwindling. Here we see a heartbreaking encounter with the Ogier. They are bedraggled, confused, and suffering from a new, terrifying affliction, the longing. They have been away from the steading too long. Jonai, despite his own people's starvation, shares food with them. It highlights the inherent nobility of the Darshain Aiel, service and charity even at the end of the world. But Jonai is dying, his heart giving out under the stress. With his last breath, he passes the burden to his son Adan. Keep the covenant. Guard what the Aes Sedai gave us. He dies without knowing if there is any hope, a faithful servant to the last. The mists of time part again. Jonai is younger now, hurrying through the ruined streets of Paran-Dissen. The hall of the servants, the seat of the Aes Sedai, is in chaos. He enters a meeting of the remaining female Aes Sedai, who are desperately planning for the future. We see the dragon banner, Luz Therin's banner, spread on a table. It is a jarring sight. These women are trying to preserve the legacy of the man who broke the world, because they know the prophecies require it. They task Jonai with taking the objects of power away, to keep them from the mad male Aes Sedai. We also see the Nym, Someshta, the being who will become the Green Man, charged with guarding the eye of the world. It is a moment of desperate contingency, the planting of seeds for a harvest 3,000 years in the future. Backward again. We are in the late Age of Legends, just as the chaos begins. We see Cumin, a young man, participating in the seed singing. This is the Aiel as they were meant to be. He stands in a field with Ogier and a Nym, singing to the crops. It is a scene of pure harmony, a glimpse of the paradise that was lost. The plants grow instantly, robust and healthy. This is the song the Tinkers will search for forever, a magic of growth and life. But the shadow is falling. News arrives that the boar has been sealed. But the victory is hollow. The madness has begun. Cumin returns to town to find a mob hanging his great-grandfather Charn, simply for serving the Aes Sedai. The Golden Age dissolves into paranoia and violence in a heartbeat. The Aiel, once honored, are now reviled out of fear. Finally, we reach the beginning. Chan is a young man in a city of impossible wonders where Joe cars hum and show wings fly. He runs into a citizen, and despite being knocked down, Chan apologizes. It is a perfect encapsulation of the Darshain nature, humble, eager to serve. But he is running toward the Kolamdan, the great university. He watches the Sharom, a massive floating white sphere high above the city. He knows that today the Aes Sedai Mierin, who we know as Lanfear, plans to tap a new source of power, one that men and women can wield together. We witness the exact moment of the fall. A black fissure erupts on the Sharom. The floating sphere shatters in an obsidian inferno. The bore is drilled. The Dark One touches the world. It is the original sin of this age, born not of malice, but of hubris and scientific curiosity. Rand is ejected from the vision, gasping back in the silence of Rhuidean. The history of his people is a scar upon his mind. Beside him, Muradin has failed the test. The revelations shattered his sanity, and he has clawed his own eyes out. But there is immediate danger. Mat Cawthon hangs from the Tree of Life, a Vendosora, a rope around his neck. Rand seizes the one power, cutting Mat down. He desperately resuscitates his friend, fighting against the silence of death. Mat lives, barely. He reveals that he, too, went through a twisted doorway, but the Eelfin who lived there were not as benevolent as the Eelfin. They hanged him as the price for his knowledge, leaving him with a blackened spear, the Ashandare, and a silver foxhead medallion. The inscription on the spear speaks of memory and price. Thus is our treaty written. Memory never fades. But Rhuidean is not empty. A bubble of evil, a ripple of chaos from the Dark One strikes. The dust of the city rises up, forming featureless, clawed men. Rand and Mat are forced to fight back to back. Here, Rand's training with the sword and the power merge. He is becoming a weapon, wielding the one power to blast the dust constructs apart, while Mat discovers that his new spear is a deadly, efficient weapon. They flee into the mist, the sunrise painting the mountains, but the psychological weight remains. Rand now knows the Aiel are not just warriors. They are broken pacifists, weaponized by time and hardship. He is the Kara Khan, destined to break them again. Chapter 27. Within the Ways. We shift our gaze to Perrin Ibera, who is traversing the nightmare realm of the Ways. The atmosphere here is stifling, a darkness that actively compresses the light of their lanterns. There is no wind, yet the threat of Machin Shin, the black wind that devours souls, hangs over every step. Perrin travels with Fael, Loyal, and the Aiel, Gaul, Bane, and Chiad. The decaying stone bridges and islands of the Ways mirror the decay of the world outside. But here, the rot is spiritual as well as physical. They reach a guiding, a slab of stone meant to direct travelers, but the writings are pit-marked and damaged. The tension between Perrin and Fael is thick. She is angry at his overprotectiveness, his desire to shield her from danger, which she interprets as a lack of respect for her capabilities. They stop near the exit to Manetheren, the ancestral home of the Two Rivers people, but the silence is shattered by the click of hooves. Trollocs. The ambush is sudden and brutal. The shadow has found a way to use the ancient paths. Perrin is thrown into a frenzy of violence. He wields his blacksmith's hammer, a tool of creation turned to destruction, smashing through the monstrous construct of boar and goat and wolf. It is a chaotic melee in the dark. Loyal, usually so gentle, fights with a quarterstaff, while Fael and the Aiel fight with lethal grace. But the true horror reveals itself when a Myrddraal, a Fade, steps into the light. Its eyeless gaze strikes fear into the soul. Perrin, driven by a surge of wolf-like aggression and hatred, charges the creature. There is a terrifying moment where Perrin nearly loses himself to the beast within, hammering the Fade even after it is down. The influence of the Ways, or perhaps the growing wolf nature, makes the violence seductive. They cannot linger. The sound of a rushing wind, a sound like a million screaming voices, approaches. Machine Shin. Loyal manages to open the waygate, and they spill out onto the slopes of the mountains of mist. The transition is jarring. They tumble onto the grass, the fresh air of the mountains a stark contrast to the stagnant rot of the ways. Loyal frantically locks the gate from the outside, trapping the black wind and the pursuing Trollocs behind the stone. The Ogier is shaken. The corruption of the ways, a great work of his people, grieves him deeply. They are safe momentarily. They stand on the slopes above the two rivers, near the site of ancient Manor. But the omens are dark. Perrin spots a hawk in the sky hunting. Suddenly, a swarm of ravens bursts from the trees, tearing the hawk apart. It is an inversion of the natural order, scavengers becoming hunters, the weak overpowering the strong through sheer numbers and malice. The shadow's touch is heavy here. Perrin tries to reach out with his mind, seeking the wolves that should be roaming these high places. He needs information, but the mental landscape is empty. There are no wolves. Their absence is a screaming silence, more terrifying than the howl of the black wind. As Aiel tends to his wounds, a moment of intimacy that bridges their earlier conflict, Perrin stares out at the mountains. He has come home to save his people, but the land itself seems to be holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The Two Rivers is no longer a sanctuary. It has become a hunting ground. Chapter 28. To the Tower of Genjie. The high passes of the Mountains of Mist are no place for comfort, yet here the small company finds itself halting as twilight bleeds across the peaks. There is a palpable tension in the air, a friction that has little to do with the lingering chill of the high altitude and everything to do with the stubbornness of human hearts. We see the camp divided, a physical manifestation of the rift between Perrin, Ibarra, and Aiel. She insists on two separate fires, a wall of pride erected between them. Loyal the Ogier, whose soul is built of gentler timber, finds this conflict distressing, his rumble of displeasure lost on ears deafened by stubbornness. Perrin, attempting to mask his care with indifference, camps closer to the waygate than is strictly safe. He claims he wants solitude, but his instincts, though sharpened by the wolf within, keep him vigilant against the ravens and the dark legacy of the shadow that might still linger near the gate. It is a quiet testament to his character. Even when he pushes people away, he positions himself as their shield. As night deepens, the atmosphere shifts. The Aiel Gaul finds the landscape reminiscent of the threefold land, a stark reminder that the world is vast and perceptions are relative. But for Perrin, the mountains are merely a threshold to the wolf dream, a realm that is becoming as real to him as the waking world. When sleep claims him, he does not drift into aimless fantasy, but steps into Riod. Here the dream logic takes hold, offering us a window into Perrin's subconscious struggle. He looks down at his belt and sees the hammer, only for it to flicker into the axe, and back again. This is the central conflict of his soul laid bare. The builder versus the destroyer, the simple blacksmith versus the warrior he is being forced to become. The dream offers no easy answers, only shifting symbols. The wolf dream is restless tonight. Perrin witnesses fragmented visions of his friends, glimpses of the threads of fate weaving around the other Ta'veren. He sees Rand battling invisible winds, Mat at a crossroads of destiny, and the women in a crumbling white tower. These are not mere hallucinations, but echoes of reality filtering through the dream world. But Perrin's focus is singular. He seeks the wolves. He seeks guidance. Instead of the pack, he finds a void. The mountains of the dream are empty of his brothers, a chilling silence that speaks of wrongness. He traverses the landscape with the impossible speed of the dream, leaping from peak to peak, until he spots a figure. It is a man. Yet the scent that drifts on the wind is cold, inhuman, and utterly wrong. This is Slayer. The confrontation that follows is brief, but horrific. Slayer stands over the corpse of a wolf, a violation of the sanctuary that the dream is supposed to be. For Perrin, this is a blasphemy. He pursues the killer, the chase blurring the landscape from the mountains to the familiar topography of the two rivers. It is a hunt fueled by a primal need to protect, crossing vast distances in mere heartbeats. The pursuit ends abruptly at a structure that defies the natural order, the Tower of Genjie. It is a monolith of steel, 200 feet of smooth, featureless metal without door or seam. Slayer vanishes inside, leaving Perrin baffled. It is here that Hopper, the spirit of the dead wolf who guides him, appears to warn him. Hopper's agitation is palpable. To the wolves, this place is a festering wound in the dream, a place of ancient evil. Then, the narrative shifts with the arrival of a woman. She is unnamed here, but her presence carries the weight of legend: golden hair, a silver bow, and a knowledge that transcends the current age. She warns Perrin against the tower, revealing it as a doorway to the realms of the Elfin and the Elfin, the beings of the snakes and foxes game. Her warning is grave. The rules of reality bend differently inside, and escape is nearly impossible. She recognizes Perrin's nature, his connection to the wolves, and hints at the ancient complexity of the soul he chases. Slayer, she reveals, is new, but the evil he serves is timeless. As Perrin wakes, the lingering dread of the dream bleeds into reality. The message is clear: the safety of the two rivers is an illusion. The shadow has already arrived, not just in the form of Trollocs, but as something far more insidious walking the dreams of his home. Chapter 29. Homecoming. The journey down from the mountains is a descent into memory and melancholy. For 3 days, Perrin rides toward the life he left behind. The silence of the travel punctuated only by the heavy anticipation of what lies ahead. The landscape of the Westwood is a map of his childhood, every tree and stream triggering a recognition that is both comforting and painful. Yet the closer he gets to home, the more the idyllic memory clashes with the grim reality of the present. He does not ride straight to Eamon's Field, but turns toward the Althor farm. The devastation he finds there is absolute. The farmhouse is a charred ruin, the barn reduced to ashes, and the fields choked with weeds. It is a visceral image of the violence that has touched this quiet backwater. The scent of old fire and decay hangs heavy, a sensory anchor to the realization that the war he fought in distant lands has followed him home. The discovery that the farm was destroyed by white cloaks, rather than Trollocs, adds a layer of bitter complexity. The supposed protectors of the light have become the agents of destruction. Perrin's anxiety shifts from the abstract to the specific, the safety of his own blood. Under the cover of darkness and the early morning mist, Perrin and Gaul slip into Eamon's Field. The village, rebuilt since the attacks of the previous year, seems superficially normal, but the tension is woven into the very fabric of the place. They enter the Winespring Inn, the heart of the village, finding Master Bran Alvear and his wife Marin. The reunion is bittersweet. The Alvears are stunned to see him, their joy tempered by fear. They confirm the grim reality. The White Cloaks occupy the land, led by the fanatical Lord Bornhald, and the twisted creature once known as Padan Fain, now calling himself Ordith. Fain's corruption has found a home among the Zealots, and his hatred for the 3 boys from Eamon's Field drives a campaign of terror. But the true blow, the one that shatters Perrin's stoic reserve, is the news of his family. With a gentle, devastating finality, Bran Alvear tells Perrin that they are all gone. His mother, his father, his sisters Decel and Adora, and even little Paet, all dead. not by the random violence of Trollocs, but through the calculated cruelty of Fane and the White Cloaks, a punishment for Perrin's existence. The psychological impact of this moment cannot be overstated. Perrin, who has faced Forsaken and monsters without flinching, is undone. He tries to maintain his composure, focusing on the small physical sensation of a silver cup crumpling in his grip. But the dam breaks. He is not the Wolf King or a lord here. He is a bereaved son and brother. It is in this moment of absolute vulnerability that the dynamic between Perrin and Aiel shifts irrevocably. She does not mock him or turn away. She steps past the barriers he has erected, ignoring the audience of the Alvers and the Aiel, and simply holds him. She absorbs his grief, becoming the anchor he needs when his world has been cut adrift. It is a profound deepening of their bond, moving from a flirtatious, combative courtship to a partnership forged in the fires of tragedy. The chapter closes with the revelation of the political mire the village is in. The White Cloaks claim to protect the village from the Trollocs that roam the countryside, creating a hostage situation where the villagers are dependent on their tormentors. Tam Althor and Abul Cawthon are alive, hiding in the woods, resisting in the only way they can. Perrin realizes that surrender is not an option. To give himself up would be to yield to the very evil that murdered his kin. The path of the martyr is rejected. The path of the retributionist begins. Chapter 30. Beyond the Oak. Grief, when fresh, is a paralyzing tide, but Perrin Ibarra is forged of sterner stuff. As the initial storm of weeping subsides, we see the steel beneath the sorrow. Aiel remains his steady support, her presence a silent reminder that while he has lost his past, he still has a future to fight for. The time for tears ends, replaced by a cold, methodical determination. He has a list of tasks now: rescue the Luhans and the Cawthons, find Tam and Abel, and cleanse his home of both Trollocs and White Cloaks. The scene in the Winespring Inn highlights the intricate social web of the two rivers. Master Alvear may be the mayor, but it is Marin Alvear who wields the true logistical power. She orchestrates their concealment with the efficiency of a general, showcasing the formidable nature of the women's circle. She treats the Aiel and the Ogier not as monsters, but as guests who simply need to be managed, a testament to her unshakable pragmatism. The plan is set to hide the group in the old sick house, a forgotten ruin reclaimed by the forest. But leaving the village is fraught with the risk of discovery. Here, Robert Jordan injects a moment of grounding humor and tension through the character of Ken Boy. The old thatcher, the village's perennial grump and busybody, stumbles upon them. His reaction to Loyal, mistaking the gentle Ogier for a Trolloc, is both comic and dangerous. Marin Alvear's handling of Sen is a masterclass in village diplomacy. She doesn't plead, she dominates. By leveraging her position in the women's circle and threatening him with the wrath of the newly appointed wisdom, Daisy Kongar, she bullies him into silence. It is a small domestic victory, but it illustrates how the insular politics of Eamon's field function. The threat of sleeping in the barn is more immediate to Sen than the threat of dark friends. The group departs, disguising Loyal as best they can, and slips into the woods. The environment changes from the manicured safety of the village to the wilder, ancient feel of the deep forest. They make for the lightning-split oak, a landmark that speaks of endurance, much like the people of this land. However, the true surprise waits in the shadows of the trees. They are intercepted not by White Cloaks or Trollocs, but by two men who move with the lethal grace of predators, Thomas and Yvonne, warders. The shock of their appearance completely reframes the situation. Perrin assumed he was bringing a new war to a defenseless village, only to find that the White Tower is already here. Mistress Alvear reveals that she has been hiding Aes Sedai in the Two Rivers, a secret kept even from her husband. This betrayal of trust or rather this compartmentalization of survival, highlights the desperation of the times. The chapter ends on a precipice of uneasy alliances. Perrin, who has grown wary of Aes Sedai manipulation, finds himself forced to trust them again. The simple homecoming he might have once dreamed of is impossible. The Two Rivers is no longer just a collection of farms. It has become a battlefield where Whitecloaks, Trollocs, Aiel, Warders and Aes Sedai are all converging. And standing in the center of it all, holding the shattered remnants of his life, is the blacksmith who must now become a general. The innocence of the Shire-like Two Rivers is gone, replaced by the hard reality of the wheels turning. Chapter 31. Assurances. The narrative resumes deep within the Westwood, where the forest canopy acts as both shield and cage. We find ourselves at the old sick house, a ruin that time has treated with the same neglect as the rest of the world seems to have shown the Two Rivers lately. The structure leans drunkenly, held together more by the encroaching vines and briars than by its rotting timbers. A fitting visual metaphor for the precarious situation Perrin Ibarra finds himself in. Inside this vine-choked gloom, Perrin finally encounters the Aes Sedai Marine Alvere has hidden away. It is a meeting of old acquaintances under the grimmest of circumstances. There is Verin Mathwin of the Brown Ajah, looking for all the world like a distracted aunt who has misplaced her knitting, yet hiding a mind as sharp as a razor behind those dreamy eyes. And with her is Alana Mosvani of the Green Ajah, a woman of fire and temper, contrasting Verin's dusty scholasticism. Here Jordan masterfully plays with our perception of the Aes Sedai. To the villagers they are mythical saviors. To the Aiel accompanying Perrin, they are first sisters to be viewed with wary respect. But to Perrin they are dangerous complications. He notes the way Verin's eyes weigh him, factoring him into calculations he hasn't even agreed to be a part of. It is the classic Aes Sedai disconnect. They view people not as individuals, but as pieces on the board of the Dragon Reborn's game. The sisters reveal why they are here. Ostensibly, they seek girls who can channel, and indeed, they have found a remarkable number in this district, speaking to the strength of the old blood in the Two Rivers. But their interest in Perrin, a Tavaren, is undeniable. Alana, fierce and beautiful, practically crackles with the energy of the Green Ajah, the Battle Ajah. She speaks of the Whitecloaks and the limitations placed upon the sisters by the Three Oaths. They cannot use the One Power as a weapon unless their lives, or the lives of their warders, are in direct peril. This creates a terrifying tactical gap. They can defend themselves, but they cannot simply wipe out the White Cloak occupation to save the villagers. In a moment that underscores the invasive nature of Aes Sedai benevolence, Alana notices Perrin's injuries. Before he can protest, she heals him. The sensation is described not as a warm embrace, but as a shock of ice, a violation of his autonomy that leaves him gasping. She touches his face, marking him, displaying a possessiveness that hints at her future arc. Fail, ever the hawk protecting her mate, interjects with a blend of mockery and territoriality, diffusing the tension with a comment about beauty marks, yet her eyes remain sharp. The dynamic shifts with the arrival of Tam Althor and Abel Cawthon. These are men of the earth, sturdy and unshakable, yet even they are haggard from living rough in the wild. The reunion is understated, a hallmark of Two Rivers stoicism. There is no weeping, merely a confirmation of life. However, the shadow of grief hangs heavy. Tam confirms the death of Perrin's family, and though Perrin walls off his pain behind a facade of stone, the trauma is palpable. Seeking to escape the suffocating scrutiny of the Aes Sedai, Perrin steps outside with the two older men. Here, away from the One Power, the reality of their guerrilla war sets in. We see the psychological toll on Tam and Abel. They are not soldiers by trade, but fathers forced to become partisans. They discuss the Slayer, a mysterious, powerful figure killing animals and men alike, leaving a trail of rotting carcasses. This connects to Perrin's experiences in the wolf dream. The nightmare has bled into the waking world. As they speak, a raven lands nearby, a spy for the shadow. With lethal precision, Tam and Aiel down it. It's a small victory, but it highlights the paranoia of their existence. Even the birds are watching. They discuss the White Cloak camp at Watch Hill and the impossibility of a direct assault. Perrin, however, is hardening. The blacksmith is being forged into something sharper, something capable of violence. He resolves to rescue the prisoners, not for glory, but because it is the work that must be done. The perspective then shifts, offering us a glimpse into the mind of the enemy. We move to the viewpoint of Dine Bornhold within the White Cloak camp. Bornhold is a fascinating antagonist because he believes he is the hero. He is driven by a rigid moral code and a desire to avenge his father, whom he wrongly believes was killed by Perrin. But his righteousness is brittle. He is disgusted by the company he must keep, specifically the man calling himself Audith. Audith, of course, is Padan Fain. The corruption radiating from this man is so potent, it feels like physical filth. Fain is no longer just a dark friend. He is an amalgam of the Shadow's malice and the madness of Aridol. We see him manipulating Bornhold, playing on the captain's hatred of dark friends to further his own obsession with the 3 Tavarin boys. The interaction reveals the rot at the core of the White Cloaks. They are so blinded by their dogma that they are easily steered by the very evil they claim to fight. Fain's madness is accelerating. He speaks of scourging the 2 rivers to draw Randalthor out. He is a creature of chaos, willing to burn the world to settle a personal score, and in the privacy of his tent, we see him bargaining with a Fade, proving that the children of the light are unwittingly sheltering a monster far worse than any they hunt. Chapter 32. Questions to be asked. The following morning brings movement. The atmosphere in the sick house is tense as the party prepares to ride for the Alzine farm. Verin, with the presumption of her station, intends to accompany them. Perrin realizes that managing Aes Sedai is like herding cats that can channel. You don't stop them, you simply try to keep them in your line of sight. There is a subtle but important moment regarding Loyal. The Ogier wants to help, but his sheer size makes him a beacon for trouble. Perrin asks him to watch Alanna, giving the gentle giant a task to make him feel useful, but also because Perrin genuinely mistrusts the Green Sisters' volatility. As they ride out, the devastation of the 2 rivers is laid bare. They pass abandoned farm after abandoned farm. The fields are choking with weeds, the houses silent. This imagery serves to strip away the idyllic nostalgia of the earlier books. The home Perrin yearned for is gone, replaced by a landscape of fear. The conversation on the road turns to strategy. Why haven't the Trollocs simply burned Eamon's field? They have the numbers. Fael, drawing on her noble education and understanding of military tactics, points out the obvious. It is a trap. The Shadow is not just mindlessly destroying, it is using the village as a lure. If the Trollocs ravage the countryside but leave the centre intact, it draws in rescuers. It draws in the Dragon Reborn. The 2 Rivers has become a staging ground for a much larger cosmic conflict, and the villagers are merely bait. Verin, riding a nondescript horse that belies its quality, much like the woman herself, takes notes with the detachment of a historian watching a disaster unfold. She posits that this chaos could trigger a war involving Andor, casually dropping the possibility of soldiers and conflict as if discussing the weather. It highlights the Black Ajah's occasional lack of empathy. To her, this is data. To Aiel and Tam, it is the end of their world. They arrive at the Alcine farm, which has been transformed into a refugee camp. The sheer density of people here is jarring. Cousins, neighbors, and friends from outlying farms have packed into the house and barns. It's a microcosm of the two rivers' resilience. When threatened, they do not scatter, they clump together. Perrin's arrival triggers a wave of reactions. To the children, he is a curiosity. To the adults, a figure of rumor and suspicion. We get a poignant, blink-and-you-miss-it moment of heartbreak when Perrin sees Layla Dern. She was once a girl he fancied, a path his life could have taken had he never left. Now she is a mother, married to another man, her life continuing completely adjacent to his. It emphasizes Perrin's isolation. He can no longer fit into the simple puzzle of village life. He has outgrown the shape of the piece he used to be. The social dynamics of the two rivers are on full display as they crowd into the farmhouse. Jack Alcine, a steady and respected man, takes charge. The tension in the room is thick. The White Cloaks have done their work well, poisoning neighbor against neighbor with accusations of dark friends. Adine Lewin, sharp-tongued and fearful, voices the rumors that Perrin, Matt, and Rand are the cause of this trouble, that they are shadow-sworn. This is the crucible for Perrin. He stands before the people who watched him grow up and faces the accusations. He does not lie, nor does he crumble. He admits to killing White Cloaks, a shocking confession for these peaceful farmers, but he frames it within the context of justice and self-defense. "They killed a friend of mine," he says. It is simple, brutal honesty. The reaction of the community is a testament to the deep, unspoken bonds of the two rivers. Jack Alcine and the others look at Perrin, with his strange golden eyes and the axe at his belt, and they choose to trust the boy they knew over the foreign soldiers patrolling their roads. They reject the White Cloak narrative. "You are welcome here," Jack says. It is a powerful moment of defiance. They are offering him sanctuary, putting their own safety at risk to protect one of their own. However, the scene ends on a note of rising action. Just as the tension diffuses and bowls of stew are passed around, a boy bursts in with news that shatters the moment. Lord Luke is coming. The name drops like a stone, promising that the complications for Perrin Ibarra are only just beginning. The hunter has returned to the herd. Chapter 33. A new weave in the pattern. Into the humble, crowded farmhouse of the Alcine strides a figure who seems to have walked out of a gleeman's tale, yet carries with him an air of weary superiority that Perrin Ibarra instantly despises. This is Lord Luke, a man of striking contradictions. Broad-shouldered and grand in a coat of fine green wool, with dark red hair touched by wings of white at the temples. He is the very image of nobility, gleaming with goldwork on his scabbard and boots. To the simple folk of the two rivers, beleaguered by Trollocs and oppressed by White Cloaks, Luke is a beacon of hope, a hunter for the horn of Valere itself. They fawn over him, blind to the condescension in his dark blue eyes. It is a classic psychological defense. When people are terrified, they will cling to any symbol of authority that promises salvation, even one that views them as little more than rustic curiosities. Luke takes their adoration as his due, but his arrogant facade cracks, if only for a heartbeat, when he is introduced to Mistress Mathwin. We know her, of course, as Verin Sedai. Despite her plain dress and distracted demeanor, Luke spots the ageless look of an Aes Sedai immediately. A flicker of genuine alarm passes through him, a twitch of the eye, a near fumble of his gloves. He quickly recovers, claiming to be from a minor house in Mirandi, but his dismissal of Verin's warder, Thomas, is too deliberate. No man skilled with a sword, as Luke clearly is, would dismiss a warder so casually unless he was trying very hard to appear unthreatened. The tension shifts from political to personal as Luke turns his charm on Fael. He flirts with a familiarity that sets Perrin's teeth on edge, and Fael, perhaps playing the dangerous games of Saldean courtship or simply seeking to provoke a reaction from her blacksmith, plays along with a blush and a cool demeanor. Luke's interest in the horn seems to evaporate the moment he learns Fael is also a hunter, but his reaction to Perrin is the most telling. There is a flash of shock, perhaps even recognition, in Luke's eyes. It is illogical, for they have never met. Yet the Lord looks at Perrin as if he knows exactly who and what he is and is afraid. The conversation turns to defense. Luke has been advising the farmers to stand up to the White Cloaks, to defy them at their doors. It is seductive advice, speaking to the pride of the Two Rivers folk, but Perrin sees it for what it is, dangerous posturing that leaves scattered families vulnerable. Luke is playing a game with their lives, encouraging bravado without offering unity. Perrin, though he loathes public speaking and leadership, cannot stay silent. He steps forward, not as a lord, but as a pragmatist. He dismantles Luke's strategy, pointing out that solitary defiance only makes them targets for the Children of the Light or the Trollocs. He argues that as long as they cling to their individual farms, they are like grapes waiting to be crushed. He proposes a radical upheaval of their way of life, total evacuation. He urges them to abandon their homes and fields, to gather in mass at Emon's field. This creates an immediate uproar. To farmers, the land is their life. Leaving it feels like madness. But Perrin cuts through their panic with cold, hard truth. Crops can be replanted. Houses can be rebuilt. Dead families cannot. It is a harsh reality check, the kind only a local who understands the value of the land, but values life more, could deliver. We see here the Ta'veren nature manifesting not as magic, but as the sheer gravitational pull of personality. Verin watches with a scholar's fascination as Perrin bends the room to his will. He shifts the entire weave of the pattern in this room. Where arguments from Tam or Abel might have failed, Perrin's raw intensity forces the Alcenes and Lewins to agree. They will move. Lord Luke, realizing his influence has been usurped by a blacksmith, departs with a tight expression. As the farmhouse explodes into the chaos of packing, a quiet moment passes between Perrin and Fael. The jealousy game is resolved, albeit in the confusing circular logic of relationships. Fael admits she was pretending to be attracted to Luke to make Perrin jealous, a foolish gambit that Perrin forgives, though he is baffled by the complexity of her expectations. It serves as a reminder that despite the looming shadow, they are still young, navigating the treacherous waters of romance alongside the threat of death. The group moves out, heading for Watch Hill, but the party swells as they travel. Perrin cannot help himself. He stops at neighboring farms, spreading the warning. And here, the legend begins to grow. Young men from the farms, Lewins, Aldeus and others, join the column, armed with bows and eager for glory. They are naive, treating the excursion like a lark, until they encounter the Aiel. Gaul, Bane and Chiad appear from the brush, terrifying the local boys. The lethal competence of the Aiel stands in stark contrast to the farm boys' bluster. Perrin finds himself burdened with an untrained, unruly militia. Channeling the memories of soldiers he has known, perhaps the gruff competence of Uno from Shinar, he snaps. He berates them, stripping away their romantic notions of war. He demands discipline, organizing them into columns. Verin observes this transformation silently. She sees the leader emerging from the chrysalis of the blacksmith. They reach the vicinity of the White Cloak camp near Watch Hill as twilight fades. It is a sprawling occupation, hundreds of Children of the Light imposing their rigid order on the countryside. Perrin, Tam and Abel scout the position. They locate the prisoners, the Luhans and Corthans, held in a central tent. It is an impossible situation for a frontal assault. Perrin formulates a plan, and for the first time, the older men, Tam and Abel, defer to him completely. The hierarchy of the village has shifted. War demands a different kind of elder. They wait for nightfall. Under the cover of darkness, Perrin and Fael creep into the White Cloak camp. The tension is palpable. This isn't a battle of armies, but a hold-your-breath infiltration. They are nearly discovered by a patrolling officer, a massive brute of a man. A silent, desperate struggle ensues. Perrin, strong as he is nearly choked out, but Fail proves that she is no porcelain doll. She assists, and together they subdue the guard. Perrin dons the white cloak, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and they press on. The rescue itself is a blur of swift violence. The Aiel maidens, Bane and Chiad, eliminate the guards at the prison tent with terrifying efficiency. Inside, they find the prisoners. The reunion is frantic but hushed. Master Luhan and his wife Alsbet are bewildered but ready. They steal horses from the picket lines, a daring theft right under the noses of the guards. Chaos erupts as the alarm is raised. They blast out of the camp in a stampede of hooves and confusion. But the escape is only half the battle. They reach the rendezvous point where Tam waits. Perrin makes the hard command decision. He sends the rescued prisoners away with the older men and the Aiel to hide in the westwood. He, however, will not go with them. He stays behind with the group of raw, terrifyingly young volunteers. They need to buy time. Verin, still observing, offers a cryptic piece of aid. She predicts a heavy rainstorm in half an hour. It is a subtle use of the one power, perhaps, or merely the weather sense of a brown sister, but it gives Perrin a window. Perrin rallies his makeshift cavalry. He tells them to scream, to howl, to make the noise of 100 men. They gallop south, drawing the furious pursuit of the white cloaks away from the fleeing prisoners. As they ride into the night, the boys' fear turns to exhilaration, their shouts competing with the rising wind. Will Alcine asks the question that hangs in the air. What do we do next? Perrin's answer marks the final shedding of his passive self. He does not say, they will hide. He does not say, they will run. Above the thunder of hooves, he shouts, we hunt Trollocs. It is a pivotal shift. The prey has become the predator. The blacksmith is gone. The Lord of the Two Rivers is rising, and the pattern weaves a new, violent design around him as the storm breaks. Chapter 34. He who comes with the dawn. The sun has not yet crested the horizon, but the heat of the waste is already waiting, a lurking predator, as Rand al'Thor and Mat Cawthon stumble away from the fog-shrouded city of Rhuidean. They are leaving behind a place of revelations, but they carry the physical toll of their journey. Mat is in bad shape. There is a dark bruise circling his neck, a grim souvenir of the hanging tree, and he walks with a pained shamble, clutching a strange, black-hafted spear. The fact that Mat, usually vocal about the smallest splinter, remains silent speaks volumes about his agony. Rand, too, is battered, the old wound in his side throbbing in rhythm with his steps. But Rand carries something heavier than physical pain. He carries the weight of prophecy. As he moves away from the city, his mind replays the words of the Aes Sedai from the Age of Legends he saw in the glass columns. He will bind you together and destroy you. The concept of being a destroyer, of breaking the world again, terrifies him. Yet, as the dawn light strengthens, revealing the barren valley floor, Rand realizes he has no choice. It is a binary existence now. He does what he must, or the Dark One wins. This is the burden of the Dragon Reborn, to be the sacrificial blade that saves the world by bleeding it. As they ascend the slope toward the waiting Aiel encampments, the sun finally breaks, hitting them with physical force. They reach the Wise One's tents, desperate for water, but the welcome is shattered by a roar. Couladin, the ambitious Shido, stands atop a granite outcrop, his face twisted with jealousy and rage. He sees Rand and Mat alive while his own brother, Muradin, has failed to return. To a man like Couladin, whose worldview is built on strength and pride, this is impossible unless foul play is involved. He accuses them of murder. The tension snaps. Couladin hurls a spear, and Rand's instincts take over. He seizes Saidin, the male half of the true source, and weaves a flow of air whirlwind on the mountain, slicing the incoming weapons out of the air. Matt, operating on pure reflex and perhaps memories that are not his own, knocks another spear aside with his new weapon. When the shadow escalate, hurling a volley, Rand doesn't just block them. He creates a shield that causes the spears to bounce and form a perfect circle around him. It is a display of power that freezes the violence in its tracks. Bear, the oldest of the wise ones, rushes into the fray, her voice cutting through the aggression like a whip. She invokes the peace of Rhuidean, threatening to outlaw Couladin and his entire sept if they break it. This is our first real glimpse of the absolute authority the wise ones hold. Even the most violent warriors bow to the threat of being cast out of society, denied shade and water. But the Aiel demand proof. They demand to know why these wetlanders have survived the Forbidden City. At Bear's command, Rand reveals the price he has paid. He rolls back his sleeves. On his left arm, winding from wrist to elbow, scales of scarlet and gold glitter in the sun. On his right arm, a mirror image. The creatures are dragons, seemingly part of his skin, metallic and vibrant. The reaction is instantaneous and telling. It is not a cheer of victory. It is a collective holding of breath, a realization of doom. Bear proclaims him the Kara Khan, the chief of chiefs. This is the fulfillment of prophecy, but for the Aiel, this prophecy promises their destruction as much as their glory. Couladin, consumed by hatred, stalks away, and the shadow disperse. They do not bow, they retreat to plot. As the adrenaline fades, the reality of time sets in. Egwene and the Wise Ones reveal that Rand and Matt have been inside Rhuidean for 7 days. A week lost to the time dilation of the ancient city. Moiraine and Aviendha are still inside. The physical toll on Matt becomes critical. The Wise Ones cannot heal with the one power in the way Aes Sedai do. Their talents lie elsewhere in dreaming and cloud dancing, so they tend to him with herbs and ointments. Here, we see a crucial divergence in Rand's character. He refuses to be handled. He refuses to be guided like a puppet. When the Wise Ones try to dictate his movements, he pushes back, demanding that Rhuarc, the clan chief, explain the history he saw in the columns. Rhuarc confirms the devastating truth of Aiel history. They were once the Dashain Aiel, sworn pacifists who served the Aes Sedai. The sharing of water that Rhuarc speaks of refers to the ancestors of the Kerhienin giving water to the Aiel during the breaking of the world, a kindness that earned them the right to trade and eventually led to the gift of the Avendasora sapling. This context reshapes Rand's understanding of the world. The Aiel War, his own birth on the slopes of Dragonmount, all of it stems from King Laman cutting down that tree. It is a lesson in the complexity of the pattern, how a single act of gratitude 3,000 years ago rippled out to create the Dragon Reborn. Rand also seeks the truth of his blood parents. He learns of Janduin, a young clan chief who broke tradition to follow a golden-haired wetlander woman named Shael, who was actually Tigraine, the daughter-heir of Andor. He learns they are both dead. Janduin died in the Blight, unable to raise a spear against a man who looked like his lost love. It is a hollow grief for Rand, mourning parents he never knew, yet it anchors him to this hard land. He is of the Aiel, yet raised by the West. He is the bridge. The immediate problem is political. How to unite the clans before the shadow strikes. Rhuarc suggests a gathering at Alcair Dal, the Golden Bowl. It will take weeks for messengers to ride, but the Wise Ones offer a supernatural solution. They will walk the dreams of the clan chiefs, summoning them in their sleep. It is a display of power that rivals anything the White Tower can do. Later that afternoon, the remaining travelers emerge from the mist. Aviendha crawls out first, naked and furious, her face a mask of tragedy and rage. She has seen the future in the glass columns, and it has clearly shaken her to her core. Moiraine follows, equally exposed, carried by Lan. The Aes Sedai is exhausted, her strength drained by the ordeals of the ter'angreal. Rand watches the sun beat down on the valley. He has lost 7 days, but he has gained the keys to the Aiel people. He knows he cannot play by their rules, or the Aes Sedai's rules, if he is to win. He decides he will break the customs of the Aiel to save them. Chapter 35. Sharp Lessons. We shift perspectives to the world of dreams, Tel'aran'rhiod. Egwene stands in the reflection of the heart of the stone in Ter. It is a silent, eerie mirror of reality, dominated by the crystal sword, Callandor. She is not alone. Elaine appears, her appearance shifting rapidly. One moment she is dressed in seafaring garb, the next in high court fashion. This fluidity reflects Elaine's lack of control in the dream world. Her subconscious thoughts dictate her reality. They exchange intelligence. Elaine reveals that the sea folk, the Athan Mir, also have prophecies of the dragon, calling him the Coromor. More shockingly, she reveals that the Windfinders, the navigators of the sea folk ships, can channel. They are wilders, untrained by the Tower, hiding their ability to avoid being leashed by the Aes Sedai. This conversation highlights a growing theme. The White Tower does not hold a monopoly on the One Power. Between the Aiel Wise Ones and the Seafolk Windfinders, there is a vast, hidden world of female channelers who have their own cultures and hierarchies. Elaine expresses concern about Rand's growing hardness, a sentiment Egwene shares. They feel he is becoming a general who sees people as game pieces. But before they can delve deeper, Egwene is violently ripped from the dream. She wakes in the dark tent, her heart hammering. It was not an accident. Amys, the Wise One, sits in the shadows. Egwene, frustrated and arrogant in her identity as an Aes Sedai, tries to argue, but Amys is not impressed by titles. She teaches Egwene a brutal lesson in the hierarchy of the Waste. She shields Egwene from the true source, helpless. In a terrifying display of dream-walking mastery, Amys shifts her appearance into a monstrous, scaled nightmare, pinning Egwene down. This is a sharp lesson. The Aiel do not coddle. Amys makes it clear. In the waking world, Egwene may be a woman of power, but in the dream world, she is a toddler playing with fire. If Egwene wishes to learn, she must obey completely. If she breaks her word again, she will be treated as a child, forced to wear her hair in braids and play with dolls. It is a humiliation, but a necessary one. The dangers of Tel'aran'rhiod are lethal, and the Wise Ones know that discipline is the only shield against death. Egwene, humbled and frightened, agrees. The scene shifts to a sweat tent, a place of intense heat and intense politics. The Wise Ones gather, Amys, Bear, Shiana and Melaine, along with Moiraine and a reluctant Avienda. They sit naked in the steam, sweating out the toxins of the day and plotting the future of the world. The topic is Rand al'Thor. The Wise Ones know the prophecies better than anyone. They know he is their doom. Their goal is not just to help him, but to manage the damage he causes. They need a handler, someone to stay close to him, to listen to him, to be a shadow that reports back. They choose Avienda. The young warrior explodes with refusal. She screams that she hates Rand. This is a visceral, emotional reaction that seems disproportionate unless one considers what she likely saw in the glass columns of Rhuidean. The future she witnessed has terrified her, and she is projecting that fear as hatred toward Rand. But the Wise Ones are immovable. They bear down on her with the collective weight of their authority. They threaten her with shame and useless labor. Finally, Egwene intervenes, reframing the task not as spying, but as looking after Rand for Elaine's sake. Avienda crumbles and accepts, trapped by duty and honor. The chapter closes with Moiraine. She sits in the steam, staring into nothingness. She has returned from Rhuidean changed. She speaks of the fading memories, of the wheel weaving as it wills. She is a woman who has dedicated her entire life to this one cause, and now that the dragon is revealed, she realizes her role is shifting. She is no longer the guide. She is a tool to be used by the pattern. There is a cold resolve in her, a steel that has been tempered in the fires of the ancient city. The players are moving into position, and the Aiel are ready to wake from the dream of history into the nightmare of the present. Chapter 36. Misdirections. The sun has barely begun to scorch the sky as the Aiel break camp, leaving the valley of Rhuidean behind. We are moving into the deep waste now, a landscape that defies the simple emptiness of a desert. This is the threefold land, a place of punishment and testing, and the terrain reflects this brutality. It is a broken world of jagged spires, flat-topped buttes, and dry clay cracked by heat, painted in every shade of rust, ochre, and grey. It is a land that looks like the wreckage of the breaking of the world, frozen in stone. The column moves in a fascinating, tense formation. We have the Jindo, the clan sept led by Rhuarc and Hern, escorting Rand, Mat, and the pack animals. Running parallel to them, always visible but never closing the gap, are the Shido, led by Couladin. And between these two rival factions, keeping the peace merely by their presence, walk the Wise Ones and their entourage. There is a heavy psychological weight hanging over this journey. Rhuarc is on edge because the Shido are breaking custom. Couladin, the ambitious firebrand, should have waited for his brother Muradin to return from the pillars of Rhuidean, but Rand knows, and we know, that Muradin is never coming back. He broke under the weight of his ancestors' history. Couladin, rather than mourning or waiting the allotted time, has packed up instantly to shadow the Jindo. It is a power play. He is posturing as a clan chief without the right, creating a volatile atmosphere where a single spark could ignite a clan war. Rand al'Thor rides Jedon into this furnace, battling not just the relentless sun, but the suffocating expectations placed upon him. He tries to combat the heat with the Aiel Shufa wrapped around his head, but the true heat comes from the woman stalking beside his horse, Avienda. Here we see a drastic shift in her character, one that confuses Rand but speaks volumes about Aiel culture. She has shed her warrior's Kadinzor for the bulky skirts and shawl of a woman headed toward the Wise Ones, though she still moves with the lethal grace of a stalking cat. This is the discipline of Jiato, honor and obligation. She has been commanded to spy on the Kara Khan, to be near him, and despite her personal loathing for the task and perhaps for the man himself, she obeys. Her method of handling Rand is both hilarious and deeply revealing of her own internal conflict. She aggressively badgers him about Elaine Trakand. She lists Elaine's physical virtues with a merchant's precision and a warrior's aggression, berating Rand for not accepting the love Elaine offered in her letters. It is a deflection. By focusing on Elaine's claim to Rand, Avienda builds a wall between herself and him, a necessary fortification because deep down, the pattern is weaving them together, and she is terrified of the result. Rand, for his part, is merely baffled, missing the complexity of female relationships and the Aiel concept of near sisters. Mat Cawthon, meanwhile, is simply trying to survive the glare. He rides with a scarf tied like a ridiculous cap on his head, his mood as sour as the ground is dry. He is the reluctant adventurer personified. He has the memories of Rhuidean fresh in his mind, holes filled with other men's lives, and a black spear marked with ravens across his saddle. He wants to leave. He tells himself he can just ride away. But this is the tragedy and the comedy of Mat. He is Ta'veren. He is woven into the pattern so tightly that he cannot leave Rand, no matter how much he grumbles. The monotony of the march is broken by the appearance of wagons, peddlers in the waste. This is an anomaly. We are introduced to Hadnan Kadere and Kayla Shaogi. Kadere is a heavy man with the predatory stillness of a viper, his face sweating but his dark eyes cold and watchful. Keela is a mountain of a woman, swathed in cream silk and lace, her voice a jarring mix of melodious beauty and harsh command. There is something fundamentally off about them. They are too grotesque, too intense, too out of place. A conflict immediately erupts over who has the right to escort these merchants. It is a petty squabble on the surface, but underneath, it is a test of dominance. Rhuidean tries to claim them to bolster his fake chieftainship. Rhuidean shuts him down with icy authority, reminding everyone that Rhuidean is not a chief. Rand watches this interplay, but his focus is on Kadere. He notices the man's eyes that do not match his obsequious words. Rand is developing a new sense, a paranoia that is entirely justified. He realizes that time is a trap, and enemies are everywhere. He whispers to Mat that they are riding with evil. It is a chilling moment of foresight. The Dragon Reborn is beginning to sense the shadow's touch, even when it smiles and offers to trade. Chapter 37. Imre Stand. As the sun begins to dip, painting the sky in violent hues of violet and red, the columns approach Imre Stand. It is a small watering hole, a precious resource in this desiccated land, marked by a crude stone shelter built into a cliff. But the silence here is wrong. Upon arrival, Rhuidean and Rand find the place deserted. The goats are wandering aimlessly, which implies the herdsmen have been gone for days. Inside the stone shelter, the reality is far grimmer. The room has been ransacked, and blood, dried, black and copious, splashes the walls and floor. But there are no bodies. This scene serves as a grim tonal shift. We have moved from political posturing to visceral horror. Mat immediately identifies it as Trolloc work. The lack of bodies suggests the Trollocs took the dead or dying for food. Avienda, however, denies it fiercely. To her, Trollocs are a myth of the borderlands. They do not enter the dying ground. This denial highlights the Aiel's isolation. They believe their desert protects them. They are about to learn that with the Dragon Reborn comes the breaking of all rules. The shadow follows him. The camp settles in an uneasy proximity. The peddlers park their wagons near the Jindo, while the Shido camp nearby. The social dynamics here are thick with subtext. Isendre, a stunningly beautiful woman traveling with the peddlers, immediately begins to flirt with Rand. She is the archetype of the temptress, vapid perhaps, but dangerous in her distraction. Her presence triggers Avienda's fierce possessiveness, not for herself, she claims, but on behalf of Elaine. Avienda is acting as the guardian of a sister's heart, even as she herself struggles with her proximity to the man she is supposed to hate. We are treated to a moment of calm, as Rand practices the sword with Lan. It is a critical look at Rand's development. He is not just learning to channel, he is hardening his body and mind. Lan teaches him Aiel tactics, the encircling strategy, preparing him for a war Rand hopes to avoid, but knows is coming. Yet, when Rand switches to the spear to learn from Rhuidean, we see his willingness to embrace the Aiel culture. He is trying to bridge the gap between his wetlander upbringing and his blood heritage. Mat, seeking escape from the tension, finds the peddlers. He buys a wide-brimmed hat from Kyla, a small practical acquisition that will become iconic for him. But his most significant interaction is with the gleeman, Jassin Natael. Natael is not like the fatherly Tom Merrilin. He is arrogant, inquisitive, and oddly intense. He pumps Mat for information about Rhuidean. Mat, perhaps loosened by warm ale or just desperate for a normal conversation, talks. He spills details about the city, though he keeps the most dangerous secrets, the doorway and the foxes, to himself. As night fully descends, a bone-chilling cold replaces the heat. Natael begins to play a song, Midian's Ford. This is a profound moment for Matrim Carthon. As the gleeman sings of the ancient fall of Manatherin, of bravery and last stands, Mat does not just hear the lyrics, He remembers the reality. The holes in his memory filled by the eel fin are bleeding through. He recalls the mud, the blood, the arrows, and the betrayal of that battle. He remembers dying. This psychological burden sets Matt apart. He is a man haunting his own life, carrying the trauma of 1,000 dead soldiers. He corrects the song in his mind. The history was not as noble as the legend. And then, the legend crashes into reality. Warning cries shatter the night. The denial of the Aiel is proven false as Trollocs and Myrddraal surge out of the darkness. The battle is chaotic and brutal. Jordan writes combat not as a choreographed dance, but as a sensory overload of noise, smell, and terror. Matt is thrown into the fray, and here we see the transformation of the gambler into the warlord. His Ashandaray, the black-hafted spear, becomes a whirlwind of death. He fights with a skill that is not entirely his own, his muscles remembering forms he never practiced. A crucial detail emerges. The silver foxhead medallion beneath his shirt goes cold. It is an angriel of sorts protecting him from the One Power, pulsating as the Myrddraal's blades or perhaps the Aes Sedai's healing weaves brush against the fabric of the battle. Matt is terrified yet lethal. Rand, meanwhile, wields the One Power. A sword of fire replaces steel. He is the Storm Center. The attack was aimed at him, a surgical strike intended to take out the Dragon Reborn, or the Wise Ones who guide him. When the silence finally returns, the carnage is evident. Burning wagons illuminate the dead. The Jindo and Wise Ones took the brunt of the attack, while the Shaido were hit lighter. A suspicious disparity that suggests the Shadow might be trying to manipulate the clan politics, leaving the weaker, more corruptible Couladin with more strength. The chapter ends with a sobering realization for Rand. He stands amidst the moans of the dying, exhaustion bleeding into his bones. He tells Rhuarc, "I bring enemies with me." It is the heavy mantle of leadership and destiny. He is a beacon for the Dark One. There is no safety in his company, not even in the heart of the waste. As he stumbles to his tent, Avienda is there. She sits outside, a silent sentinel. Spy, nursemaid, or warrior, her role is blurring. But as Rand falls into sleep, he knows one thing for certain. The war has begun, and there is no turning back. Chapter 38. Hidden Faces. We find ourselves in Tanchico, a city teetering on the edge of oblivion, masked by a thin veneer of opulence. Atop the Calpen Peninsula sits the Garden of Silver Breezes. Despite its name, this is no sanctuary of nature, but a wine shop of extravagant proportions, a monument to denial. Here, amidst green-streaked marble and golden-oiled silk curtains, the wealthy play at power while their city rots beneath them. It is a striking juxtaposition that Robert Jordan paints for us. Above, the clinking of gold and the scent of expensive wine. Below, a harbour choked with ships and streets filled with desperation. Ejianin, a captain of the Shonchan, sits in this gilded cage, observing the world with the critical eye of a woman used to the rigid discipline of a ship's quarterdeck. To her, Tanchico is a chaotic mess, a place where order has dissolved into a frantic scramble for survival. She wears a velvet mask, a ridiculous necessity of local fashion that only serves to heighten her sense of alienation. She yearns for the clean lines of duty, yet she is forced to skulk in the shadows, dealing with the dregs of society. Her companion at the table is Florin Gelb, a man whose very presence, greasy, anxious and frayed, pollutes the high-class atmosphere. Their transaction is dark and specific. Gelb delivers a coarse bag containing a silvery metal collar and bracelet, an Adam. This is the third such device Ejianin has recovered. In the Shonchan worldview, these are essential tools for controlling dangerous women who can channel, but here, buying them feels like a sordid back-alley deal. Gelb, driven by greed and fear, speaks of rumors regarding the Assembly and the Panarch's election, trying to sell information to inflate his worth. Ejianin dismisses him, her disgust palpable. She is a soldier forcing herself to play the spy, and the ambiguity of her mission is beginning to fray her nerves. As she prepares to leave, she spots a familiar face. Bail Domon. The smuggler is unmasked, bold as brass. Aiel hides, a hunter wary of becoming the prey, until he departs. Her exit from the wine shop reveals the true state of the city. She passes Jaichim Caridine, a high-ranking officer of the White Cloaks, a man whose presence signals a different kind of danger. But the real horror lies in the streets. As Aiel's sedan chair moves through the crowds, surrounded by hired bodyguards, we see the human cost of Tanchico's decline. The people are described not just as poor, but as worn, eroded by hunger and hopelessness. Aiel keeps her eyes forward, maintaining the psychological distance necessary to survive, clinging to the belief that the Shonchan return will bring the order these animals so desperately need. The narrative then shifts to the perspective of Jaichim Caridine, the Inquisitor of the Hand of the Light. If Aiel represents reluctant duty, Caridine represents terrified ambition. He holds court in a private room of the garden, meeting with masked Tarrabona nobles. The masks, leopards, hawks, and a lion barely conceal their desperation. Among them sits King Andric himself, incognito, begging for the children of the light to restore order. Caridine plays the role of the reluctant savior, extracting written sureties from the king in exchange for securing the Panarch's palace for the Lady Amathera. It is a power play, a way to place Tarrabon under the thumb of the White Cloaks. But beneath his cool exterior, Caridine is a man on the brink of shattering. It has been 2 months since he last received orders from the Shadow. 2 months since a Myrdral last threatened his family. The silence is more terrifying than the threats. He is a man walking a tightrope over a pit of vipers, trying to balance his public duties to the light against his secret slavery to the dark. Returning to his commandeered palace, a place of stolen beauty he can barely appreciate, Caridine seeks solace in brandy. Instead, he finds a nightmare. Standing in his study is a woman in pale red silk, possessing a beauty that belies her monstrous nature. This is Liandrin of the Black Ajah. When Caridine, reacting on instinct, attempts to draw his sword, he is instantly crushed by the one power. The description of the power here is visceral, an invisible jelly that encases him, grinding his bones, turning the feared Inquisitor into a helpless child. Liandrin strips away his defenses with terrifying ease. She knows his true name, Bors, the name he used among the Dark Friends. She mocks his failure to kill Rand al'Thor. Caridine, broken and weeping, expects death or torture at the hands of a Fade. Instead, Liandrin offers him a leash. She demands he seize the Panarch's palace, but crucially, that he expel the Panarch's legion once it is taken. It is an impossible order, one that defies military logic, but Liandrin cares nothing for logic. She uses pain, thousands of invisible needles pricking his skin, to enforce her will. Caridine is reduced to a good dog, forced to obey a mistress who treats him with contemptuous amusement. The scene is a chilling study in the hierarchy of evil. The predator of the streets is merely a pet to the powers above him. We then follow Liandrin as she returns to her own lair, a merchant's house hidden in the city. Here, we get a rare glimpse into the internal dynamics of the Black Ajah. They are not a unified force of disciplined soldiers, but a fractured coven of arrogant women, retaining the quirks and flaws of their former Ajahs. They bicker and complain about the dust and the lack of proper servants. Liandrin takes her frustration out on Gildin, a dark, braided servant woman. There is a subtle, creeping wrongness about this servant. Gildin does not bow, she does not show fear. Liandrin, blinded by her own arrogance, interprets this as mere insolence, threatening the woman with a beating. She fails to see the predator hiding in plain sight, a detail that adds a layer of dramatic irony for those paying close attention. The Black Sisters are hunting something specific, They discuss their search within the Panarch's palace. They are not looking for wealth, but for a terangreal, a device capable of controlling a man who can channel. The implication is terrifying. They intend to collar the Dragon Reborn, just as the Shonchan collar their domain. The mention of balefire arises, a weapon so destructive it burns threads from the pattern itself, highlighting the desperation and ruthlessness of these women. They are playing with forces that could unravel reality, all to secure their own power before the Forsaken crush them. Finally, the narrative circle closes as we return to Aiel. She arrives at her safe house, only to find her sanctuary violated. A man waits for her, a man with the cold, blue-eyed gaze of a predator. He is a seeker for truth, a member of the Imperial Secret Police. He reveals his authority by showing the raven and tower tattoos on his shoulders, symbols of absolute loyalty and ownership by the Empress. For Aiel, this is the ultimate test. The Seeker is checking on the progress of the agents in the land. He is calm, amused, and utterly lethal. Aiel goes through the motions of servitude, brewing him tea, drawing maps, playing the loyal subject. But beneath the floorboards, in the dirt-floored basement, lies a secret that could cost Aiel her life and her soul. She is hiding a Suldam named Bethamin. In the rigid caste system of the Shonchan, Suldam are the leash holders, the controllers. But Aiel has discovered a shattering truth. Bethamin can be leashed. The women who control the power are, in essence, the same as the women they enslave. The Seeker leaves, unaware of the prisoner downstairs, but the damage is done. As Aiel sits alone in her kitchen, staring at the lethal bolt of her crossbow, her worldview collapses. She has been taught that women who channel are animals that must be collared to save the world. Yet she is protecting one. She realizes she is sailing into uncharted waters without a map. The presence of the Seeker, the secret in the basement, and the Adam in the sack all converge to force a choice upon her. She will not let the Seekers kill her. In that quiet resolve, we see the birth of treason, not out of malice, but out of a desperate need to survive a world where the rules no longer make sense. This chapter masterfully weaves three threads of conspiracy: the political maneuvering of the White Cloaks, the metaphysical hunt of the Black Ajah, and the personal crisis of a Shonchan captain. All are wearing masks, literal or metaphorical, and all are discovering that in Tanchico, the face you hide might be the only one that can save you. Chapter 39. A Cup of Wine. We begin as the sun bleeds into the western horizon, casting long, dying shadows over the harbour of Tanchico. The seafolk vessel Wave Dancer is being tied off, its journey at an end. For Elaine Trakand and Nynaeve Almiara, this marks a transition from the relative safety of the open sea back into the viper's nest of land-bound intrigues. As Elaine stands on the deck, we get a vivid sense of place that Robert Jordan is so famous for: the juxtaposition of Tanchico's architectural beauty with its white domes and glittering spires against the grim reality of its people. The crew furls the sails, and the two young accepted rejoin their protectors, Tom Merrilin and Juilin Sandar. There is a palpable tension here. The men are sullen, their pride bruised by Nynaeve's earlier threats to ship them away if they didn't respect the women's competence. It is a recurring theme in this series: the friction between male protective instincts and the undeniable, often superior power of the female channelers. The farewell with the seafolk is touching, highlighting a cultural exchange that has changed both parties. Coin and Jorin, the Windfinder, treat Elaine with the intimacy of family, a rare gesture that underscores how much Elaine has matured. She has been a teacher of the One Power here, not just a student. But as they step onto the docks, the atmosphere shifts from sentimental to predatory. The docks are lined with starving, desperate men. We see the social decay of Tarabon immediately: hungry eyes watching the silk-clad women, measuring the worth of their throats against the coins in their purses. It is a stark reminder that while our heroines hunt the Black Ajah, the common folk are being crushed by the weight of political chaos. Suddenly a familiar face emerges from the crowd. It is Bail Domon, the Iliana smuggler. Fate, or perhaps the pattern, has a way of weaving threads together repeatedly. Domon has prospered since Falmer, his coat now of green silk, but he is trapped here by the same unrest that grips the city. The group moves to an inn called the Three Plum Court, and the disparity between the haves and have-nots becomes sickeningly clear. While the people outside starve, Domon feasts on roast lamb and spiced jelly. Elaine, possessing the conscience of a future queen, cannot eat. She is paralyzed by the misery she witnessed outside. Nynaeve, ever the pragmatist, immediately pivots to business. She essentially bullies Domon into service. It is a fascinating look at Nynaeve's leadership style. She doesn't ask for help. She demands it by appealing to a man's shame and his duty to fight the shadow. She forces Domon to acknowledge that running is no longer an option. There are no safe harbors left in a world where the Forsaken rule nations. As the night deepens, the psychological toll of the journey manifests in a very human way. Elaine, trying to fit in and perhaps numb the stress, makes the mistake of drinking wine in the common room while Tom performs. This is a crucial scene for Elaine's character development. She is the daughter heir, raised in a palace, completely unequipped to handle the casual refill-your-cup hospitality of a rough tavern. She gets drunk, not elegantly tipsy, but sloppy, room-spinning drunk. In her intoxication, Elaine stumbles to Tom's room, and the dynamic shifts from comedic to deeply revelatory. She confronts the gleeman, stripping away his anonymity. She remembers him not just as a court entertainer, but as her mother's lover. She demands to know the truth. Tom, usually so guarded, is forced to drop the mask. He admits he was a bard, and that he loved Morgause not for her crown, but for the lonely woman beneath it. It's a heartbreaking moment that humanizes the game of houses. We see the personal cost of ruling, and the pain Tom carries behind his mustaches. The night ends with Nynaeve administering a harsh, sobering-up cure involving a bucket of cold water and a lot of dignity-stripping splashing. But while Elaine sleeps off her shame, Nynaeve dives into a different kind of danger. She enters Tel'aran'rhiod, the world of dreams, to search for Egwene. The world of dreams is treacherous, shifting instantly from the Stone of Tyr to the Aiel Waste. Here, Nynaeve encounters Birgitte, the legendary hero of the Horn. This is a massive lore moment. Birgitte warns her of a lurking danger, a man who must not see her. Nynaeve flees the dream waste only to land in a dream version of Emond's Field. There she sees a man who looks disturbingly like Lan, but wrong. He shoots an arrow at her, and she wakes up screaming, a physical scratch on her arm proving the dream was real. This blurring of lines between the dream world and waking reality serves as a terrifying reminder. Nowhere is safe. Chapter 40. Hunter of Trollocs. The narrative tone shifts abruptly from the urban intrigues of Tanchico to the somber, rain-soaked earth of the Two Rivers. We find Perrin Ibarra sitting among the graves of his family. The writing here is heavy with grief. The repetition of the names, Uncle Eward, Aunt Magdi, his mother, his father, hammers home the totality of his loss. There are 14 fresh mounds. Perrin is a man hollowed out, operating on duty and instinct because his heart is too numb to function. He is interrupted by the arrival of Fael and Lord Luke. The contrast between Perrin and Luke is stark. Perrin is dirty, weary, and reluctant. Luke is pristine, arrogant, and eager for glory. Luke wears a red coat and carries himself with a lordly disdain that immediately sets Perrin's teeth on edge. But it's not just personality clash. Perrin's wolf senses detect a wrongness about Luke, a smell that is cold and inhuman. Luke tries to undermine Perrin's authority, urging the gathered men to return to the safety of the village, essentially preaching appeasement and defense over offense. However, Perrin has transformed. He is no longer just the blacksmith, he is the hunter of Trollocs. The local farmers have begun to mythologize him. They look to him not because he demands it like Luke, but because he produces results. When Gaul, the Aiel stone dog, reports a band of Trollocs moving through the waterwood, the choice is made. The men of the two rivers will not hide. They will hunt. The journey into the waterwood is tense. The weather reflects the mood, damp, grey and miserable. Perrin feels the crushing weight of leadership. He knows that these farmers are not soldiers. They are boys and old men with hunting bows. He is leading them into a meat grinder, and the guilt is a physical weight on his shoulders. They set an ambush, a classic cup formation, hoping to catch the Trollocs unaware. But the shadow is cunning. The ambush fails. The Trollocs, perhaps sensing the trap or simply by luck, flank the humans. The scene explodes into chaos. The sensory details are gruesome. The stench of the Trollocs, the screams of men and beasts, the sickening thud of arrows hitting flesh. Perrin is struck by a massive spear-sized arrow. The pain is blinding, a hammer blow to the side. In this moment of agony and near death, the wolf takes over. We see the terrifying duality of Perrin's nature. He rips the arrow shaft, breaking it off, and plunges into a berserker rage. He fights not with the skill of a blade master, but with the frenzy of a cornered animal. He screams for his dead mother as he hacks at the monsters. A Myrddraal, a Fade, glides through the battle, marking Perrin for death. The Fade is faster, stronger, and crueler. It mocks Perrin, taunting him about Aiel. Perrin is losing this fight. His strength is fading with his blood. Just as the Fade prepares the killing blow, salvation arrives, not from the two rivers men, but from Ifon, Alana's warder. The warder moves with the lethal grace that Perrin lacks, decapitating the Fade and saving the young leader's life. But the victory is ashes in Perrin's mouth. As the adrenaline fades, the cost of the battle is revealed. 27 men from the two rivers are dead. Men he grew up with, men he led here. The glory of battle that Lord Luke hinted at is shown to be a lie. There is only mud, blood, and the silence of the dead. Perrin, barely staying conscious, forces himself to mount his horse. He realizes they must project strength to survive the retreat. He orders the survivors to string their bows, even if they are too weak to draw them, creating an illusion of readiness to deter any remaining Trollocs. As they limp back toward civilization, broken and bleeding, they hear faint music in the distance. It is a jarring note of hope, life continuing, indifferent to the slaughter in the woods. Perrin Ibarra has survived the hunt, but the price of becoming a leader is etched into his soul, one fresh grave at a time. Chapter 41. Among the Tuathan. The narrative shifts now to a tableau of startling contrast. Amidst the verdant, dangerous landscape of the two rivers, a splash of violent color erupts. The wagons of the Tuathan, the traveling people, they are like small houses on wheels, lacquered in shades of red, blue, green, and yellow, so intense they seem to argue with the natural world around them. For Perrin Ibarra, wounded and weary, this sight is both a memory and a challenge. The music drifting from their camp offers a momentary respite from the grim reality of Trollocs and Whitecloaks, yet it also serves as a sharp dividing line between cultures. We see the immediate friction of worldviews. Gaul, the Aielman, stiffens at the sight. To the Aiel, the Tinkers are the lost ones, a shame upon their history, unworthy even of acknowledgement. The social conditioning is so deep that Gaul, Bain, and Chiad cannot bear to even sleep near them, choosing the uncertainty of the wild over the hospitality of the wagons. It is a profound psychological barrier. The Aiel define themselves by the spear and honor, while the Tinkers define themselves by the absolute rejection of both. Aiel, caught in the middle, refuses the maiden's pleas to leave, her loyalty to the injured Perrin overriding her own likely prejudices. As the two rivers men approach, the camp is a hive of peaceful industry, unaware of the violence bleeding into their world. The tinkers wear clothes that scream with color, a desperate brightness in a dark time. Rhuidean, the seeker of this band, welcomes them with the ancient ritual. "You are welcome to our fires." Do you know the song? It is the eternal tragedy of the Tuathaan, a nomadic existence fueled by the search for a metaphysical song that will bring an age of peace, a memory lost in the breaking of the world. Perrin, struggling with the arrow lodged in his side, recognizes Rhuidean and his wife Illa. The pattern, as it often does around a tavern, weaves coincidences tight. The interaction here is heavy with irony. Rhuidean and Illa are pacifists who cannot even touch a weapon, yet they are now sheltering men who are soaked in violence. Illa's motherly concern for Perrin clashes with her abhorrence of his path. She mentions Elias Machera, the man who introduced Perrin to his wolf nature, noting sadly that he leads a life of violence. The tinkers represent a moral absolute that Perrin once found tempting, the laying down of burdens, the refusal to harm. But the reality of the two rivers allows for no such luxury. Perrin is brought into Rhuidean's wagon, a cozy, womb-like space of pink curtains and painted ceilings, a jarring comfort for a man bleeding from a Trolloc arrow. Here, the narrative slows to intimate revelation. While Illa seeks herbs, Aiel takes charge. The dialogue reveals the shifting power dynamic between Perrin and Aiel. He tries to push her away, wallowing in the guilt of leadership, feeling the weight of the 27 men he believes he led to their deaths. He views himself as a fool of a blacksmith, but Aiel, with the steel of a seasoned commander, corrects him. She invokes her father's wisdom on generalship. One cannot weep for the dead and care for the living simultaneously. And then, the mask slips. Under the pressure of Perrin's pain and questions, Aiel reveals her true lineage. She is not merely a hunter of adventure, she is the daughter of Davram Basher, Lord of Basher, Tyr and Sidona, and uncle to Queen Tenobia of Saldea. This recontextualizes everything about her character, her arrogance, her knowledge of command, her fierce expectations of Perrin. She was raised to rule, to manage estates, and to understand the harsh arithmetic of duty. She ran away to the Great Hunt to escape the boredom of ledgers, but she brought her noble education with her. When she tells Perrin that her father would approve of him, even the wolf part, it is a testament to the Chaldean view of the world. Hardness and capability are the only nobility that matters. The chapter closes with a tender, drug-induced haze. Aiel administers a sleeping draught, and as Perrin fades, he confesses his deepest fear, losing his humanity to the wolf. Aiel's response is not horror, but a fierce, protective love. She calls him her wolf king, accepting the very thing he fears most, anchoring his humanity even as he drifts into the dangerous embrace of sleep. Chapter 42, A Missing Leaf. Perrin's consciousness shifts, but he does not truly wake. He stands in the wolf dream, Telaranariod, the world of dreams. Here, reality is fluid, responsive to will and thought. He is physically healed in this space, but the atmosphere is heavy with desolation. The tinker wagons are insubstantial here, fleeting shadows, emphasizing their impermanence in the pattern. A crucial psychological moment occurs when Perrin looks at his belt. He expects his hammer, the tool of creation, of the simple life he craves. Instead, the axe hangs there. In the dream, he tries to change it, flickering between hammer and axe, but his subconscious will settles firmly on the weapon. "And I want the axe," he admits. It is a terrifying acceptance. In this moment of crisis, the builder must step aside for the warrior. He is acknowledging that to save his home, he must become the thing he hates. The dream landscape reflects the state of the two rivers, empty farmhouses, abandoned lives, a silence that speaks of dread. But the silence is broken by ravens, spies of the shadow, flying toward the mountains of mist. Perrin pursues, his movement in the dream world defying physics, blurring across miles in single strides. He arrives at the Manetheren Waygate. The horror of the situation is revealed instantly. The Waygate, which should be locked, stands open. The Avendasora leaf, the key, is missing from the outside but present on the inside. This confirms that the shadow is not just leaking into the two rivers. The door has been flung wide open. Perrin is not alone. Slayer is here. The mysterious, soulless entity, looking like a dark reflection of landman Dragon, is hunting him. The encounter is a deadly game of cat and mouse through the dream forest. Slayer taunts Perrin, revealing that the White Tower has failed to close the ways and mocking the imminent destruction of the two rivers. This entity smells of something cold and inhuman, a wrongness in the fabric of the world. Slayer acts as a predator, trying to lure Perrin into a trap, but Perrin, tapping into the wolf's cunning, refuses to play. He forces himself to wake, escaping the dream before the trap snaps shut. He wakes to pain and sunlight, the sleeping draught leaving him groggy, but the urgency of the open waygate burning in his mind. However, his body cannot match his will. Aiel and the warder, Yvonne, overrule his desire to ride back to the mountains. He is critically injured and leadership requires staying alive. He must go to Eamon's field for healing. The departure from the Tinker camp marks a significant shift in morale. The night of safety, food, and the infectious, if desperate, optimism of the Tuatha An has revived the Two Rivers men. They are no longer a ragged band of refugees. They are beginning to find their stride. As they ride, they begin to sing Coming Home from Tarwin's Gap, a ballad of ancient wars and the longing for peace. It is a poignant juxtaposition, the men of the Two Rivers singing of battle while leaving the pacifist Tinkers behind. Even the dour Aiel are perplexed by the shifting moods. Perrin tries to convince Rain to seek safety in the village, but the seeker refuses. The way of the leaf dictates that safety lies in movement and acceptance of the pattern, not in stone walls. It is a fateful decision. As they part ways, Perrin feels the weight of their vulnerability. The journey home reveals a changed land. The isolated farms are gone. The people coalesced into herds for safety. But the true shock comes when they reach Eamon's field. The village of Perrin's memory is gone. In its place is a fortress. The trees that once sheltered the houses have been cleared to create firing lines. Rows of sharpened stakes surround the perimeter. Catapults, engines of war built by farmers under the guidance of a warder, stand ready. It is a militarized society born of necessity. The transformation is total, but the most striking symbol flies over the green. A banner waves in the wind, displaying a red wolf head. It is a symbol of Perrin, raised by the villagers in his absence. They have taken the Golden Eyes legend and made it their flag. Perrin is horrified. He sees rebellion against the Queen of Andor. Aiel sees the natural rise of a leader. Verin Mathwin, the brown sister now openly revealing herself as Aes Sedai, sees a useful tool. The presence of Verin and Alanna, no longer hiding their nature, signals that the time for secrecy is over. The shadow is here, and the Two Rivers has ceased to be a quiet backwater. It has become a state at war, with Perrin Aybara, the reluctance heavy in his heart, positioned as its general. The chapter ends with Verin taking charge of the healing, her bird-like gaze missing nothing, calculating the threads of the pattern that are rapidly tightening around the young blacksmith. Chapter 43. Care for the Living. The return to Eamon's field is a procession of mingled pride and heartbreak, a microcosm of the war that has finally come to this quiet corner of the world. Perrin Aybara, the reluctant leader, is ushered through the parting crowd, guided by the Aes Sedai Perrin. Behind him, the young men of the village, Danil, Ban, and the rest, march with a poignant mixture of exhaustion and swagger. They limp, yet they thrust their chests out. They are farmers who have looked into the dark eyes of Trollocs and survived to tell the tale. But the reception is not one of unalloyed joy. It is here that Robert Jordan masterfully paints the cost of conflict. For every relieved embrace, there is a hollow silence. Mothers' hands frantically pat down sons to ensure they are whole, while their eyes dart around, searching for the faces that did not return. Perrin is assaulted by the sound of names: Kenley, Billy, Jared, names cried out by frantic parents, questions hanging in the air like smoke. It is a psychological battering ram for Perrin. He collapses not just from the physical wound in his side, but from the crushing weight of survivor's guilt. In his mind, he hasn't returned as a hero. He is a butcher who led sheep to the slaughter. As he is carried into the Winespring Inn, his internal monologue is a dark, churning thing. He believes he put those boys in the Trolloc cookpots just as surely as the monsters did. This is the burden of command that Perrin resists with every fibre of his being, the terrible arithmetic of war. Inside the inn, the atmosphere shifts from panic to a grim, martial utility. The common room, once a place of ale and song, has become an armoury. Rust-pitted halberds and ancestral swords, pulled from attics where they gathered dust for generations, now line the walls. It is a visual representation of the two rivers waking up to its ancient bloodline of Manetheren. Vereen, ever the Brown Ajah scholar, sits amidst this tension with maddening detachment, scratching notes in her book, treating the tragedy as a fascinating socio-historical event. Despite his pain, Perrin is besieged by the younger boys, Dav Aielin, Elam, and Ewin, who look at him with wide, hero-worshipping eyes. They pester him with questions about the outside world, about cities and queens and the blight, completely oblivious to the trauma etched into Perrin's face. It's a striking contrast. The innocence of those who treat war as a story versus the weary reality of the soldier. Perrin realizes he can't tell them the truth about the horror. He has to let them keep their illusions a little longer. Loyal, the Ogier enters, his ears drooping with a sorrow that rivals Perrin's. He confesses a grave error regarding the Waygate. In his reluctance to destroy something grown by the power, he left the Avendazora leaves on the outside, effectively locking the gate from within, but leaving it wide open for anyone or anything to enter from the outside. Loyal, usually a gentle observer, is consumed by a need to fix this mistake, to write his own ending to this chapter. But Perrin, ever the protector, refuses to let the Ogier sacrifice himself. The scene culminates in visceral agony. Alana Sedai arrives to heal Perrin, but the arrow is hooked in bone. The extraction is brutal, a physical manifestation of the pain Perrin has tried to internalize emotionally. As Fael comforts him, urging him to bite down on leather, the One Power floods him with icy cold, and the snapping of the wood between his teeth heralds the mercy of unconsciousness. Chapter 44. The Breaking Storm. Perrin wakes to the sensory contradictions of the Winespring Inn. The smell of roasting goose and baking bread, the comfort of a feather bed, and the sharp, undeniable morning light. It feels domestic, safe. But safety is an illusion. Fael, who has kept a vigil in the chair beside him, breaks the news that Loyal and the Aiel Gaul have left. They have gone into the Westwood alone to close the Waygate. Perrin's immediate reaction is to revert to the blacksmith, to do the work himself. He tries to rise, to dress, to chase after them, driven by that same martyr complex that makes him want to shield everyone else from danger. But his body betrays him. He is too weak, tumbling down the stairs in a heap with Fael. It is here that Fael, aided by the matriarchal wisdom of Mistress Alvair, begins to shape Perrin into the leader he needs to be. There is a profound lesson in leadership here. A general cannot be a frontline soldier. Aiel manipulates him, certainly using charm when commands fail. But her intent is to teach him that he is a symbol. The people need to see him standing, not dying. They need the banner of the golden wolf head to be a rallying point, not a shroud. Reluctantly, Perrin accepts the role, allowing himself to be placed on his horse, a figurehead for the coming storm. The scene on the field is a tableau of a society transformed. The farmers and shepherds have formed ranks. The sheer competence of the Two Rivers folk shines through. Under Tam Althor's steady, quiet command, the discipline is professional. They are not a rabble. They are the bowmen of legend reborn. The attack, when it comes, is a terrifying surge of bestial rage, Myrddraal driving Trollocs forward with whips and fear. But it is also a test. As the horde charges, screaming across the stump-filled field, the discipline holds. Tam waits. The tension stretches to the breaking point. 500 paces, 403. When the command to loose finally comes, it is a single thundering crack of bowstrings. The result is a slaughter. The arrows of the Two Rivers, combined with the Aes Sedai's explosive preparations for the catapults, decimate the charge. The ground erupts in fire and iron. It is a decisive, euphoric victory for the villagers, who cheer Perrin's name. They see a triumph. However, the veterans see something else. As the smoke clears, Perrin, Tam, and the warders realize the truth. The Trollocs didn't commit their full force. They sent enough to die, just to test the defenses. It was a probe, a strategic sacrifice by the Fades to measure the strength of Eamon's field. As Verin notes with chilling academic interest, the Shadow is playing a longer game. The victory is real, but it is fragile. The Raven, watching from above, flying back to the mountains rather than feasting on the dead, signals that the true storm has not yet broken. The Two Rivers has proven it has teeth, but the beast in the dark has only just begun to snap. Chapter 45. The Tinker's Sword. The smoke of burning farms stains the sky above the Two Rivers, a grim signal that the Shadow has not finished with this quiet corner of the world. We find Perrin Ibera in the aftermath of violence, galloping toward the southern edge of the village, where tension hangs in the air thicker than the scent of charred wood. The men of Eamon's field, adrenaline still coursing through their veins from holding the line, are jumpy. They see movement in the distance, wagons, unfamiliar shapes, and their first instinct, bred by fear and recent attacks, is to loose arrows. They mistake the brightly clad Tuathan, the Tinkers, for Trollocs. It is a moment that highlights the fragility of perception in times of war. Perrin, possessing the sharpened senses of the wolf, realizes the mistake just in time. He has to roar at his own people, snapping them out of their bloodlust. These aren't monsters. They are refugees, broken and terrified. The Tinkers, who usually travel with such color and song, are reduced to a huddle of survivors. They stumble toward the village, their vibrant clothes torn and stained with blood. Rhuidean and Aiel, the leaders of this caravan, are shell-shocked. They have lost family, wagons, and perhaps their very sense of safety in the world. There is a painful friction here as the cultures collide. The Two Rivers folk, particularly the Coplins and Congars, are suspicious and xenophobic, tossing out accusations of thievery even as the Tinkers bleed. It takes the women of the village, led by the indomitable Days Congar, to cut through the posturing of the men. Days bullies the village council member Ken Bui into silence, asserting the moral imperative: they will not turn away children to be butchered by Trollocs. This is the backbone of the Two Rivers. Stubborn, yes, but fundamentally communal and protective. As the Tinkers are led to safety, Perrin is left to survey the damage. He tries to pull away, to resume his solitary hunt for Loyal and Gaul, but the pattern has other ideas. He is Tarvaran, and the village bends around him like iron around an anvil. He tries to defer to Master Luhan, the blacksmith, but the villagers will only listen to Perrin. They come to him with questions about defenses, about the dead, about whether to return to their farms. He is forced into the role of a lord without the title, making decisions simply because no one else can or will. We see the burden of leadership settling heavily on his shoulders. He organizes signals with an old bugle, arranges for fletchers to make arrows, and sets the cooper to making barrels for water. He is solving logistics, the unglamorous reality of warfare, while yearning for the simplicity of the forge. His reluctance is palpable. He wants to be a blacksmith, not a general, yet his very competence traps him. In the midst of this, Luke rides in. The golden-haired, arrogant stranger brings a trophy, the eyeless head of a myrdral. He claims to have killed it, and the villagers fawn over him. To Perrin's senses, and to us, there is something off about Luke. He is too clean. His criticism of Perrin's defense is too patronizing. He plays the role of the hero a little too perfectly, casting a shadow of suspicion that the honest farm folk cannot see. But the true emotional climax of the morning occurs back at the Winespring Inn. The refugees are being fed, but the trauma of the night has shattered something fundamental in one of them. Aram, the young tinker, has been staring at the weapons on the wall. The way of the leaf, the absolute pacifism that defines the Tuathan, failed to save his mother. In a scene that tears at the heart, Aram picks up a sword. Ila's reaction is visceral. She screams as if the blade has pierced her own body. To her, this is worse than death. It is the death of Aram's soul. She fights him for the weapon, begging him to remember the way, but Aram is consumed by grief and rage. He saw his mother die and believes he could have saved her if he had been armed. When Perrin intervenes, telling the family to let the boy be, Ila turns her devastation on him. She accuses Perrin of being a wolf in his heart and of corrupting her grandson. She leaves broken, and Aram, weeping, asks Perrin to teach him. This is a profound tragedy. The loss of innocence is absolute. Perrin, who hates the axe he must wield, now finds himself enabling another to walk that same violent path. He sends Aram to Tamal Thor for instruction, but the weight of it sits ill with him. He realizes that the way of the leaf is a beautiful dream, but one that cannot survive in a waking world filled with trollocs. The day allows no rest. News comes that white cloaks are approaching. The Children of the Light, led by Dane Bornhald and the fanatic Jarrett Byer, arrive in force. The confrontation at the edge of the village is a powder keg. Bornhald does not see a village hero. He sees the man he believes betrayed his father, Geofram Bornhald, to his death at Falme. His hatred is personal, irrational, and blinding. He tries to arrest Perrin as a dark friend. Here, the unity of the two rivers shines. Bran Alvear and the men of the village stand firm, arrows nocked. They will not give Perrin up. The tension is lethal. One loose arrow would start a massacre. Perrin, thinking like a tactician, finds a way to de-escalate. He appeals to Bornhald's military sense. The Trollocs are burning the entire region. If the White Cloaks leave, they might be cut off and destroyed. If they stay, they survive, but they must agree to a truce. Bornhald, driven by survival and perhaps a sliver of duty, agrees to the terms. No arrests, no trouble, until the Trolloc threat is ended. It is a deal with the devil, bringing a hostile force inside the walls to fight a greater enemy. As the White Cloaks ride in, Luke offers a final, stinging piece of advice to Perrin about taking enemies into one's bosom. It is a valid warning from a man who feels increasingly like a viper in the nest himself. Perrin has secured reinforcements, but he has also invited his executioners to dinner, trusting that he can keep the peace long enough to save his home. Chapter 46. Vales. We shift our gaze now across the continent to the sweltering, crowded streets of Tanchico. The atmosphere here is suffocating, a stark contrast to the open fields of the two rivers. The city is crumbling under the weight of refugees, famine, and civil unrest. We follow Aiel, a Shonchan woman of high rank navigating this squalor. To her rigorous, orderly mind, the chaos of Tanchico is disgusting, a failure of leadership and discipline. Aiel is on a hunt. She is tracking Suldam and Domain, who have fled the Shonchan return, but her path crosses with two women who stand out amidst the rags and misery. Elaine and Nynaeve are attempting to blend in, dressed in Tarrabona veils and silks, but they carry themselves with an arrogance and purpose that marks them. To Aiel's sharp eyes, they are anomalies. The narrative dives into the dangers of the city when the girls are targeted by hired thugs. These aren't random cut purses. They are men hired by Florin Gelb, a petty villain from their past, specifically to kidnap Elaine. The psychological tension here revolves around the restraint of power. Elaine and Nynaeve are potent channelers, capable of tossing these brutes aside with a thought, yet they are paralyzed by the fear of exposure. The Black Ajah is in the city. If the girls channel, they light up like beacons to any other women who can sense the one power. They are forced to rely on physical defense, wielding staves and the element of surprise. It is a brawl, ungraceful and desperate. Just as they are about to be overwhelmed, Aiel steps in. Her combat efficiency is brutal and precise, a testament to Shonchan training. She dismantles the attackers, saving the two women she has been observing. This chance meeting creates a fascinating dynamic of hidden identities. Aiel does not know they are Aes Sedai, monsters in her culture's eyes, and they do not know she is Shonchan, the invaders they fought at Falme. They retreat to the girls' inn, the Three-Plum Court, for tea and safety. The conversation at the inn is a dance of manners and secrets. Aiel is perplexed. She was raised to believe Marath Domain, women who can channel, are dangerous animals that must be leashed. Yet, sitting across from Elaine and Nynaeve, she sees intelligent, if somewhat naive, nobility. She sees humanity. It is the beginning of a crack in her worldview, the cognitive dissonance that occurs when propaganda meets reality. The plot thickens with the arrival of their allies. Juilin Sandar, the thief-catcher, reports that he found the Black Ajah's hideout, but the birds have flown. The Dark Sisters have moved on, leaving the trail cold. Nynaeve's frustration is palpable. She is a woman who hates losing control of a situation. Then Tom Merrilin arrives, bringing news of the political deterioration in Tanchico. The Panarch is to be invested despite the Assembly's refusal, a move that signals a coup and likely riots. Tom, ever the player of the game of houses, has arranged for bodyguards from Bail Doman. The mention of Doman's name startles Aiel. She knows him. She captured his ship previously. Fearing recognition, she makes a hasty exit, leaving the girls with more questions than answers. But the true danger walks through the door moments after Aiel leaves. A woman enters, radiating authority and the one power. The description is terrifying in its implication. She is regal, commanding, and instantly takes control of the room. This is Moghedien, one of the Forsaken. The spider has come to inspect the flies. The horror of this scene lies in the sheer disparity of power. Elaine and Nynaeve, who have faced terrible dangers, are instantly cowed. They are shielded and helpless before they can even blink. Moghedien does not need to torture them physically. She uses compulsion, a forbidden and violating weave of the power that warps the mind. She forces them to be happy, to be eager to please her. Nynaeve, usually so fierce and guarded, is reduced to a simpering girl, desperate for Moghedien's approval. It is a violation of her core self. Moghedien interrogates them, discovering they know very little about the Black Ajah's current plans or the danger threatening Rand. She treats them with the casual disdain of a human dealing with insects. She notes Nynaeve's immense potential strength, but mocks her block, her inability to channel without anger. Moghedien decides they are not worth killing yet. They are too far behind to be a threat. She weaves the power to alter their memories. The terrifying encounter is wiped away, replaced by a dull memory of a pleasant tea with a stranger. As Moghedien leaves, the girls are left confused, rubbing their heads, unaware that they just stared into the face of one of the greatest evils of the age, and survived only by their own insignificance. The chapter closes with Egeanin outside, reflecting on what she has learned, and a spy watching the inn. The web is tightening around the girls in Tanchico. They are hunting the Black Ajah, but they are being hunted by the Shonchan, watched by the White Cloak's associates, and toyed with by the Forsaken. They are walking blind through a city of traps, and the veil of their ignorance has never been thicker. Chapter 47. The Truth of a Viewing. The wheel turns, and we find ourselves within the heart of the White Tower, a place of stone and secrets that has stood unshaken for 3,000 years. Or so it seems. In the Amirlin Seat study, Siwan Sanche clings to the illusion of routine. She occupies herself with the mundane, kitchen ledgers, masons' reports, using petty bureaucracy as a shield against the mounting anxiety of the world outside. It is a psychological defense mechanism common to those in power. When the macrocosm threatens to collapse, one obsesses over the microcosm. She frets over Laras, the mistress of the kitchens, and Danelle, a dreamy brown sister, distracting herself from the silence of her spies. She opens her secret blackwood box, warded so that only she can touch it. Here lies the true weight of her office, reports of the Dragon Reborn, the chaotic rise of the Prophet Masema, and the terrifying silence of her agents. She reads a slip of paper confirming the prophecy. The sling has been used. The shepherd holds the sword. Rand al'Thor has Kalandor. The plan is working. Siwan feels a moment of triumphant justification. She believes she has outmaneuvered the Hall of the Tower, particularly the Red Ajah. But hubris is the fatal flaw of the Aes Sedai. In believing she is the only one playing the great game, she fails to see the board has already been flipped. The door bursts open. It is not a servant, but Elida du Avrini Aroyhan, flanked by a coalition of sisters from every Ajah save the blue. The coup has arrived. Siwan attempts to assert authority, the reflex of a lifetime. But authority requires recognition, and hers has evaporated. When she reaches for Saidar, the One Power, she finds herself shielded. The horror of this moment cannot be overstated for an Aes Sedai. It is the sudden removal of a sense more vital than sight or hearing. Elida, cold and triumphant, strips the Amirlin stole from Siwan's shoulders. The hall has met in secret, with just enough sitters to form a legal quorum, a masterful, if treacherous, political maneuver. Siwan is deposed. But Elida is not satisfied with mere removal. She demands knowledge. When a white sister triggers the ward on Siwan's secret box, incinerating its contents, the violence escalates. Siwan is dragged away, but the true nightmare awaits in the antechamber. Liane, the keeper of the chronicles, stands bound and gagged. On the floor lies Alric, Siwan's warder of 20 years, dead with a knife in his back. The bond between Aes Sedai and warder is deeper than marriage, a sharing of souls. His death is a psychic amputation for Siwan, compounding the shock of the shield. Yet Elida's cruelty knows no bottom. She promises to extract every scrap of information Siwan possesses. Meanwhile, outside the tower's monolithic walls, Min Fashor approaches, disguised as the vapid girl, Elmindreda. She carries bolts of silk, playing a role to survive, unaware that the stage has collapsed. The atmosphere shifts from the serene academic air of Tar Valon to one of sharp violence. Smoke rises. The clash of steel rings out. This is not a drill, it is civil war. Min encounters Gawyn Trakand, leading a band of young trainees. He is bloodied, his eyes wide with a mixture of adrenaline and trauma. He reveals the unthinkable. Siwan Sanche has been deposed, and the tower is at war with itself. He urges Min to flee. the loyalty of the warders has fractured. Their students, now calling themselves the younglings, have taken sides. Min, demonstrating the quiet courage that defines her, refuses to run. She hides, determined to do what she can. We cut to the deepest darkness, a cell that hasn't been used since the time of Arthur Hawkwing. Siwan wakes in agony. She has been beaten, stripped, and thrown into the dark. But the physical pain pales in comparison to the metaphysical void. She reaches for the true source and finds nothing. A wall of thick glass. She has been stilled. Stilling is the ultimate execution for a channeler, a fate considered worse than death. It is to be cut off from the driving force of the universe, to remember the warmth of the sun while living in eternal winter. Leonie is there too, also stilled. They are hollowed-out shells, grappling with a despair that usually leads to a quick death from grief. Yet Siwan's core of iron remains. She refuses to weep. She refuses to die. Salvation comes from an unlikely source. Laris, the mistress of the kitchens, arrives with Min. Laris is a fascinating character study here. A woman of no magical power who seemingly runs the domestic side of the tower with an iron fist, yet possesses a surprising history and a moral compass that ignores Aes Sedai politics. She risks her life not for the Amirlin, but for the women she sees as victims of injustice. They dress in rough woolens, disguising themselves as farm women. The irony is palpable. The former most powerful woman in the world is now functionally a scullery maid, stripped of status, ring, and magic. But as they sneak through the corridors, Siwan's mind begins to work again. She is no longer the Amirlin, but she is still a master tactician. The escape is tense. They move through a tower that feels like a tomb, marked by bloodstains and the eerie silence of a post-battle shock. They witness the new regime. Elada, parading through the halls, flanked by Alviarin, the new keeper. The visual hierarchy has shifted. The red and white Ajahs are in ascent. Siwan watches her usurper with a hatred that replaces the void of Saidar. She finds a new reason to live. Revenge. They reach the stables, where they encounter Garwin again. This confrontation is heartbreaking. Garwin is a man shattered by his own choices. He blocked the rescue attempt by the warders Hamar and Coulin, killing his own teachers to uphold the law of the tower. He is rigid with the trauma of patricide, desperate for justification. He holds a sword to Siwan's throat, demanding the truth about his sister Elaine and Egwene. Siwan, realizing that the truth is her only weapon left, tells him they are safe. She plays on his love for the girls. Garwin, trapped between duty and love, relents. He provides them with a writ of passage signed with his own seal, but his spirit is clearly fractured. He warns Siwan that if anything happens to Elaine or Egwene, he will hunt her down. He is a man looking for a place to direct his anger, having destroyed the mentors who guided him. As they ride for the bridges, the full scope of the disaster becomes clear. The tower is broken. The Aes Sedai have fled or chosen sides. But fate, or the pattern, has one more twist. They encounter a man running for his life. It is Logain Ablar, the former false dragon, stripped of his power and left to rot. Siwan recognizes a weapon, in a moment of cold calculation that proves she is still a player in the great game. She recruits him. She offers him the one thing a stilled man might want more than death: revenge against the Red Ajah. It is a gathering of the broken, two stilled women, a gentled man, and a girl who sees the future. They ride out of Tar Valon, not as refugees, but as a cell of resistance, bound by loss and a thirst for retribution. Chapter 48. An offer refused. The narrative shifts dramatically from the claustrophobic stone intrigues of the White Tower to the vast, searing expanse of the Aiel Waste. We join Rand al'Thor, who is navigating a landscape as alien and hostile as the politics he left behind. The contrast is jarring. Where Siouan deals with shadows and whispers, Rand deals with blistering sun, venomous lizards, and the relentless open scrutiny of the Aiel. He rides Rhuidean, but Aviendha walks at his stirrup. This dynamic is a constant source of friction. Aviendha, a maiden of the spear, views Rand with a complex mix of contempt, duty, and confusion. She berates him for his wetlander softness, yet she is the one obsessed with proximity. Her hostility is a shield, much like Siouan's bureaucracy. She is terrified of the destiny that links them and furious at the cultural dissonance. She lectures him on Aiel customs, specifically the role of a roof mistress and property rights, highlighting the matriarchal strength of Aiel society. Rand listens, trying to decode a culture where he is the prophesied savior, the Kara Khan, yet is treated like a clueless child. The caravan itself is a traveling circus of tension. We have the peddlers, Kadere, a man sweating in his white coat, whose eyes remain terrifyingly cold; Isendre, a woman of staggering beauty using her allure as currency; and Kyla, the massive commanding merchant who moves with surprising grace. These are not simple traders. Kadere hints at selling knowledge to Rand, offering to trade secrets for immunity for past crimes. It's a Faustian bargain Rand wisely sidesteps. The atmosphere around the peddlers is thick with menace. They are clearly more than they appear, predators hiding in plain sight among the Aiel. Then there is Mat Cawthon. Poor Mat, who just wants to escape the pull of the pattern. He chases Isendre, seeking distraction in romance to avoid the terrifying memories of the doorway in Rhuidean. He refuses to speak of the old tongue or the holes in his memory, burying his trauma under a wide-brimmed hat and the rattle of dice. He is a man running from his own greatness. When he is cornered by the merchant Kyla, who offers to buy Isendre for him or implies a romantic interest of her own, the scene plays as comedy, but carries a dark undertone. Kayla's threat, that a scorned woman might use a knife, is a foreshadowing disguised as banter. Rand's internal struggle is the anchor of this chapter. He is surrounded by teachers who will not teach him what he needs to know. Moiraine pressures him to reveal his plans, playing the Aes Sedai game of manipulation. The wise ones surround Aviendha, instructing her, while leaving Rand to flounder. The most critical moment of psychological insight occurs when a massive fireball erupts from the Wise Ones group, scorching the earth. They are teaching Aviendha to channel. Rand, witnessing this, instinctively reaches for saidin, the male half of the true source. He tries to grasp it, to learn by observation, but it is like dipping water with a torn sieve. This is the tragedy of the Dragon Reborn. He is the most powerful channeler in an age, yet he is utterly alone in his ability. There are no men to teach him. He must navigate the torrent of the one power blind, knowing that saidin is tainted, that every touch brings him closer to the madness that broke the world. His laughter, which unsettles the Jindo, is not mirth. It is the hysteria of a man realizing the absurdity of his position. He must save the world with a weapon he cannot control, and which is slowly killing him. The Gleeman Natael adds another layer of grim introspection. He wants to write an epic of the dragon, but he is obsessed with the tragedy of it, the madness, the death, the blood on the rocks of Shaol Ghul. He is a mirror reflecting Rand's own darkest fears. Natael is not the fatherly figure Tom Merrilin was. He is arrogant, morbid, and self-important. His presence reinforces the idea that Rand is seen less as a man and more as a tragic figure in a story that has already been written. As the days blur into weeks of heat and hardship, the caravan pushes deeper into the waste. The geography reflects the internal state of the characters, broken, harsh, and unforgiving. Rand learns the spear from Rhuarc and the sword from Lan, honing his body because he cannot yet trust his mind or his magic. Finally, Rhuarc announces their arrival at Cold Rock's hold. It is a moment of respite. The journey through the wilderness is a classic mythological trope, the passage through the desert to reach the place of revelation. Rand has survived the physical trial of the waste, but the political and spiritual trials are just beginning. He arrives not as a conqueror, but as a man weary of prophecy, hardened by the sun, and warier than ever of the strings trying to make him dance. This chapter serves as a bridge, moving the pieces across the board. In the tower, the old order has been decapitated. In the waste, the new order is struggling to be born under a merciless sun. The sling has been used, the shepherd holds the sword, and the world holds its breath. Chapter 49. Cold Rocks. Hold. The endless, sun-baked expanse of the waste finally offers a reprieve. After days of riding through a landscape defined by cracked clay and spiny, leafless plants, Rand al'Thor and his expansive entourage approach a geologic anomaly. Ahead lies a cluster of sheer-sided buttes, a fortress of natural rock, split by deep fissures. This is Cold Rock's Hold, a sanctuary hidden within the harshness of the threefold land. We see here the profound duality of the Aiel life. To the outsider, the waste is a place of death, but to the Aiel, it is a test that hides treasure. Rhuidean, the clan chief, leads the way, discarding his shufa to bare his head, a gesture of peace and homecoming. The procession is a strange mix of cultures, the silence of the Aiel warriors, the shouts of the drivers, and the distinct unease of the wetlanders. Even Moiraine Sedai, usually the picture of composure, seems to hesitate before joining the column, her white mare moving alongside Egwene and Lan. As they enter the fissure, the temperature drops. The towering walls block the relentless sun, creating a shadowy, cool passage that feels alien after the open desert. When the canyon opens up, the revelation is absolute. This is not a barren camp, but a thriving town. Terraced gardens climb the green walls, bursting with exotic produce, melons, peppers, and strange yellow tasseled stalks. Stone and clay houses stack upon one another, defying the assumption that the Aiel are merely nomads. They are a civilization with deep roots, literally and metaphorically. The arrival requires strict protocol. Standing before a flat-topped boulder, Rhuidean formally asks leave to enter. The woman who grants it is Liane, the roof mistress. She is a figure of authority, yellow-haired and draped in jewelry that speaks of trade and conquest. Her welcome to Rhuidean is intimate, calling him the shade of her heart, blurring the lines between formal ceremony and marital affection. But the tension spikes when Couladin steps forward. The Shido aspirant, arrogant and burning with ambition, demands entry, as if he were already a clan chief. This is a moment of supreme political danger. In Aiel society, where Jieto, honor and obligation, dictates every interaction, Couladin's presumption is an insult. Liane could refuse him, sparking a war, or accept him and validate his ego. She chooses a third path, a weaponized hospitality. She welcomes him not as a chief, but as one friendless and alone, effectively a beggar. It is a crushing social blow, granting him physical safety while stripping him of status. Couladin, consumed by rage, can do nothing but accept the insult or starve. Rand, guided by Avienda's frantic whispering, navigates this minefield next. He bows, a wetlander custom, not Aiel, and is welcomed as the Karakan, the chief of chiefs. The prophecy hangs heavy here. He is the breaker of nations, yet he is offered water and shade. Inside the hold, the contradictions of Aiel culture deepen. Rhuidean introduces Rand to his household, revealing that he is married to both Liane and Amys. To the Aiel, this arrangement between sister wives is sensible and loving. To Rand and Mat, raised in the monogamous morality of the two rivers, it is baffling. It highlights just how far from home they truly are. The interior of the home is a palace of sensory richness, thick carpets from every nation, porcelain vases, and the scent of silver lamps, hidden inside a rough clay exterior. It is a metaphor for the Aiel themselves, hardened on the surface, but possessing a complex, vibrant interior life. Dinner becomes a lesson in cultural friction. Avienda, still tasked with teaching Rand, is a reluctant tutor. She is furious, humiliated by her assignment, yet bound by honor to fulfill it. She micromanages his table manners, correcting how he holds his spoon and how he reclines. It's a humorous scene, but it underscores the immense pressure she is under. She is a warrior, stripped of her spear, forced to babysit the Messiah. The conversation turns to strategy. The clan chiefs are gathering at Al-Khair-Dal, but old feuds threaten to erupt. Rhuidean and the Wise Ones debate the timeline. They speak of a month before the clans are ready. To Rand, a month is a lifetime he cannot afford. He is the Tavern, the focal point of the pattern, and he senses that time is the one weapon the shadow possesses in abundance. He reveals the dragons on his arms, the markings that prove his identity, and declares he will lead them to war. Moiraine, ever the Aes Sedai, presses him on his plans. When Rand speaks of leading the spears, he is no longer the farm boy following instructions. He is beginning to grasp the reins of his own destiny, terrifying as that may be. Chapter 50. Traps. Restlessness drives Rand out into the twilight of the canyon. He wanders the paths of Cold Rock's Hold, observing a life that feels agonizingly normal. Children playing, craftsmen working, the simple rhythm of a community at peace. It stands in stark contrast to the violence he knows is coming. He is a walking storm, and this tranquility feels fragile in his presence. He seeks out the Maidens of the Spear to offer a gift of thanks to Avienda, an ivory bracelet carved with roses and thorns. It's a thoughtful gesture, but one fraught with misunderstanding. In the roof of the Maidens, he is made to participate in a ritual, sipping tea with dozens of warrior women. To him, it's a tedious formality. To them, it is a source of immense amusement. He doesn't realize he is effectively courting Avienda in their eyes, or at least publicly acknowledging a bond. When he presents the bracelet to Avienda later, she is horrified. She sees it as him signaling ownership or affection in front of her sisters, a humiliation for a woman trying to transition to the life of a wise one. Yet, she accepts it. The complexity of their relationship is a tangle of duty, attraction, and resentment. Sleep offers no escape. Rand drifts into a dream that starts as a memory of home, the waterwood in the Two Rivers. It's a seductively peaceful image, swimming in a cool pond with Elaine and Min. But the dream curdles. Avienda appears, and then the water turns into a trap. Lanfear invades his subconscious. This interaction with the Forsaken is chilling. Lanfear is not just an enemy, she is a jilted lover from a past life Rand is only beginning to remember. She is possessive, dangerous, and insanely jealous. She claims him, physically and spiritually, tearing at the fabric of his dream. She speaks of another, a man, a blurred figure who fears risk. This is our first hint of Asmodean, another Forsaken lurking in the shadows, though he remains unnamed. Lanfear's presence confirms that the shadow is not just waiting for Rand. They are actively hunting him, infiltrating the one place he should be safe, his own mind. He wakes with a start to a physical threat. Avienda is in his room. She has been shielding him, protecting his sleep because the Wise Ones sense the danger in his dreams. But the threat is not just psychic. The sensation of evil floods the room. Rand reacts with the instinct of a trapped animal, embracing the one power. He finds a Draghkar in the outer chamber, a creature of the shadow, a soulless assassin that kills with a kiss, draining the life and soul of its victim. It has already entranced a Gaishine. The horror of the Draghkar lies in its hypnotic song, a lullaby that makes death seem desirable. Rand, holding the void, that mental state of utter emptiness and emotionless calm, is immune to the song, but barely. He strikes with a sword woven from pure fire, cleaving the creature. Chaos erupts. The Drakkar was an assassination attempt, but outside, Trollocs are attacking the canyon mouth. It's a diversion. The shadow is throwing pawns at the Aiel to cover the movements of its kings and queens. Rand joins the defense, wielding the power with terrifying efficiency. He is a beacon of destruction in the night, his sword of fire illuminating the carnage. In the aftermath, the reality of the situation settles in. Rhuarc reveals that Couladin and the Shadow have fled in the night, heading north to poison the gathering at Alcair-Dal against Rand. The trap was twofold: kill Rand with the Drakkar, or let Couladin destroy his political legitimacy. Rand makes a command decision. He will not wait for custom. He will not wait for the month Rhuarc suggested. He orders the camp to move at sunrise. Moiraine warns him, offering a profound insight into the metaphysics of this world. The pattern weaves itself around you, but when you try to weave it, even you cannot hold it. She fears that by forcing events, by snapping the threads of prophecy too tightly, Rand risks an explosion of chaos. But Rand is done being passive. He is done being the thread. He intends to be the weaver. He orders the peddlers, the Aiel, and his friends to prepare. They march for Alcair-Dal at dawn. He is racing against the shadow, racing against Couladin, and racing against the madness that nips at his own heels. The farm boy is gone. The Kara Khan has risen, and he will drag the world kicking and screaming into the last battle, if he must. Chapter 51. Revelations in Tanchico. The atmosphere in the city of Tanchico is suffocating, a humid blend of political decay and nervous energy. We find ourselves within the relative sanctuary of the Three-Plum Court, specifically the Chamber of Falling Blossoms. Here, Robert Jordan masterfully contrasts the grand, sweeping chaos of the world with the intimate, almost trivial frustrations of a meal. Elaine Trakand is struggling with Circe, what we would call chopsticks. It is a small moment, but it speaks to the displacement the Wonder Girls feel. They are far from home, adopting the customs of a land teetering on the brink of ruin. There is a grim irony in the food itself. The innkeeper, Rendra, serves dishes from Arad Doman, the very nation Tarabon is warring against. It is a fashion, a fleeting trend, where the populace consumes the culture of their enemy even as they fear them. Rendra speaks of the riots with a fatalistic detachment. The mob is unpredictable, swayed by rumors of the Dragon Reborn, the Dragonsworn, or simple hunger. It paints a picture of a city with no center, a place where order has dissolved into the whim of the crowd. Ejianin, the stark and capable Shonchan woman who has slowly befriended Nynaeve and Elaine, sits with them. There is a psychological tension here, a dissonance. Ejianin represents the invaders, yet she has become a source of stability for the Aes Sedai in training. Nynaeve, usually so guarded, has allowed herself to like this woman who speaks her mind and bows to no one. It is a vulnerability Nynaeve rarely permits herself, rooted in her respect for strength and competence. But the fragile piece of the meal is shattered by the arrival of Bael Domon. The Illianair smuggler enters with news, but upon seeing Ejianin, his reaction is visceral. He doesn't see a companion. He sees the face of his nightmare. He launches himself at her. The brawl is sharp and fast, a collision of past traumas. Ejianin displays her martial prowess, nearly subduing the larger man until Elaine instinctively weaves flows of air, freezing the combatants in place. The revelation that follows is a thunderclap. Domon identifies Ejianin not just as a stranger, but as the Shonchan captain who took his ship at Falme. The mask falls. Ejianin does not deny it. For Nynaeve, this is a profound betrayal. The Shonchan are the ones who leashed Egwene, who treated women with the power as domain, animals to be owned. To find that she has unknowingly harbored friendship for one of them is a strike against Nynaeve's own judgment. She feels foolish, And for Nynaeve, feeling foolish is often converted instantly into anger. However, Jordan gives us a fascinating look into the mind of the enemy. Egeanin is not a mindless drone of the Empire. She reveals that her world has been shaken. She discovered a Suldam, a handler of domain, could be leashed by the Ardam just as easily as a channeler. This impossibility, this crack in the Shonchan ideology, has driven her to seek answers. She is a woman watching her religion of absolute order crumble before the reality of the one power. She admits to releasing a Suldam she captured, a crime punishable by death in her culture, simply because she needed to understand. She is terrified, yet she sits with a stoic dignity that commands begrudging respect. The tension shifts from betrayal to strategy as the men, Domon, Julin Sandar, and Tom Merrilin, reveal the fruits of their surveillance. They have located the Black Ajah. The trail leads to the Panarch's palace. It is a fortress guarded by the Panarch's Legion, the Civil Watch, and worst of all, Jaichim Caridin's White Cloaks. The sheer density of opposition seems insurmountable. We learn that the Panarch Amathera has been acting strangely, dismissing her loyal staff and meeting with women who match the descriptions of the Black Ajah. The group deduces three possibilities. Amathera is a dark friend, a dupe, or a prisoner. The complexity of Tanchican politics is a mire. Amathera might simply be trying to survive between the White Cloaks and the king, or she might be a puppet dancing on strings of the shadow. As night falls, the paranoia of the situation forces a strange bedfellow arrangement. Egeanin cannot be let go, yet there is nowhere to imprison her. She must sleep in the room with Nynaeve and Elaine. Nynaeve, ever the distrustful wisdom at heart, insists on binding the Shonchan woman with the power. It is a moment that highlights Nynaeve's hardness. She remembers the collar, and she will not risk her freedom, or Elaine's, for the sake of politeness. The chapter closes with Nynaeve preparing for a journey not of the body, but of the mind. She holds the stone ring terangreal against her skin, preparing to enter Tel'aran'rhiod, the world of dreams. The physical danger of Tanchico is about to be traded for the metaphysical danger of the dream, and Nynaeve's deep-seated need to protect her friends drives her into the shadows. Chapter 52, Need. We shift now to the ethereal, shifting landscape of Tel'aran'rhiod. Nynaeve stands in the heart of the Stone of Tyr, but it is a reflection, silent and shadowed. Jordan uses the dream world as a mirror for the subconscious, and Nynaeve is immediately betrayed by her own self-image. She intends to look the part of a serene Aes Sedai, but her clothes flicker and change without her consent. One moment she is armored in mail that drags her down, a manifestation of the heavy burden of protection she places on her own shoulders. The next, she is a simple village woman. She is ambushed, not by enemies, but by allies. Egwene appears, accompanied by the Aiel Wise Ones, Amys and Bear. The contrast between the initiates of the White Tower and the Dreamwalkers of the Aiel is stark. The Wise Ones appear solid, grounded in their discipline, while Nynaeve and Egwene flicker. The Wise Ones lecture Nynaeve on the dangers of uncontrolled thought. For a woman like Nynaeve, who prides herself on her will and authority, being chided like a schoolgirl by these wilders is galling. Her insecurity manifests physically. Her hair splits into pigtails, her dress shortens. She is regressing to childhood under their scrutiny. It is a brilliant display of how the world of dreams strips away our masks. Nynaeve learns of the situation in the wastes, the stress regarding Rand's sanity and his violation of Aiel customs, but her focus is Tanchico. She demands help. She wants to enter the Panarch's dreams to interrogate her. The Wise Ones flatly refuse, citing the immense danger of entering the dream of a sleeper. The dreamer is God in their own domain, and an intruder can be unmade by a mere thought. Instead, Amys teaches her the concept of need. This is a crucial piece of lore for the series. Tel'aran'ar Hyod is vast, infinite, but it responds to intent. By focusing intensely on a desire or a necessity, a dreamwalker can shift instantaneously to the location where that need can be met. It is a form of travel guided by instinct rather than geography. Nynaeve, desperate to find what the Black Ajah is hiding, focuses on the danger to Rand. She surrenders to the pull of need. The dream shifts. She arrives in a bedchamber within the Panarch's palace. The scene she stumbles upon confirms their worst fears regarding the Panarch. Amathera is not a dark friend, nor a willing collaborator. She is a victim. Nynaeve witnesses Timael Kinderode, one of the Black Ajah known for her cruelty, tormenting the Panarch. Amathera is broken, forced to endure humiliation and pain, held upright by flows of air. It is a chilling glimpse into the sadism of the shadow. The Black Ajah are not just political schemers, they are individuals who delight in suffering. Terrified of being discovered, Nynaeve flees the room, shifting again to the great exhibition hall of the palace. Here, the narrative takes a turn into the legendary. Nynaeve spots a woman viewing the exhibits, a woman who is not just a dreamer, but a hero of the Horn waiting for rebirth. It is Birgitte Silverbow, manifested in the dream. But before Nynaeve can process this, her gaze is drawn to another figure, a woman clothed in mist. Nynaeve does not know her, yet her body reacts with a primal, violent instinct. Her hand clenches her own braid, trying to tear it out. It is a trauma response. Nynaeve realizes that this woman is the one who captured her in the Chamber of Falling Blossoms previously, the one who compelled her to speak and then wiped her memory. She is looking at one of the Forsaken. Nynaeve's anger, usually her shield and sword, flares hot enough to burn. She embraces Saidar in the dream, ready to strike, but Birgitte intervenes, distracting her. The mysterious misty woman vanishes. Nynaeve confronts Birgitte, and we are treated to a tragic interaction with the ancient hero. Birgitte explains that she violates the precepts by even speaking to Nynaeve. She is bound to the wheel, waiting to be spun out again. She introduces her eternal partner, Gaidal Kane, a man as ugly as he is skilled with the sword. Through Birgitte, we gain insight into the specific threat facing them. The woman in the mist is Mogedion, the spider. Unlike Lanfear, who is bold and claims the dream as her domain, Mogedion is cautious. She strikes from the shadows. She hides. She waits. She is the ambush predator of the Forsaken. Birgitte warns that Mogedion is cowardly but incredibly dangerous. A woman who would not face a fair fight, but will destroy you the moment your back is turned. We also learn that Mogedion has a personal vendetta against Birgitte from the Age of Legends, a promise to make the hero weep in every life she lives. Nynaeve, realizing the magnitude of the danger, Black Ajah and a Forsaken, refocuses on her search. She returns to the exhibition hall, channeling her fury into the power. She finds the object of the Black Ajah's search. It is not a weapon of mass destruction in the traditional sense, but something far more personal and terrifying for the Dragon Reborn. Sitting on a pedestal is a collar and 2 bracelets made of black metal. A male Adam. The implication is horrifying. The Red Ajah and the Black Ajah do not want to gentle Rand, they want to control him. This device would allow women to enslave a man who channels, to use his immense power as a weapon while he remains a prisoner in his own mind. Alongside it, Nynaeve spots a seal on the Dark One's prison, made of unbreakable Quendiyar. The discovery is cut short as the world blurs. Nynaeve is shaken awake by Elaine back in the inn. The transition from the high fantasy horror of the dream world to the mundane danger of the inn is abrupt. Nynaeve, breathless, recounts the terrifying laundry list of enemies: the Black Ajah, the Panarch's captivity, the male Adam, the Dark Seal, and the presence of Mogedion. Egeanin, listening to this, is astounded. The concept of an Adam for men is alien to her, yet she accepts the tactical reality. The stakes have escalated beyond a simple hunt for dark friends. This is about the freedom of the dragon himself. The chapter concludes with a sudden burst of violence in the waking world. A scuffle in the hallway reveals that Tom has been attacked. The attacker is a pale-haired man, whom Egianin identifies as Shonchan. He is an assassin, likely sent to silence Egianin for her desertion and her crimes of releasing a Suldam. The convergence of threats is total. The Shadow is in the palace, the Shonchan are closing in on the inn, and the Forsaken are watching from the shadows. Yet, this pressure cooks the indecision out of the group. Nynaeve, Elaine, and Egianin, an Aes Sedai, an initiate, and a Shonchan officer, forge a desperate alliance. They have the what and the where. Now, despite the men's protective instincts, the women begin to formulate the how. They will infiltrate the Panarch's palace, right under the nose of the spider. Chapter 53. The Price of a Departure. The atmosphere inside the Winespring Inn has curdled into a grim twilight. With oil and wax becoming as precious as gold in the besieged village, the common room is lit by a mere 3 candles and 2 lamps, casting long, dancing shadows that seem to mimic the uncertainty eating away at Emond's field. The weapons that once decorated the walls are gone, taken by desperation, and the barrel for old swords stands empty. This visual emptiness reflects the depletion of the village itself. Food is scanty, and nerves are frayed. Perrin Ibarra sits amidst this gloom, exhausted. The burden of leadership weighs physically on him, a mantle he never sought and still tries to reject. While the women's circle tallies the dwindling rations, the men of the village council, like Sen Bui, bicker about the unfair distribution of lamps. It is a striking psychological contrast. The older generation clings to the petty grievances of peacetime, unable to fully process the apocalypse at their doorstep, while Perrin, young but aged by trauma, focuses on survival. He listens to the rhythmic whisk-whisk of file sharpening her knives, a sound that has become the heartbeat of their resistance. She carries a bow now, a boy's bow, as she lacks the strength for a 2 Rivers longbow, but her spirit is undeniably lethal. The tedious meeting is shattered when Danil Lewin bursts in. The Whitecloaks, who have been camping on the green like vultures waiting for a carcass, have found a dying man. Perrin rushes out into the night, followed by his shadow, the lost Tinker Aram and Fail. The darkness of the village is punctuated by the Whitecloak campfires, a reminder of the enemy within. At the edge of the village, Perrin finds the stranger. The man is riddled with a Trolloc arrow. With his dying breath, he whispers to Golden Eyes, delivering a fragmented message. "We are coming." He dies before he can explain. It is a cruel moment of false hope. Who is coming? The irony is bitter. Perrin realizes that even if help were on the way, it would be too late. The Whitecloaks, led by the gaunt and hateful Jarrett Bayer, look on with disgust, fearing Perrin's yellow eyes more than the shadow spawn in the woods. As Perrin tries to make sense of this, a runner announces movement in the westwood. Expecting an attack, Perrin rallies the defense, but instead of monsters, a massive shape emerges from the gloom. It is Loyal the Ogier, carrying a wounded Gaul. They have returned from a hero's journey that few will ever truly understand. They succeeded in closing the Manatha-Endrel waygate, locking the back door to the 2 Rivers. However, Loyal brings grim tidings. He estimates thousands of Trollocs are massing in the mountains. This report is immediately contradicted by the sudden arrival of Lord Luke. The flashy nobleman rides in on his stallion, tossing a sack of Trolloc heads to Perrin like a grisly party favor. Luke is dismissive, claiming there are fewer than 1,000 enemies, undermining the severity of the situation. There is something performative about Luke, a dissonance between his pristine arrogance and the dirty, bloody reality of the siege. He mocks the Ogier's assessment and rides off. Exhausted and needing the truth, Perrin retreats to his room. He realizes that standard scouting is impossible. He needs the wolf dream. Sending Aiel away, he lies down and shifts his consciousness into Aiel. The dream world is a landscape of symbols and shifting realities. Perrin sees visions of his friends, tethered to him by the pattern. Egwene surrounded by women, Mat hanging from a tree with a black spear, and Rand as a blind beggar. These are not just hallucinations, but potential futures or current crises, emphasizing that the boys from the two rivers are all suffering in their own ways. Psychologically, the most telling moment occurs when Perrin reaches for his weapon in the dream. He expects his axe, the symbol of violence and destruction he fears he is succumbing to. Instead, the dream gives him a blacksmith's hammer. It is his subconscious screaming at him, a desperate desire to build rather than destroy, to be a creator rather than a killer. But the axe fights back, appearing despite his wishes, symbolizing the inescapable nature of his war. Perrin moves with supernatural speed across the dream version of the two rivers. He surveys the enemy camps and realizes Loyal was right. There are thousands of cookfires. The sheer scale of the army confirms that Emond's Field is a trap. He scouts the neighboring villages, Devon Ride and Watch Hill, and finds them penned in, surrounded by smaller forces meant to contain them, while Emond's Field is slaughtered. He travels north to Tarren Ferry. Here, he finds a glimmer of hope. The village is abandoned, destroyed by its fleeing inhabitants, but the ferry crossing is intact. It is a singular exit point in a land of closed doors. Suddenly, the stillness of the dream is broken. Slayer is here. The mysterious, godlike hunter of the wolf dream tracks Perrin. There is a cold smell to the man, something wrong and inhuman. A deadly game of cat and mouse ensues in the forest. Perrin, embracing the wolf within, outmaneuvers the assassin. He spots Slayer peering from behind an oak tree and looses an arrow. It strikes true, hitting Slayer in the chest. The man howls, a sound of genuine pain, and vanishes, fading from the dream. Perrin wakes with a start, his body drenched in sweat. Almost immediately he hears a commotion outside. The companions report that Lord Luke just rode past, hunched over in his saddle as if badly hurt, riding his horse into the ground. The connection snaps into place with chilling clarity. Luke and Slayer are linked. The wound Perrin inflicted in the dream has manifested on Luke in the waking world. The implications are terrifying. The enemy is not just at the gate but sleeping in their inn, wearing a nobleman's face. But Perrin pushes the mystery of Slayer aside. The tactical reality is what matters. The Trollocs are too many. The village is doomed. If Aiel stays, she dies. He formulates a lie born of love. He sits Aiel down and asks her to undertake a vital mission, to ride to Caemlyn and petition Queen Morgus for the Queen's Guard. He pretends that they can hold out for weeks, that this is a strategic request for reinforcements. In truth, he is sending her away to save her life, fully intending to die in the defense of his home before she ever returns. Aiel, sharp as she is, suspects something, but the request offers her a role of importance. She agrees, but she exacts a price. She demands they marry. Immediately. Perrin, heartbroken and desperate, agrees. He would give her anything to get her on that horse. In the dim common room, amidst the sleeping forms of refugees, a hasty ceremony is arranged. There are no flowers, only ribbons tied by Loyal's massive, gentle fingers. As they kneel before the women's circle, Perrin speaks the traditional vows, but inside his head the words are a funeral dirge. When he pledges to protect her for all the days of his life, he knows that his life is likely measured in days. He is not marrying her to keep her. He is marrying her to have the authority to send her away. It is a tragic, noble deception, a sacrifice of his own heart to ensure hers keeps beating. Aiel, abandoning the name Zareen, pledges her love with a steady voice, unaware that her new husband is already counting down the hours to his own death. Chapter 54. Into the Palace. The heavy, humid air of Tanchico hangs low as we join Elaine Trakand, Nynaeve Almiara, and the Shonchan captain Egeanin, rattling through the winding streets on a rough cart. They are no longer the distinct figures of an heir to Andor or a wisdom of the two rivers. They are disguised in the coarse, drab wool of poor refugees, hidden behind the veils customary to Tarabon. It is a physical and psychological lowering for Elaine, who finds the rough transport bruising to both her body and her royal sensibilities, yet it serves as a stark reminder of the reality they are infiltrating. They are moving into the heart of the enemy's stronghold, the Panarch's palace, now a nest for the Black Ajah. Bail Domon, the pragmatic Illianer smuggler, escorts them with his sailors, a necessary muscle in a city teasing the edge of anarchy. The tension in the streets is palpable, a reflection of the shadow's growing influence. Men scuttle like frightened beetles, and the presence of white cloaks adds another layer of volatile fuel to the fire. We see here the intricate dance of subterfuge. To save the city, these women must become invisible within it. Upon reaching the palace service entrance, the ruse of delivering ice peppers, a rare delicacy from the borderlands, gets them through the gates. The mundane corruption of the palace kitchen, where the Black Sister Marilyn Gamalfin ignores the world to feed a cat, contrasts sharply with the cosmic stakes at play. It is a chilling insight into the banality of evil. Dark friends are not always chanting in dark basements, but often stand in well-lit kitchens, indifferent to the suffering around them. The group splits, a tactical necessity that isolates each woman in her own sphere of danger. Elaine and Egeanin head for the Panarch's apartments. Here, we witness the degradation of authority. They find the Panarch Amathera not ruling, but enslaved. The Black Sister Tamaela has reduced the ruler of Tarabon to a plaything, forcing her to perform lewd songs and endure humiliating tortures. It is a psychological breaking of the spirit, designed to turn a queen into a puppet. When Elaine bursts in, her embrace of Saidar is swift. She binds Temael with flows of air, a decisive act that shifts the power dynamic instantly. But the rescue reveals a complex friction. Amathera, though victimized, retains a haughty, fragile ego. She demands immediate restoration to power, blind to the precariousness of her situation. Elaine, displaying the steel of a future queen, forces Amathera to submit to a disguise for her own safety. It is a moment of maturation for Elaine. She asserts authority not through a crown, but through competence and necessity, bending a fellow ruler to her will to save her life. Meanwhile, Nynaeve treads a lonelier and more terrifying path into the great exhibition hall. She seeks the dark artifacts that threaten the Dragon Reborn, the male Adam, a collar and bracelets made of a black metal, and one of the lost seals on the Dark One's prison. The hall is a graveyard of history, filled with the bones of ancient beasts and priceless relics, a fitting backdrop for a confrontation between the Third Age and the Age of Legends. It is here that Nynaeve's arc takes a monumental leap. She encounters a woman she assumes is a servant, only to realize too late that she stands before Moghedien, the Spider, one of the Forsaken. The ensuing duel is one of the most intense psychological and metaphysical battles in the saga. It is not fought with fire and lightning, but with the sheer force of will and spirit. Moghedien, arrogant and ancient, attempts to shield and sever Nynaeve from the true source. But Nynaeve, fueled by her characteristic fury, the very emotion that allows her to bypass her block, does not crumble. She matches the Forsaken strength for strength. This is a pivotal realization for Nynaeve. She is not merely a village wisdom with a knack for healing. She possesses raw power that rivals the legends of the past. The fear is there, a cold knot in her stomach, but her anger acts as armor. During the standoff, Moghedien, believing she has the upper hand, reveals the terrifying flaw of the male Adam. It is a device of control, yes, but it is a trap for the master as well as the slave. She explains that eventually the control bleeds both ways. The woman controlling the man will begin to feel his madness and eventually succumb to his influence. It is a darkly ironic twist on the concept of absolute power. To enslave another completely is to chain oneself to them. Nynaeve, realizing her physical strength is fading, resorts to a desperate gamble. She physically throws the heavy collar at the Forsaken. The distraction is momentary, but enough. Nynaeve shields Rhuidean. It is imperfect, a rough weaving of spirit, but it holds. The spider is caught in her own web. However, victory is snatched away by the arrival of chaos. Janecade, a black sister, appears wielding a terangriel that produces balefire, a bar of molten white light that burns threads from the pattern itself. The destruction is absolute. Columns, artifacts, and walls are erased from existence. In the confusion of the collapsing hall, Rhuidean escapes, and Nynaeve is forced to flee, clutching the seal and the dark collar. She has survived a brush with antiquity's greatest evils, but the lack of a clean victory leaves a bitter taste. Chapter 55. Into the Deep. The aftermath of the raid is a chaotic blur of smoke, shouting servants, and crumbling masonry. Nynaeve runs through the corridors, the adrenaline fading into exhaustion. The palace is no longer a silent prison, but a hornet's nest kicked open. She reunites with Elaine, Egeanin, and the disguised Panarch at the rendezvous point. The dynamic between the women has shifted subtly. Egeanin, the Shonchan enemy, has fought alongside them, blurring the stark lines of us versus them. Nynaeve, usually so rigid in her prejudices, finds herself grateful for the soldiers' presence. It is a small step toward the breaking of her own internal barriers, recognizing worth in those she was taught to hate. Outside, the distraction arranged by Tom Merrilin and Juilin Sandar has blossomed into a full-scale riot. The mob clashes with the White Cloaks and the Panarch's Legion, a violent churning of the populace that allows the women to slip away unnoticed. The descent from the marble halls of power to the gritty, dangerous streets symbolizes the collapse of order in Tanchico. The city is consuming itself. They return to the sanctuary of the inn, where the reality of their situation settles in. Amathera, the Panarch of Tarabon, is effectively deposed, hiding in a kitchen, peeling vegetables under the name Thera. Elaine's decision to keep her humbled is not merely for safety. It is a lesson in perspective. For a ruler who knew nothing of her people's starvation, a few days as a refugee is a harsh but necessary education. It reflects the Wheel of Time's recurring theme. True leadership requires understanding the lives of those you lead. The narrative then focuses on the dark artifacts Nynaeve retrieved. The male Adam sits on the table, radiating suffering and woe. It is a physical manifestation of the attempt to chain the dragon, to subvert prophecy for the shadow. The group debates its fate. The thief-catcher Juilin suggests the White Tower, the lawful authority. But Nynaeve makes a choice that defines her independence. She refuses to trust the tower with a weapon of such magnitude. Her distrust of Aes Sedai, born of her protective instinct for the Eamon's fielders and fueled by the existence of the Black Ajah, overrides protocol. She fears that even well-meaning Aes Sedai might be tempted to use the collar to control Rand al'Thor for his own good. Instead, she turns to Baal Damon. She entrusts the collar and bracelets to the smuggler, instructing him to drop them into the deepest part of the ocean, the breathless depths where light never reaches. It is a profound act of disposal. She is not seeking to study, use, or store the evil. She seeks to remove it from the board entirely. The chapter closes with a sense of weary resolution. The Panarch is safe but humbled. The Black Ajah's plan to control the dragon is thwarted. The seal is recovered. Yet the victory is quiet. Rhuidean is free and undoubtedly vengeful. The Black Ajah remains at large. But as they prepare to leave Tanchico, there is a sense of movement. The stagnant air of the city is left behind for the open road. They have walked into the fire and emerged with their souls and their mission intact. The collar will sink into the crushing dark of the sea, a secret buried beneath the waves, while the Dragon Reborn remains free to break the world in his own time. Chapter 56. Golden Eyes. The silence inside the Winespring Inn is heavy, a tangible weight pressing against the wooden beams. It is the quiet of holding one's breath before the plunge. Here, in the heart of the two rivers, the familiar comforts of home have been stripped away. There are no fires in the hearths, no sense of baking bread from the kitchen. To light a fire now would be to hand the enemy a beacon. In this cold stillness, Perrin Ibarra sits alone, save for the Tinker Aram, and writes a letter he believes will never be read by his own eyes. He writes to fail. He struggles with the ink and paper, a man whose hands know the heft of a hammer better than the delicacy of a quill. He pours his soul onto the page, asking no forgiveness for tricking her into safety, but offering an eternal pledge of love. He tells her that the sunlight is his smile, the wind in the apple blossoms his whisper. It is a testament to the fatalism settling over him. Perrin is a man preparing to die so that others might have a fraction of a chance to live. He leaves the letter on the mantel, adjusting the red marriage ribbon on his collar, a symbol of a future he does not expect to see. The reality of the day breaks the quiet. Ban al-Sin enters, news of the shadow heavy on his tongue. The Trollocs are coming, thousands of them, a hammer and anvil closing in from both north and south. They call him Lord Perrin, a title he rejects with a growl, yet one that the pattern itself seems intent on fastening around his neck. Stepping out onto the Eamon's field green, the transformation of this sleepy farming village is absolute. It is a sight that tears at the heart of innocence. The women stand in a dense circle around the wolf-head banner, armed not with swords, but with the tools of their lives: scythes, pitchforks, carving knives. Inside this ring of steel and maternal ferocity are the children. The tinkers, bound by the way of the leaf, stand ready to die, shielding the young with their bodies. Perrin rides among them, the scent of fear acrid in his nose, yet overwhelmed by a steely resolve. He tries to apologize to the women's circle for his deception regarding Fael, but the women of the two rivers are not fragile things to be codified or protected by lies. Marin Alver and Alsbet Luhan actually laugh, in the face of annihilation. They knew his plan. They knew Fael likely suspected it too. There is a profound psychological resilience here. These women do not fight for glory, but for the survival of their blood. They send him away to do his men's work, reclaiming their agency in the face of the dark. But not everyone possesses this quiet courage. The white cloaks, polished and gleaming in the morning sun, prepare to abandon the village. Dine Bornhold, his mind twisted by brandy and a vendetta based on falsehoods, refuses to defend Shadowspawn. Here, we see the tragic flaw of the Children of the Light. Their dogma blinds them to the very darkness they claim to fight. Perrin, desperate for every sword, goads Bornhold, challenging his honor, weaponizing the man's own hatred. He points to the bravery of the farmwives to shame the soldiers. It works, barely. Bornhold agrees to stay, not to save the village, but to die clean, promising that if they survive, he will see Perrin hang. It is an empty alliance forged in spite. Perrin rides the defensive line. The farmers of the two rivers have become warriors, their faces grim masks of determination. Tam al-Thor and Abel Kauthon command the flanks with a wolfish grace that speaks of old blood and old wars. The sheer pressure of Tavarin pulls at the threads of everyone around him. Even the Aes Sedai, Verin and Alana remain, studying Perrin as if he were a specimen in a jar, fascinated by the way the pattern swirls around him. Then the storm breaks. A guttural roar shakes the ground. "Asam!" The Trollocs emerge from the tree line, a black-mailed tide of nightmare flesh, beaks, snouts, and horns. They do not come as a raiding party, they come as an ocean. The chanting of Isam is a psychological assault, a name from the dark prophecies, though the villagers know only that death is upon them. The battle is a blur of visceral horror and desperate heroism. Arrows fly in goose-fletched clouds, catapults launch stones wrapped in the one power by the Aes Sedai, exploding in lines of fire. But the shadow is endless. The defensive stakes meant to break a charge are simply overrun by the weight of bodies. The line buckles. The order to fall back is given. In the chaos, the social structures of the village collapse into pure survival. The women join the fray, cleavers and pitchforks meeting Trolloc steel. It is total war. Perrin is unhorsed, pinned beneath his steed Stepper, fighting for breath and life. He kills a Fade, a creature of terror, with a blacksmith's pragmatism, but the numbers are too great. The end has arrived, and then the impossible happens. A boy tugs at Perrin's arm amidst the slaughter. They are shouting, "Devon Ride!" Perrin struggles to his feet and sees it. From the north, a new line of arrows rains down. A banner flies there, the red eagle of Manetheren, risen from the ashes of history, and beneath it rides Fael. She did not flee. She rode to Watch Hill, rallied the neighbours and returned. She is not the damsel Perrin tried to pack away in cotton. She is a lady of war leading the charge. The Trollocs, hammered now from the front and flanked by the fresh forces from Watch Hill and Devon Ride, shatter. The Myrddraal lose control and the Shadowspawn rout in a panic. The silence that follows the slaughter is different from the silence of the morning. It is the silence of disbelief, followed by the roar of victory. But for Perrin, the field of dead Trollocs fades to grey. He sees only Fael. She rides to him on her black mare, Swallow, proud and terrified and alive. Their reunion is one of the most tender moments in the saga. Perrin, covered in blood and grime, can only say, "I love you." He realizes that his attempt to control her fate was folly. She is his partner, his equal. They embrace, and in the midst of carnage, they banter about secrets and anger, cementing a bond that is as much about mutual respect as it is about romance. The aftermath cements Perrin's new reality. The White Cloaks, having done little but watch, ride out in their pristine uniforms, their cowardice exposed by the grime and blood of the victors. The contrast is stark. The ragged, victorious farmers versus the polished, retreating soldiers. Bornhald leaves with a final threat, but his power here is broken. In his place, the people of the Two Rivers make their choice. The mayor of Watch Hill bows to Perrin. They call him Lord Perrin and Golden Eyes. He tries to shout them down, insisting he is just a blacksmith, but the pattern ignores his protests. The feudal hierarchy is being re-established not by decree, but by the natural gravitation of people toward a protector. He has forged them into a nation, and now he must bear the weight of ruling it. But the chapter closes with a reminder that the Dark One has many servants. Deep in the woods, Padan Fain, calling himself Ordeath, watches the celebration with eyes full of madness. He sees the Red Eagle banner and recognizes the resurrection of Manetheren, his ancient enemy. He laughs, a sound of broken glass and malice, planning his next move toward Tar Valon and Caemlyn. The battle for the Two Rivers is won, but the war for the soul of the world continues. The shadow has been pushed back, but in the dark beneath the trees, it waits and it remembers. Chapter 57. A breaking in the threefold land. The sun hangs like a molten weight above the waste, baking the cracked clay of the earth until the heat shimmers in waves. We find Rand al'Thor riding Rhuidean, the dapple stallion, moving toward the jagged, multicolored slabs of the mountains that house Alcair Dal, the Golden Bowl. This is a landscape that offers no comfort, mirroring the turbulent internal state of the Dragon Reborn. He is escorted by his honor guard of maidens of the spear, women who have adopted him as a son of a maiden, weaving a web of obligation and honor around him that he barely understands. Avienda walks among them, her face a mask of stone, caught in that peculiar, agonizing limbo between warrior and wise one apprentice, refusing to acknowledge the ivory bracelet she wears, a symbol of a bond she cannot yet accept. Behind Rand, the dust of thousands rises. The Tardad Aiel, an army on the march, trail him in violation of custom, for clans do not bring armies to meetings of chiefs. It is a visual representation of how Rand's mere existence warps the pattern and the ancient traditions of this land. They top a rise and look down into a natural amphitheater where the fair is gathered. But peace is absent. The Shido clan, led by the ambitious Couladin and the calculating Savannah, have moved their forces to block the entrance to the canyon. They are veiled for killing. This is a pivotal moment of psychological tension. Rhuarc, the Tardad chief, recognizes the insult immediately. A meeting of chiefs is sacred. To bring weapons and threats here is to spit on the concept of Gieto. Yet Rand sees the trap. To fight now is to destroy the unity he needs. Matt Cawthon, riding with his trademark slouch and a black-hafted spear, tests the threads of fate. He flips a gold coin. It lands on its edge, rolling all the way down the hill before toppling, a physical manifestation of the precarious balance the world stands upon. Luck is holding its breath. To avoid a massacre, Rhuarc initiates a chant. It begins low, a rumble of male voices, joined by the higher harmony of the maidens. Wash the spears, while the sun climbs high. It is not a war cry, but a reminder of mortality. The song swells, thundering from thousands of throats, a wall of sound more intimidating than steel. The psychological weight of the chant presses against the Shido. They are warriors, but even they hesitate before the sheer, inexorable pressure of the Tardad advance. The lines part. Without a blow struck, Rand rides through the gap, the song of Wash the Spears, serving as the only shield he needs. They enter Al-Kerdal. It is a vast, circular canyon with acoustics that amplify even a whisper, a natural stage for the drama of history to unfold. The slopes are dotted with thousands of Aiel waiting. On the central ledge stand the clan chiefs who have already arrived, along with Savannah. She is trying to force the chiefs to let Couladin speak, breaking custom again, for only a chief who has entered Rhuidean may address the gathering. Rhuarc leads Rand onto the ledge, and the silence of the crowd is heavy with judgment. But before Rand can claim his moment, Couladin seizes the stage. In a display of supreme arrogance and desperation, the Shido warrior strips off his coat to reveal his forearms. There, glittering in crimson and gold, wind the serpentine forms of dragons. The shock is palpable. Couladin claims to be the Kara Khan, the chief of chiefs. He is a demagogue in the truest sense, twisting the prophecy of Rhuidean to fit the desires of the mob. He screams of conquest, of crossing the dragon wall to take back the wetlands, of glory and plunder. He offers the Aiel a future that validates their warrior pride, telling them exactly what they want to hear, that they are conquerors, destined to rule. It is a seductive lie, and the canyon erupts in cheers. They see the dragons on his arms, markings that look identical to the prophecy, and their blood heats with the promise of war. Rand stands amidst the roar, a point of stillness. He understands now that the truth is not a gift, but a weapon that will wound them deeply. He removes his own coat. The sun strikes the dragons on his arms, authentic and burned into his flesh, matching Couladin's frauds. The crowd falters, confused by the duality. Two men marked by prophecy? Rand's voice, amplified by the canyon, cuts through the noise. He does not offer them glory. He does not promise them the spoils of the wetlands. He offers them the one thing the Aiel fear most, their own history. He speaks of Rhuidean. He tells them of the glass columns and the ancestors he saw. He reveals the secret that the wise ones and clan chiefs protect with their lives, that the Aiel were once the Dashane, sworn to the way of the leaf, pacifists who served the Aes Sedai. The reaction is visceral. Denial crashes through the canyon like a physical wave. "Liar!" they scream. The cognitive dissonance is too great. To accept Rand's truth is to accept that their entire culture, their concept of honor, their centuries of warfare, is a betrayal of their origins. Couladin, sensing the tide turning back to him, feeds their denial. He shouts that they have always been warriors, that Rand is a wetlander trickster sent by Aes Sedai to shame them. But the truth has a resonance that falsehood lacks. The clan chiefs, Bail of the Goshian, Han of the Tomanella, Erim, and Geran, stand silent. They have been to Rhuidean. They have seen the same glass columns. Reluctantly, heavily, they speak. One by one, they confirm Rand's identity. Rand al'Thor is he who comes with the dawn. It is a death knell for the Aiel as they were. The breaking has begun. Couladin, cornered by the truth and stripped of his legitimacy by the chiefs, snaps. He hurls a spear at Rand. The peace of Alcair Dal shatters. Adolin and the maidens throw themselves in front of Rand, taking the blows meant for him. The canyon dissolves into a riot, thousands of spears clashing in a confined space. Rand looks upon the chaos. He sees the destruction of the people he is meant to lead. He reaches for saidin. The male half of the true source floods into him, bringing the nausea of the Dark One's taint, the oil slick on the pristine river of power. He does not weave fire or death. Instead, he reaches for the atmosphere. In the heart of the most arid land in the world, he summons a storm. Wind shrieks across the canyon rim. Lightning, wild and jagged, tears the sky. And then, rain. It falls in a deluge, a sheer wall of water that hammers the fighting men and women into shock. It is a display of power beyond anything a clan chief or wise one could dream of. The fighting stops, drowned out by the roar of the unnatural storm. In the center of this tempest, Rand stands within a bubble of dry air. But he is not alone. The fabric of the air shimmers, and Lanfear stands before him. The Forsaken is untouched by the rain, her white dress pristine, her starry hair dry. She is furious. This chaos, she reveals, was a distraction. While Rand was occupied with the petty politics of savages and the grandstanding of Couladin, the real threat has moved. Asmodean, another of the Forsaken, has gone to Rhuidean. Lanfear sneers at Rand's stubbornness. She reveals that Asmodean seeks the access keys to the Chwedan Kal, the most powerful sangreal ever made. If he obtains them, he will wield power sufficient to crack the world. The realization hits Rand with the force of a physical blow. The Shido, the Fair, the prophecy, it was all a diversion. He has been outmaneuvered. The immense power of saidin still courses through him, dangerous and thrilling. He looks at Lanfear, a creature of the shadow who claims to love him, and sees the depth of the trap. He cannot stay to manage the Aiel. He cannot explain himself to the chiefs. Using the knowledge that Luz Therin Telemon's memories whisper in his mind, Rand weaves a gateway. He slices a hole in the pattern of reality, opening a door directly from the rain-drenched ledge of Alcair Dal to the silent, fog-shrouded ruins of Rhuidean. He steps through, leaving the confused shouts of the Aiel and the fury of Lanfear behind. The political battle is over. The battle for the fate of the world's power has just begun. Chapter 58. The Traps of Rhuidean. The world dissolves. The doorway Rand al'Thor stepped through vanishes, leaving him suspended in an abyss of absolute nothingness. There is no heat, no cold, no sensation of touch, only the raw fact of existence. Before him, grey stone steps rise into the void, unsupported, arching upward, until they disappear into the infinite dark. Rand has traversed this strange non-space before, this method of travel known as skimming. Though he barely understands the mechanics of it, instinct drives him now, a desperate knowledge that these impossible stairs will lead him to his prey. He runs. His boots strike the stone, leaving damp footprints that evaporate instantly as the steps behind him fade into oblivion. It is a race against entropy itself. A terrifying thought flickers in his mind. Do these platforms exist because he wills them to, or are they independent constructs of the one power? The moment he questions their reality, the stone beneath him begins to dissolve, the path ahead shimmering into non-existence. Panic flares, but he crushes it with a forceful assertion of will. Real, he screams internally, they are real. The shimmering ceases, the stone solidifying into polished, carved masonry. He dares not doubt again. He takes the stairs 3 at a time, his long legs eating up the distance, fueled by desperation. Asmodean has the head start, and the Forsaken possess knowledge from the age of legends that Rand can only guess at. The steps stretch violently apart now, forcing him to leap across gaps of bottomless black. His side aches, the old wound throbbing in rhythm with his heartbeat, a reminder of his mortality wrapped in the buffer of Sidene. He cannot lose this race. To lose is to die, and perhaps worse, to let the shadow claim the ultimate weapon. Suddenly, a figure appears in the distance. It is a man in a shimmering red coat, standing atop a sleek silvery platform that glides effortlessly through the dark. Asmodean. He is not running like a frantic, exhaustion-ridden farm boy. He is riding a construct of the power, at ease. Rand stops, confused by the magic, but the stone beneath him reacts to his will. It surges forward, accelerating without wind or friction, sliding through the dark to close the distance. Rand is learning, not through instruction, but through the brute force of necessity. As he draws closer, the details of the Forsaken become clear. The man stands with a casual arrogance, examining his fingernails, his coat absurdly fine, black threads like steel wires radiating from him into the dark. These are the cords Rand has seen before, the umbilical connection to the Dark One that protects the Chosen from the madness of the Taint. The face the man wears is not the predatory visage of Hadnan Kadere, but the handsome, weary face of Yashin Natael, the Gleeman. The deception strikes Rand hard. The Forsaken do not just hide in the shadows. They walk in the light, singing songs of old heroes while plotting the end of the world. Asmodean spots him. The silver platform darts away, and the Forsaken unleashes a sheet of fire a mile high and a mile wide. It is a wall of destruction meant to incinerate Rand instantly. Rand channels instinctively, shattering the weave into harmless shards. But behind the first wall of fire is another and another. It is a layered ambush. Rand's anger ripples across the void, that cold mental space where he holds the power. He lashes out, summoning a chaotic storm of fire that sweeps away Asmodean's attack not with precision, but with raw, overwhelming force. Through the chaos, Rand sees Asmodean open a gateway, a square of harsh, blinding sunlight. The Forsaken jumps through, and the door begins to close. Rand strikes with the power, fighting to hold the aperture open, terrified of losing the trail. He hurtles himself through the shrinking gap, feeling a tug on his boot as reality snaps shut behind him. He lands in a heap, gasping for air. The transition is jarring. The cool nothingness of the void is replaced instantly by the furnace heat of the Aiel Waste. He is in the valley below Chendaia, mere steps from the fog-shrouded city of Rhuidean. He looks at his foot. The heel of his boot has been sliced clean off. A fraction of a second slower, and he would have lost his foot, or his life. The lesson is stark. The Forsaken wield knowledge as a weapon, and Rand is fighting blind. He plunges into the fog of Rhuidean. Inside, the grey mist blinds him. but he rolls onto the gritty paving stones just in time to see 3 razor-thin silver ribbons floating in the air, traps set to slice an intruder to ribbons. With a surge of the power, he disintegrates them. The city of Rhuidean, usually hidden in gloom, is illuminated by the shadowless blue glow of the dome. Ahead, Asmodean runs toward the city center, past the unfinished palaces and the great glass columns that hold the history of the Aiel. Rand gives chase, channeling bolts of lightning. He aims not at the man, but ahead of him, shattering huge pillars of red and white stone to block the path. He apologizes to the silent statues of the past as he destroys them. "I have to stop him," he whispers. "The destruction of history, the price of survival." The battle escalates. Asmodean does not slow down. He blasts through the rubble, sending lightning of his own arching back toward Rand. Rand weaves a shield around himself, running through a storm of exploding stone and crackling energy. The air itself seems to ionize, hair standing on end. It is a clash of titans in a dead city, 2 channelers wielding enough power to level armies. They reach the great plaza at the heart of the city. Here the spoils of the Aiel, the terangriel and other artifacts brought out of the glass columns lie scattered. Asmodean is frantic now, searching the litter. He dives for a specific object, a white stone figurine of a man holding a crystal sphere. Asmodean grabs it. A heartbeat later, Rand's hands close over it as well. They are locked together, staring into each other's eyes. Asmodean looks desperate, human in his panic. In that instant, both men reach through the small statue, an access key, to tap into one of the most powerful saga ever created, the massive statue of the Truidean, buried far away in Perrin. The power surges into Rand, not a river, but an ocean. It is immense, terrifying and tainted. It feels as though he could crush the world, heal the dead, or destroy himself in a blink. The filth of the Dark One's touch seeps into his soul, making him want to howl. He holds only half the power. Asmodean holds the other. They are locked in a metaphysical stalemate, their wills battling while their bodies roll and thrash across the plaza, smashing against ancient treasures and indestructible objects. Hammers of the power strike at Rand, blows that could shatter mountains, while unseen pincers try to rip his soul from his body. Rand defends himself with everything he has, but he is exhausted. The lack of sleep, the physical exertion, the mental strain, it is all catching up. He realizes he cannot win a contest of brute strength. Asmodean, sweating and snarling, senses this weakness. A rictus of a smile forms on the Forsaken's face. He thinks he has won, but Rand has something Asmodean does not. The angriel of the little fat man, still tucked in his waistband. It is a tiny reservoir compared to the ocean of the Truidean, but it is a separate source. Rand remembers the void. He remembers the black wires he saw connected to Asmodean in the skimming space. He cannot see them now, but he can visualize them. He creates a sword of light composed of the power drawn through his small angriel, and strikes not at Asmodean, but at the space where those wires should be. He severs the connection. Asmodean screams, a sound of absolute horror, of a soul suddenly stripped naked before the universe. The protection of the Dark One is gone. The direct line to the shadow is cut. Asmodean collapses, the power leaving him. Rand, barely conscious, releases the saga and rolls away, clutching the access key. The silence that follows is deafening. Rhuidean is wrecked. Palaces are rubble. The plaza is a disaster zone, and the great fog dome is dissipating, exposing the city to the harsh sun. A massive rift has torn through the valley floor, allowing the underground ocean to spill out, destined to form a lake in this dry wasteland. In his attempt to save the world, Rand has once again acted as the agent of destruction. Asmodean crawls across the stones, weak and bleeding. He looks at Rand with hatred and fear. "I do like to see men fight," a voice says, "but you two cannot even stand." Lanfear steps through the ruin. The daughter of the night is pristine, untouched by the dust and chaos. She surveys the devastation with satisfaction. She reveals the truth. This was a setup. She knew Asmodean was coming for the access key. She let him lead Rand here. She wants Rand to have it. With those together, we can displace the great Lord of the Dark himself, she says, her ambition naked and terrifying. She does not serve the shadow out of blind loyalty. She serves herself. She wants to rule eternity, with Luz Therin at her side. Asmodean begs her for help, pleading his faithfulness to the Dark One. Lanfear dismisses him with contempt. Rand stands, refusing to kneel before her. He reveals what he has done. He has cut Asmodean off from the Dark One. Lanfear is genuinely shocked. She looks from Rand to the weeping Forsaken. Rand presses his advantage. He points out that Asmodean is now a liability to the Shadow. The other Forsaken will never trust him again. They will assume he turned traitor. Asmodean has no choice now. He can stay and teach Rand to wield the power, or he can leave and be hunted down by his former colleagues. Lanfear sees the brilliance of the trap. It is a maneuver worthy of Luz Therin in the Age of Legends. She agrees to the plan. She weaves a complex shield around Asmodean, one that allows only a trickle of the power to filter through. Enough to demonstrate weaves, enough to teach, but not enough to threaten Rand or Lanfear. I mean us to rule together, she tells Rand, her voice dripping with possessiveness. She warns him that the other Forsaken, Samael, Ravin, Demandred, will come for him harder now. She steps into a gateway of white marble and silk, vanishing as quickly as she appeared, leaving Rand with a broken city and a broken teacher. Rand is left with the wreckage. He finds the female access key in the rubble, a small statue of a woman. It is useless to him, but he keeps it, tucking it away with the male key. He looks out at the valley. Water is filling the lower reaches. The Aiel will have a lake. Rhuidean is no longer a secret shrouded in fog. It is a city in the sun, a place that might one day live again. He forces Asmodean, now Jasin Natael again, to his feet. The man is shattered, stripped of his immortality and his protection, enslaved to the boy he intended to kill. Rand opens a gateway back to Alcair Dal. They step out onto the ledge overlooking the canyon. The sun is setting. The rain has stopped, leaving the canyon floor a churned sea of mud. The scene has changed dramatically. The Shadow Aiel are gone, fled behind Couladin and Savannah, but thousands remain. The Tardad, the Goshian, the Sharad, the clans that have stayed to follow he who comes with the dawn. Mat is there, leaning on his spear, grinning with relief. Moiraine, Egwene, and the Wise Ones stare in shock as Rand emerges from the air, followed by the tattered, bleeding Gleeman. They have questions, endless questions, but Rand offers no immediate answers. He tells Adolin to send word to stop the beating of Isendre, a small act of mercy amidst the grand maneuverings. The clan chiefs who remained, Ruark Baal Han, acknowledge him, but their faces are grim. They know what has happened. They know the Shaido have fled to spread the truth of Aiel history, a truth that will break many. It will be a long road back, Rand says, mounting his horse. Long and bloody, Baal replies. Rand looks out at the people who have chosen him. They are an army, a weapon forged by the wheel to fight the Shadow. But they are also people, and he has just shattered their world to save it. The prophecy is fulfilled. He has bound them to him, and in doing so, he has destroyed them as they were. The sun sinks below the horizon. The fourth book of the Wheel of Time draws to a close not with a shout of triumph, but with the heavy, solemn weight of destiny. The dragon has reborn, the Aiel are broken and remade, and the march toward the last battle has truly begun.